turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the live edition of Sean and RJ, and it's a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell running things and Ryan firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt will be joining us in 30 minutes as we have an absolutely loaded show today. Brad Sham to remember. Maybe the greatest offensive lineman, the greatest guard of all time at 7:20. Brian Scalabrini will preview the Celtics and the Mavericks at 9 o'clock. And then maybe the most electrifying guest of the day. Tank Lawrence's agent, David Canter, usually spits fire. He's coming up at 9:20, so the loaded 9 o'clock hour with the guests. But, Choppy, we start with the news that broke after the show. We started getting text messages from Tolo saying, yo, on the low, I'm hearing something happen with Larry Allen on vacation. We sent text messages to the Cowboys. I sent text messages to Brad Sham, Christy Scales, Michael Irvin, and unfortunately the rumors and the text messages were confirmed. Larry Allen passing away at the age of 52 while on vacation in Mexico.
That's awful in its own. On vacation with his family in Mexico. But then the obvious is that this is just too young. I mean, he's barely older than I am. He's like 8 years older than me. People shouldn't be dying at that age.
Well,
it happens.
I haven't seen Larry Allen in a long time. I'm assuming he was still a big man.
He's a big man. Yep, the human body's not supposed to be, big, 7-footers or 300-pounders, just NFL-sized bodies. You're not supposed to be that big.
And again, nobody knows cause of death or anything. I'm not trying to speculate. I'm just trying to say when people are like, whoa, out of the blue, oh, my God, this could happen to anyone. I don't know how much weight Larry Allen was still carrying around.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, the big fella Nate Newton, when he retired, he put on quite a bit of weight, and he's always been a big guy. He slimmed down quite a bit. And he's still a big guy because that's just how you can't play in the NFL at the offensive line position without being huge. It's just you just can't do it, and you carry weight just to carry weight. And I haven't seen Larry in forever. Apparently, he kind of he was never.
His teammates never saw him either.
They never saw him either.
Said he never came around. Brad was like, no, that's one of the guys. Didn't really come to any. Emmitt Smith confirmed it yesterday. He's like, Larry did not want to come back and hang out with any of us, man. He was all about family. So Larry Allen did not come back around.
No, and so nobody knows what Larry was doing. But the whole thing is this is just sad, and because this is a player from our childhood that was played the most anonymous of positions in sports, and you don't know most guards. I think you could probably tell who the guards are on your team and the top guys that are the all-pros. And that's really it. And then you forget about them the moment they retire, except for Larry Allen. There are a couple guys that you don't forget about when they retire. I don't think we'll forget Jason Kelsey because he's got a podcast.
Yeah.
But in today's world, everybody's got a podcast, so I'm not really impressed by that. I'm impressed that everybody knew who Larry Allen was. That's cool.
And look, for the youngsters listening and a refresher for the old school, kind of like us, this is a mythical figure. This is a mythical figure with the tales of him on the offensive line. From the strength to the chase down to him being a man of very few words, just having that big dip in his mouth to being John Madden's absolute favorite. What do you think of Larry Allen as the player, as everyone crowns him maybe the greatest guard ever?
Yeah, I mean, I don't break down guard play. That's for John Madden, and he said this was the greatest guard he'd ever seen, or one of them, and that's good enough for me. Like Larry Allen, the player, like when I first got into the industry in 2002 here in DFW, he was still there. He was still there, and I mean, he was a force. The team was not very good, right? The team was not very good, but he was still there with guys like as the years went on. Marcus Spears, his first year in the league, going up against him in practice, it's just like this guy's on a different level.
Now, did you go into the locker room and Corey Majors was telling a story about getting shut down by Larry, and he's like, "Mr. Allen, can I get a few quotes?" And Larry was like, "Why are you talking to me? Why are you over here talking to me?"
I just followed the crowd at that point, and if the crowd didn't go to Larry Allen, neither did I. That's kind of how I operated in there. So I never really had any interactions with him, but nobody had interactions with Larry Allen. That was the whole point. Like, his whole thing was, I'm not really interested. Media is not my thing. I'm not a big talker. So I think maybe once or twice he would do a scrum that I can remember, but none of that.
Second round pick out of Sonoma State in 1994. Named to the Pro Bowl 11 times. Hall of Fame in 2013. Spent his final 2 years with the San Francisco 49ers. Got his Super Bowl ring, of course. And this guy will play some parts of his Hall of Fame speech a little bit later on. Grew up with a rough upbringing in Compton, California. And then he comes on over to the Cowboys, 700 pounds with the bench press, impressing everyone at the Pro Bowl. And, of course, a fixture on the All-Madden team. And here's a little clip that the internet found yesterday of John Madden just gushing.
You know, I always say that he's the best offensive lineman in football. And then when I say that, there are pundits, is that the word, pundits, that argue
that is the word.
Tony Baselli is the best. And I don't know, but I would take this guy. You know, like anything that would be, you know, when you needed a guy to go with you, I think I'd take him.
Well, if Baselli is better, he should be outlawed.
I mean, I hate to make this a Larry Allen highlight film. He just took Cornelius Bennett. That time they ran to the right, but they still ran behind Larry Allen by having him pull, and he pulled and knocked Cornelius Bennett down, and I could feel it all the way and hear it all the way up here. I'm not kidding you. I mean, watch, he's going to pull and make contact right here. Watch it. Here's where he's going to end up. Now watch that. Boom! Look at that. I mean, he knocked him right out of the picture.
Man, that had everything. 90s football with what we grew up on. Larry Allen dominating. John Madden and Summerall with the calls. The boom, the bam, the bang.
Yeah.
You didn't even into that.
It's a great line by Summerall. If Baselli's better, he should be outlawed.
Yeah. And I always felt like Madden had this NFC because I was like in love with the Buffalo Bills no-huddle offense growing up. And I was always like, man, this NFC bias, man. Of course he's not going to love Tony Baselli over there in the AFC. And it was basically a Larry Allen highlight drive. And that was part of the greatness of Madden as well. Like, all right, He's getting you to watch an offensive lineman, and then this offensive lineman in that drive is making Madden look like a genius because he's pummeling everyone as Emmitt Smith is ripping off 7-8 yards and then eventually a touchdown. So he was always a favorite of Madden's.
Madden loved those guys that didn't get the attention. He just loved to talk about them. He was one of the few that could, and he talked about him in such a great way. And then he helped make him famous. Like, there's no doubt about that. Larry Allen is not a household name without John Madden. There's been plenty of great offensive linemen that didn't get the recognition. And he got it. He got it in a large part because of Madden, and Madden recognized how great he was. He did a ton of Cowboy games as well, and it just was like marveling at how amazing he was as a player.
Once shifted from guard to tackle in a game, played right tackle, right guard, left tackle, mostly starred at left guard, first team All-Pro 6 times, named in 2019 to the NFL's top 100 list. That was for best players in the league, and he was chosen for the all-decade teams for both the 90s and the 2000s. One of just 3 players to be named to both teams, and they were big men. Willie Roaf, Warren Sapp, and Larry Allen making 2 different all-decade teams.
He didn't get there until 95. He missed half the decade, and he still made the all-decade team. And then when did he retire? Like 05? 06? So he missed half the other decade and still made the all-decade team of 2 decades.
There you go. That says everything, basically. Yep, 94 to 05. There it is. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We're live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Brad Sham will remember Larry Allen at 7:20. We have Brian Scalabrini and Tank Lawrence's agent. We'll ask him about the tired comments, some of the Micah Parsons drama. What does he think of this Cowboys offseason that everyone has been complaining about here in the Metroplex? But we'll recap the Rangers yesterday on this radio station. And do we have another gambling scandal in Major League Baseball? That's next on the Home of the Champs with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back goes Langford. He looks up, and that ball is gone. A 2-home run game for Jake Rogers, doubling his total for the year. And it's 2-1 Tigers in the 8th.
And the West Texas native living in Frisco, the number 9 hitter for the Detroit Tigers, does it to the Texas Rangers with 2 home runs. And the Tigers win in Arlington yesterday right here on 105.3 The Fan. 2-1 as Rogers takes Eovaldi and Leclerc deep.
This is an odd season. The Rangers have allowed 25% of all home runs to catchers this year. That is the third catcher they've played that has had a multi-home run game. And all of them single-handedly won the game for their team. Darno hit 3 against them. Langoliers hit 3 against them with the A's, and then Rogers single-handedly beats them last night.
That's the way baseball goes.
It kinda, but not really. Like the catcher's not like this is not the world's greatest hitting position. You know, like there's a lot of guys in the bigs at catcher. Now some are good, but there's a lot of guys in the bigs at catcher who are just there for their defense, their ability to call the game, whatever you want to call it. At least historically, and you know, this is the 9-hole hitter, and he hits a pair out. Darno's a good player. Langolier's a good player too. But, it's a very odd year where they allowed 3 separate catchers to have multi-home run games against them.
Rangers doubled up the Tigers in hits, actually, 8-4. Simeon had 2, Seager had 2, and Wyatt Langford had 2, but not enough to score more than 1 run.
Not enough. And Langford had a triple, for crying out loud. Like it's tough to lose a game when you only allow 4 hits. It's not quite like the Stars, losing a game where they only allowed 10 shots on goal. Mm-hmm. But when you only allow 4 hits, to lose that game is tough. This is kind of a disappointing loss.
Bruce Bochy missing the game for a personal matter, and the 2 teams will play again this evening on 105.3 The Fan. 6:30 pregame with a first pitch at 7 o'clock. We are live on the Fan Camp Twitch and YouTube. And apparently live inside the crib of my child because Jay Ochoa said, I'm hearing the AC in the background. I'm hearing the...
It's like white noise.
It's like the sound machine.
Yeah.
And the sound machine that my kids go to sleep with. It does feel a little bit cooler in here, but the air conditioning is supposed to be fixed today. And Bobby brought up the good point. He goes, you think they're going to come in here and fix it at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning? No, it'll be nice and crisp for the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag.
Yeah, they'll get it done
at some point. Screwed again.
Yeah, it's quick fixed. What they got to do, from what I understand, it's quick fix. But that doesn't mean.
Oh yeah, you had the air conditioning breakdown talk.
I had the same thing happen to my house a couple years ago. I had like a switchboard bust, blow out on me.
It ain't that quick of a fix.
No,
we've been sweating since Thursday.
They fixed my motherboard in about a minute. It was so quick. They literally walked. A1 Air came upstairs, went in the attic. I don't even think they did anything.
You couldn't hit them up for this job?
They don't do commercial.
They would do a favor for you.
I don't know about that. I don't know. So come up there and just change it out very, very fast. This could be different. This could be more complex than a small little house, but it could be a quick fix.
We have another gambling scandal in Major League Baseball.
Tucupita Marcano.
Well done.
He is facing a lifetime ban for gambling on Major League Baseball. Why people continue to do this? Evidently caught betting on Pirates games as a member of the Pirates last year. Now, he was hurt, so he wasn't playing, but he was caught betting on those games while injured, facing that lifetime ban. This isn't going to hurt the product because nobody has heard of this guy, right?
Yeah.
But, these sports leagues are finding guys left and right that don't realize that you can't bet on your team, or maybe they do realize it. They don't care. They don't think they're going to get caught. They will find you because they have accounts and they're in bed with DraftKings and FanDuel and Caesars and BetMGM. There's only a handful of places you can go bet. And if you bet with one of those, they've got your name, they've got your IP address, they know your phone number, all your information, they know who's placing these bets, and they've got surveillance on you now.
Was he betting against?
Well, from what I understand, he was placing bets on Pirates games. Even if it's for them to win, that doesn't matter to the leagues. It's weird because, from my understanding, Phil Mickelson can go place a bet that he's going to win the PGA Championship. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
We know this happens in boxing. Ryan Garcia said he placed a bet on himself, right? I'm sure it happens in tennis all over the place.
Do they track like your friend group? Like, let's just say Ryan Garcia could not bet on himself,
right?
And his best friend puts down a $10 million bet. That's fine. And then, Garcia, he ups and gets on the level with his buddy with a payout.
That's probably a loophole. I don't know, because you can't prove that he placed a bet. So how are you going to ban somebody if you can't prove it, right?
Yeah.
So you can prove that he placed a bet if it's from his cell phone. If it's somebody who's a friend, let's take Shohei, for example. It's certainly within the realm of possibility that Ippei was making bets for Shohei.
Right.
But we'll never know that because you can't prove it. So that's the one kind of loophole.
Does all this make Pete Rose look more innocent, or these guys are just committing really stupid acts that baseball could never allow as well? I know a lot of people are with the former. I think that's the first thing that you say.
Yeah.
I always remain with the latter. They're just doing something that the league, they cannot bend on. They just can't.
Right, they can't bend on it. They can't bend on it. Look, I think Pete should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, but he should absolutely also be banned from baseball. I don't think you have to have both. I think you can let Pete in because the Hall of Fame is not about, your banishment from the sport. They could absolutely and should absolutely ban him from baseball, but they should absolutely let him in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. It's a museum. That's what it is. It's a museum. This is a guy who just made bets. And I don't know why and what goes through people's heads, players' heads, when they're placing bets or when they're using supplements that they can just read the back of the bottle and see if they can use it or not. I don't know what goes through their heads, but nothing apparently.
Some other Tolo says sounds like airplane engines in there. Did you have a story of an airplane engine? Someone getting sucked into one of these?
Oh yeah,
Talk about a nightmare. Talk about drowning. Talk about burning to death. How about getting sucked into an airplane engine?
This was in Amsterdam. This was the third person in a year to be sucked into an airplane engine.
Oh, my Lord. They all died.
Of course. Yeah, they were just ripped to shreds. Their body gets spit out by the other side of it.
I can envision. I can envision.
So this is in the afternoon. This wasn't like in the middle of the night. This is in the afternoon. And all of a sudden, the victim, they didn't know if it was a passenger or a crew member. I'm assuming it's a crew member. Usually passengers aren't huddled around the jet engines of an airplane. But, yeah, there was the crew and passengers were on board the flight. So you imagine being on the flight and all of a sudden you look to your right and there's the right engine and then you see somebody getting sucked into it and the blood splatter out everywhere. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Lord, dude.
Poor guy.
We get it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Third person, though. 3. How does this happen 3 times in a year?
I wonder how far away you have to stand from an airplane engine to be safe, and what's that one step towards the wrong side to where you're in a danger zone?
Yeah, and that engine is not on when you're just parked at the gate, right? It's on a generator. They'll back the plane up. They'll use the pushback, and then they'll start it after you get pushed back. So this had to be a crew member out there, doing their little wand thingy and got sucked into the engine. I mean, it's a terrible story.
Kyrie Irving discusses his return to Boston. He's ready for the hate, and it's going to make you love the Mavericks' new golden child even more. Wait till you hear this audio as we continue to get you set for the NBA Finals with Sean, RJ, and Bobby with the 6 a.m. Club next.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to our best audience of the entire show. They are known as the 6 a.m. Club. Hit us up with a text. Let us know if you are with us and what you are doing on a Tolo Tuesday as we're trying to get you closer and closer to the NBA Finals. Game 1 on Thursday in Boston. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt now joining us. And we have a villain in this series, and it is going to be Kyrie Irving. And I thought it would make sense to kind of go back and recap how we got to this point. What all happened with Kyrie in Boston, and a refresher on what happened with Porzingis here in Dallas. So let's start with Kyrie. August 2017, the blockbuster deal took place. Kyrie to the Celtics in exchange. I love going back and looking at these trade packages as well.
Because there's always a loser, and it's always the team trading away the great player.
Kyrie to Boston in exchange for Isaiah Thomas, Jay Crowder, 2 draft picks, and something named Ante Zizic. The trade was briefly in jeopardy because of Isaiah's injured hip, but the Celtics added a second-round pick to complete the deal. Celtics made it all the way to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, thanks in part to a stellar rookie season from Jason Tatum. I was trying to remember who was all on that team, and you also love going back and looking at the team photos. Choppy, who else stands out in that team photo?
There's Gordon.
There you go. That's your boy, Gordon Hayward, whose wife, of course, is fighting with Sam Presti after Presti in OKC the other day said, my bad on acquiring Gordon Hayward. That did not work out. So it's Tatum, Brown, Kyrie, Hayward, Al Horford.
Was that right before the Hayward injury? That picture? Did that injury happen?
Which one? He's had 14 injuries. I have no idea.
Snapped his leg in half.
The one where his career ended, like that one. Like that was the bad one. That was the one that changed his whole career. It was a minute into his Boston run.
So they made it all the way to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, but Kyrie was out with a knee injury. He had surgery in March 2018, unable to make it back in time as the Celtics came up a game short of the finals. LeBron's Cavs narrowly beat Boston in the deciding game. Then, going into the 2018-19 season, they had this big hype event, in Boston, inside the arena. Kyrie takes the microphone during a season ticket, and I nailed this theory in my first month of doing this show 14 years ago. These are the types of events, these fundraisers, season ticket holders, conference calls. That's where you get yourself in the most trouble. And Kyrie said, I want to stay here forever. I plan on re-signing here if you guys will have me back. Crowd bursts in a standing ovation. Yeah, we love you, Kyrie. Yeah. All-Star game meeting with Kevin Durant. The tone quickly changes. February 2019, struggling as a leader with the Celtics, and asked if he was still planning to return. He said, quote, I don't owe anybody S. Ask me July 1st. All-Star game. He was caught whispering with Durant in the hallway. Reporters asking Kyrie, you planning to roll out? You planning to team up? And it's amazing to go and watch, and I did like a loser. I went and watched his media back and forth with Celtic reporters. It's a different person. Mm-hmm. He's hostile. He's defensive. He's angry. He's sarcastic. He's mad at the world. And now we'll play you what happened yesterday, and it's a totally different guy. And Kyrie's like, BS. And Durant later on is like, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about teaming up right there. So the Celtics reached the 2019 Eastern Conference semifinals against the Bucks as the 4 seed. Kyrie struggles, but he keeps firing away. 37 of 104 in the series.
Is that good?
Including 7 of 32. Cat numbers.
Yeah.
From Kyrie. 7 of 32 from 3. He was asked about a shooting slump. He said, yeah, who cares? Who cares? Expectations on me are going to be sky high. So for the 22 shots, I should have shot 30. I'm that great of a shooter. Just unlikable quotes and tone coming from him. In July 2019, makes it official. He's leaving the Celtics as he joins forces with KD. In Brooklyn, the Garden wanted to let him know, hey, you come back here, 2021 preseason, we're not going to forget, Kyrie's burning sage at the Garden, and he goes and wants to cleanse the arena of the energy. And, of course, then we get the incident of stomping on Lucky, the Celtics mascot, right in the kisser.
Right in the kisser, right there. Didn't they give him some kind of a video tribute, too? I think the Celtics gave him, like, a video tribute.
I think they gave little Isaiah Thomas a video tribute. I would really doubt if they gave. I'd bet money they didn't give Kyrie
The Nets
one.
gave Durant one for crying out loud this year.
Fam was arrested for allegedly throwing a drink at Kyrie Game 4 2021 postseason as he was leaving the court. Of course, I told you, he stomped on Lucky. He's giving middle fingers to the crowd as well in the 2022 playoffs. So that is a history of Kyrie Irving and why the massholes hate him.
And you get it.
Yeah.
Like Boston fans will hate on people who have done much less than that. This is direct.
Yeah, if you're born black, they hate you.
Black, yeah.
This is direct defiance of their traditions and their thoughts and everything else. And you're right. That's the one that gets you in the most trouble is you show up at those season ticket holder events or whatever. And this was a kid. It was like if you remember, it was like a 10-year-old going, Kyrie, do you promise to stay here forever and ever? And it's like, yeah, of course I'll stay forever. And he ultimately played a total villain. That's why whenever you run through that and you go back and you look at who he was and the way he spoke, it's why to me it's like, no, nobody owes Kyrie an apology for misjudging. He's grown. He's changed into a different person. And so we're not talking about the same guy. You can't say he was misunderstood. He was very direct, telling people exactly what he thought. And Kyrie yesterday, which you'll play here in a sec, Kyrie talked about how he's different. He's changed. He's not that same person.
Yeah, and then don't discount, and let's not give him the credit, give us the credit. We're not intrusive here. We let him do his thing. Like I bet you when Sean was watching those press conferences yesterday, there was a level of intrusiveness and combativeness with the media that the media has, not just Kyrie. He may have already gone in there on DEFCON. Is it what's the higher one?
1.
5?
DEFCON 1.
1.
I think 5 is like peacetime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 is bad. He was probably already on DEFCON 3 just walking in.
Kyrie yesterday with Boston Reflection Part 1.
I will say, last time in Boston, I don't think that was the best. Not this regular season, but when we played in the playoffs and everyone saw me flip off the birds and kind of lose my a little bit, that wasn't a great reflection of who I am and how I like to compete on a high level. It wasn't a great reflection on my end towards the next generation on what it means to control your emotions in that type of environment, no matter what people are yelling at you. I'm built for these moments to be able to handle circumstances like that. And I've been able to grow since then. So, of course, it's going to be a hectic environment, but I'm looking forward to it. And I see it as a healthy relationship to have with the fans. I almost think about Gladiator, just win the crowd over. It's good to hear the TD Garden silent when you're playing well. They still respect great basketball.
So there he is, kind of regretful, apologetic, not the best version of myself. Kyrie finishes talking about his experience with the Celtics.
Regardless of, the attention that's being paid to what it's going to be like on my end, I have a group to lead that's going to be looking to me for a voice of peace and to be able to control what I can control and also help them through it. So I'll take the brunt of it, of all the yells and stuff like that and all the remarks. But I've been able to grow since then and acknowledge that, I just can handle things better, especially when I want to put majority of my energy towards playing well. I can't just be getting into it with fans like that, even though it may be fun at times, but it's a waste of energy. It's a waste of my time. And it's also a waste of my talent trying to answer questions from the past that people have. And, people are going to bring up the record and all the extra stuff. Again, there's idle time in between. So you see the media pundits doing their normal thing. It's cool. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge on the court against the Boston Celtics and being able to lead my guys.
Look at the body language on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Look at his face. I just cannot believe what a totally different person I cannot believe the transformation. Yeah. I love the guy listening to him, and that just an impossible thought. An impossible thought when he got dealt here, waiting for this all to fall apart. Again, he's so at peace. at peace. He's like Professor X, with the mental capabilities. He's
Bill Walton now. He's become Bill Walton with his peace pipe, and everybody wants to be friends. And
yes.
I love hearing him say, I love hearing him acknowledge there even that it's fun to sometimes talk with the fans. Like, it's fun to go back and forth with them. And for him to say, like again, you talk about a different energy, defiant and combative with the media in Boston. And he sits here and goes, you guys writing your narratives, and he goes, which is cool. Like, you got time to get, like, almost like just completely understanding. I understand how Boston players feel. I understand why media is going to talk about the way they are. You guys got to understand how I feel the way I do, and I got to lead. And he's reached a mature point that people tend to hit in life when they hit a certain age.
Now, how has DFW been different for him? Here's Kyrie on how he's evolved in Dallas.
The point that I'm at now is in my life, I have kids, I have a wife, I have responsibilities that are bigger than the game of basketball, so it's easy to put the game of basketball in perspective. When I was a little bit younger, I wanted to strive to be one of the best in the world, and that's all I thought about every single day. And that's where I had all my eggs in the basket. So there was no, normal life outside the game of basketball other than doing what young NBA players do, which is getting into some stuff they shouldn't be getting into and being around people that don't necessarily reflect the moral values that you want to have embodying as a person. So, I'm just speaking for myself, but I think it spills over to my peers too. But yeah, coming to Dallas, just being around J Kidd, somebody who also can relate to me about being imperfect and having mistakes in their life and being able to redeem themselves and persevere and still answer to the naysayers. I know it's not easy for him. I know it's not easy for Luka, dealing with things throughout his life, being over in another country, trying to lead a franchise. So, and I could go down the list of every person that's dealing with something personal where they pushed it, to the side for the time being to sacrifice for the team to win. And I'm just right alongside that. And that's what Dallas has done for me, is just put the main thing in front of me, allow the big picture to manifest, and have fun doing it in the process. And
all this love and talk about Jason Kidd makes me wonder and think, how was there not a better connection with Nash? Because that was the whole point guard, greatness to greatness connection that they could have had in Brooklyn.
I don't know that. Kyrie obviously looked up to Kidd as a player when he was a kid. When Kyrie was younger, I think that's the main. Or it's a main point of it is that I don't know how much Kyrie cared about Steve Nash growing up. It's very possible he didn't care at all. Maybe he didn't like him as a player. I think that plays into it. There's no doubt the Jason Kidd factor's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Or maybe Nash had to go through the first time what Kidd had to go through in Milwaukee, and learn in Milwaukee and learn how to deal with people that he, in theory, should have been able to relate to and connect with and do sorts of things. I will say I think that there's more of an edge to Kidd than Nash, and there's still a little bit of an edge to Kyrie. Not that he's like he's evolved and he's a pretty level individual at this point, but there's still an edge to Kyrie that he connects with more with Kidd.
And then finally, there are many who are saying give the Mavs culture a lot of credit. Here's Kyrie Irving on what the Mavericks organization has meant and done for him.
I feel like it's a great chapter that's being written right now. I'm enjoying every step of the way. I'm not taking anything for granted. I'm enjoying the hot weather right now. I'm enjoying the Dallas community and the fans here. We talked about this early in the season, just how much I felt embraced. But I think it's going a little deeper than that. It's really helped me grow as a human being and find my peace out here. It's good to breathe fresh air, get outside. Seasonal depression is real when you're growing up in the North. I spent 12 years in the Eastern Conference, in 3 cold cities that deal with 4 seasons. So you come out here and you're able to get outside and ground yourself a little bit more and spend some time with your family, watch your kids run outside, and wife's happy. What they say about a happy wife. Happy life, so I don't take those things for granted. It comes with it and we're laughing about it, but on a serious note, I've just been able to grow and I understand that all these things don't happen without a lot of the work that goes unseen. Just doing the inner work, doing the spiritual work, and enjoying the game and putting that in perspective as well.
12 seasons in the North. Seasonal depression.
Seasonal affective disorder, something I've heard a lot about. SAD, SAD. It's depression that occurs during specific seasons. So, I mean, if you've ever lived up north, you know between October and May, you don't see the sun. It's just gray. All the buildings are gray. The sky is gray. The people are gray. Your mood is gray.
I love it.
Sunshine. That was the cure he just told. He was like, sunshine's a big part of this, guys.
Yeah. Nico and the sun. Nico Kid and the sun. Let's relive the legendary career and life of the great Larry Allen after the devastating news yesterday. We'll do it on the home of the Cowboys next. But maybe you have some devastating news.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
segment here brought to you by State of the Weight Loss, that's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Under 5 minutes left in the hand, and that's not in the air and picked off by Darian Connor. And Connor is inside the 40, the 30, and tackled Larry Allen. I can't believe it. This guy weighs 325 pounds. This guy's got a rocket booster strapped to his back. Look at this, folks. 6'3", 325 pounds. That's one of the most impressive athletic feats I have ever seen.
Great clip, legendary clip. Dan Dierdorf could not believe it. Larry Allen said that once in a film session, Hudson Houck yelled at him, Cowboys offensive line coach. He's like, what are you doing? You're not hustling back after an interception? And Larry said, I didn't want to get yelled at again. So a turnover takes place, and you had that legendary moment for everyone to see.
Man, Dan Dierdorf. What a callback. What a callback. What legendary times for us as kids, watching these guys, remembering these names from yesteryear. But, I mean, look, that's the one. Great players get coached. Great coaches coach great players. And you gotta be able to criticize. You got to be able to take it. That's something the kids don't do nowadays.
Bobby, we saw this developing yesterday with the text messages. Not confirmed enough to break on the air, but we tried to do our homework and send out the feelers. And then during KMC, the news broke Larry Allen tragically passing away while on vacation in Mexico at the age of 52.
Yeah, it's so upsetting, obviously, for a lot of people at the Cowboys who were really, really close with him. I mean, anybody who's been in that organization dating back to the years where Larry was there really loved him and felt like he was a special division. Larry had a hard life leading up to the NFL. So Larry got meningitis when he was 6 years old, almost, or 6 months or 6 weeks old, almost died as an infant because of it. He was stabbed 12 times when he was 10 years old, trying to defend his brother from a neighbor with a knife. He went to a different high school every year of his high school career. So he was at a different high school for freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year. Isn't academically eligible to play Division I football. The Packers, Brian's told this story before, the Packers and other teams failed him medically during the NFL draft and said, yeah, he's got a rotator cuff issue. He's not going to be able to hang around in the NFL. And Brian said every time they would go up there against the Packers, or the Packers would go against the Cowboys, he said Ron Wolf would go up to the team physician and say, hey, do you see that 73 down there on the field? He is going to kick our ass up and down the field all day today. And you told me he wasn't going to play football. And so, all right, yeah, Larry. But I said this yesterday to Brian. For those who didn't see Larry Allen play, when you talk about him, it sounds like you're exaggerating.
It's like Paul Bunyan.
For those who saw him play.
Peyton, who's Paul Bunyan?
No, stop.
What conference do you think he played in?
NFC.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, he played for the Packers. Went to Michigan.
When you explain him, when you talk about him and you use these superlatives and everything else, there are people today who didn't see him who think it sounds like an exaggeration. People who saw him, when they hear you describe him, they don't think you're saying enough. They think that you're falling short and your words are insufficient, because he is to offensive linemen everything that you can say about like Peyton Manning at quarterback. Like, he is arguably, stripped down of positional context, the greatest player in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. He is that dominant.
Larry Allen, parts of his Hall of Fame speech that I went and looked up yesterday.
On our first date, she cooked for me. She cooked me 2 chickens, French fries, baked me a cake, and gave me a 40-ounce. I knew then that was my wife right there. When I was a young boy, my little brother got into a fight, and I went to protect him. Growing up in Compton, California, so it was rough out there. So I was protecting my little brother. The guy, he was a little older than me. He ended up stabbing me. 3 months later, my mother said, I'm not raising any punks. So she made me fight this guy She said, you will fight him until you win. First day I lost. Second day I lost. The third day I finally won. That was one of the most valuable lessons I learned in my life. Never to back down from anybody.
I know you were laughing at the meal that his wife cooked. I was like, yo, man, you said you got stabbed. You didn't say you got stabbed 12 times.
No, he didn't go into detail.
Yeah, didn't go into detail. It was like, hey, if you get stabbed once, you get stabbed. You get stabbed 12 times, you get stabbed once.
It's the same event.
Right.
It was the same event for Larry in that situation. The 40 ounce is what sets us apart.
Legendary.
It's a legendary story.
His wife was humiliated as he was telling that. Like she tried to cover and hide.
I'm trying to think, like, because the first date meal cook.
Oh yeah, great topic.
It's it doesn't. I don't know how regular that is anymore at all. Like,
right.
Like you're half the time nowadays. First dates are on Zoom for Christ's.
I'm trying to remember just period the first meal that she cooked for me. I can't remember it. I have no recollection, no idea. I remember the first fast food post fight. That's when I was introduced to Jack in the Box, but I don't remember the first meal that she cooked.
It was for Sarah. It was like a broccoli stuffed chicken that she had gotten from like Sam's.
And you're still with her?
It was great. Oh, it's fantastic.
That she got from Sam's?
Like it was
like a rotisserie?
Yeah, no. It was in a package. It wasn't like
like the chickens, the two little mini chickens that come.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was one of those. It was fantastic. Loved it. I wanted seconds.
Chicken.
Yeah. I don't remember the first meal Chris made. I do remember the first meal I made for Kristen, which was like you had to give off the vibe like, look, I'm this progressive domestic homemaker, equal work, and then in reality, I was like, I'm never cooking again.
What was it?
Homemade Alfredo. Like I made the sauce and everything. Ooh. It was really good.
It was?
Mm-hmm.
Peyton, what was your SpaghettiOs for Mackenzie?
That was the first meal I made her was spaghetti and garlic bread. It wasn't SpaghettiOs, but it was spaghetti,
Okay. As you threw it Olive Garden to-go boxes.
Exactly. Angel hair pasta. And then she made me, it was actually quite delicious. It was chicken breast with like the panko breadcrumbs on top and then mashed potatoes.
Okay.
And she did all the work. I just sat back and that's the last meal she cooked for me, though.
First and last.
She pulled at me.
First and last. 877-881-1053 with your Larry Allen memories on the Franco injury attorney text line. And then yesterday, Emmitt Smith having a very, very hard time with the news that broke for the man who blocked for him up front.
I'm at a loss of words right now. Such a good dude. Great player. Super person. And with deaths, bad weather, all kinds of things swirling around, loss of my folks and other friends, just breaks my heart. And I know life is very fragile, and we're only here for a moment. And we need to make the best out of every moment and not take people for granted. The one thing about Larry Allen I know, he had a big heart, and he lived life to the fullest. A man of very few words, but on the football field was a beast. And will be sorely missed, and he's always missed because he never came back to any of our functions. I don't know if it's because he put football behind him and moved on, but my thoughts and prayers goes out to his family. My heart is just broken.
You know, it's there are some people at your place of work that when they retire, they'll stick around, and there's others that you'll never hear from again. And Larry was obviously the one that just wanted to never be heard from again.
Yeah.
Like Barry Sanders, you don't hear much from him. Just kind of wanted to go and just disappear and leave football. Like
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck. I don't even know what he's doing. But you just leave football behind or leave whatever craft you were doing behind. That's what Larry wanted to do.
I remember Nate Newton back in December when we were doing Cowboys Hour had told a story about the first time he was at practice with Larry Allen, and he was watching him with the second team, and he looked over at one of the coaches and went, is that guy a guard or a tackle? Because if he's a guard, if he plays my position, I'm in trouble. He's like, that dude is going to get on the field so fast. He's so dominant. Antonio Pierce, now the head coach of the Raiders, he was a linebacker for the Giants. I didn't grab this audio because it was difficult to hear it, but Antonio Pierce said that he used to be terrified of going up against Larry Allen and trying to avoid him. He said Larry Allen used to have that dip in his mouth, and he said he'd walk to the line of scrimmage and he would spit dip on the field in the direction to tell you, this is where I'm going. I'm letting you know where I'm going to block you, and if you want to come through here, you can.
The great John Randall told a story of what it was like to go up against Larry.
I still remember that. 692 pounds. When a man can bench press 692 pounds, that man can launch you. It's like going against a bear, man. I mean, he's just humongous. Man, he'll grab you, pick you up, and start laughing. And there's nothing you can do. It's like going against a car. You're trying to stop him, you're just sliding. I've seen him take linebackers, just drop him 20 yards. Not 5, not 10, 20 yards. And you go back in the huddle, that linebacker looking at you going, what am I supposed to do? Do the best you can.
Great clip.
Do the best you can. It's all you can do.
But we sit here, we talk about how difficult it is of like, can you move from guard to tackle? Can you move from tackle to guard? Can you switch from the left side to the right side? Which left side to right side or right side to left is actually a more difficult transition most of the time for guys. This is somebody who in 1997,
wiping your butt with the other hand.
1997, he was an first team All-Pro at right guard. 98, first team All-Pro at left tackle, switching sides and positions. And 99 was first team All-Pro at left guard. In 98, you're talking about a guy who gave up 1 sack all year. It was to Derek Thomas at left tackle. First time he had played the left side in the NFL, playing tackle for the first time in 5 years. He was about the rarest kind of individual.
98 season?
98 season, he had gone up against the guys he held without a sack that year, Simeon Rice, Kevin Green, Michael Strahan, Hugh Douglas, John Randall, who was playing defensive end that year. He was... That year, the Cowboys' offensive line gave up 18 sacks as a team.
It's
he
like
was...
that Revis year.
Yes. I was just thinking that.
The Revis year where he had like a list of all the receivers he was going up against. Check. And then none of them... just legendary names that he just ended.
It's a really easy case to make to say he's the greatest offensive lineman in NFL history.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. All the highlights and all the audio played on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Oh, man, we had some fights yesterday over Caitlin Clark. Pat McAfee in trouble for using the B word, and as Stephen A. Smith firing this woman off his show after she dared to talk back. More female fallout after this.
Get you over to number 1 Air championship season in DFW to celebrate. Number 1 Air is going to offer you free whole home surge protection when you buy a new AC system. That's right. You buy that new AC system from number 1 Air, dominating DFW customer service for over 30 years, and they're going to give you free whole home surge protection. That's right. Circuits go out, summertime, you never know what's going to happen. Protect your home and electronics. Enjoy a cool and comfortable summer with a new AC system from number 1 Air, guaranteed right, day or night, no overtime charges. That's right, they don't charge overtime. Not on weekends, not on holidays, not after hours. All the work's backed by a 100% money-back satisfaction guarantee. Trust number 1 Air with your heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical needs. I've used them for over a decade, as long as I've owned a home.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
5-3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The voice of the Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham, will join us at 7:20 to remember Larry Allen. Packed 9 o'clock hour on the Show of Wales. Brian Scalabrini will preview Celtics Mavs. And then Tank Lawrence's agent, the electrifying David Canter. Who knows what he's going to say. At 9:20 this morning, Corey Seager is going to be on the station at 3:20 with the Gag Nation. The Caitlin Clark story, it exploded even more yesterday. Pat McAfee decided to open his show with a Caitlin Clark PowerPoint presentation. You
ever made a PowerPoint?
Maybe once or twice. I can't remember.
I think once. College. Cotton Bowl.
You have to stand up there and present it.
It was in public speaking.
I didn't have to do any of that.
Yeah.
In homeschool.
No.
Yeah. Bobby just did his shadow puppets in his bed. In his bed to the ceiling. Yep. That was his PowerPoint. McAfee trying to give props. This was a pro Caitlin Clark idea, a pro Caitlin Clark segment.
Completely lost.
It kind of went the wrong way.
But I would like the media people that continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white for the Indiana team who is a superstar.
That's it. This one white, and he said the B word, which I was pretty stunned that he said it. This is when we try to have real conversations, real conversations.
Sometimes keeping it real goes wrong.
Yo, man, that's a bad bitch right there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, that's a bad mother effort. That's the way he was trying to have it come across, but he got destroyed. He got taken apart. His coworkers got taken apart, which Choppy will cover here momentarily, but McAfee smartly and quickly issued the retraction, going out on social media and saying, I should not have used white B as a descriptor of Caitlin Clark, no matter the context. Even if we're talking about race being a reason for some of the stuff happening, I have too much respect, 100% on me, and I apologize.
Did you think of it as that was the way that he was using it? Was more like, oh, that's a bad MF for there? Because I thought it was a reference. I thought he was basically callbacking to Carter, like her mouthing the words, calling her a B word. I thought it was more like that, like, if you call somebody a name and then they throw it back and say, oh yeah, well, this mother effer right here, like if you call him that, I thought that's what he was doing, because he had spent a lot of the segment talking about race and the Kennedy Carter like mouthing and hitting her and stuff like that. So I thought of it as more like a context callback to what she had said. But either way, I think
I thought the setup to the segment was like trying to, it was slowly propping her up. Mm-hmm. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened like 2 or 3 minutes beforehand. I thought it was clear that he was trying to defend her.
Yeah. That was the point of the segment, and I think context matters.
Of course,
in terms of this, especially. And
he's not saying this dumb B.
No. It's. I mean, he was. In his way, he was trying to use it as I don't want to say a term of endearment, but he was trying to use it as a.
That's
like
a bad
Luka.
That's a bad mother effer.
It's no different. And I think context does matter in that case.
We just never hear it used.
We don't hear it used,
especially from a male to a female.
Right. But I think that's what makes Pat I don't want to say appealing, but entertaining to the masses, that he talks like general public talks. Now, people on social media, like the elitists, and the people on social media in general, don't talk like that on social media. But when you go to
that's like Barstool.
When you go to your neighborhood, my neighbors, they talk like that. Like that's how they talk. And you can like it or not. That's the reality of the world, is that kind of talk is used.
Yeah. Our type of text message talk that we have.
Our text message talk. That's the kind of that kind of talk. That's, hey, look, it's not public. We didn't say it on microphone.
Yep.
Pat's mistake was that he said it on microphone.
Yeah, but I do think context, and I'm not saying y'all since, but the outrage reaction that was out there, I think the context matters of what was he talking about, or how was he presenting it. Did he use a vulgar, aggressive word? Sure, like it's a derogatory term. But it was said clearly in a tongue-in-cheek sort of.
Yeah.
This is the energy that's
But if
being
you
directed
didn't
her way
do
right
any
now.
homework, which 98% of people don't do, it's, here's a powerful, rich white man just thinking he can talk down to a female like that, and look at the way he referred to her. That's 97% of the way people react. He shouldn't have done it. It was a mistake, but by no means should this be a punishable offense. McAfee, I don't think, will or should get in any type of trouble. But what about
Shan just ripped our video.
Yeah, you know what? I take that back. Suspend his misogynistic ass.
My issue, though, is with people going after his cast. I'll just read some tweets here. Not a single man in that room told Pat, who openly called Caitlin Clark a white bee on national television, that he was wrong, that he shouldn't speak about Caitlin or any woman like that. What is even happening? We're cool with that, just for him to prove a point. Dave Zirin was a media member, is a social media guy. Pat called Caitlin Clark the B word. No one checked him. Sports media today is unrecognizable from the days of Bob Lee and Ralph Wiley. There are those like Monica McNutt who stand in that tradition, but the overarching environment is putrid. Dude, are you in society? Like, his cast is not going to check him.
Not everything is a cultural issue.
This to me
either.
is the genesis, basically. Maybe not it's a major reason between. I'm about to go down a bad rabbit hole. This is the whole Republican Democrat, like this is the essence.
Politics.
It's the essence of like the debate and the discuss between the two sides. A Republican would in many instances be like, yo man, this is the real world talk, okay? And the liberal would be like, oh my gosh, like he just used the B word. It doesn't matter the context, you can't go ahead. And that is the essence of why the two sides despise and hate each other's guts, because you're giving the public reaction that you should versus the real world talk that many have.
Like, how about this? You want the people in the room that are riding his coattails to go check him on national TV?
That's a separate, fascinating discussion.
I mean, it couldn't be me. I'll tell you that right now. If I'm one of those guys in that room that has got a free ride for the next X amount of years, I'm not saying a word, okay? And even if we were on the same level, okay, his views are not my views. When Bobby says something stupid, I don't take offense to it. I'm not going to say anything to Bobby. It's not my problem. It's his. You know, I'm in tech. We're all in text chain. Somebody has said something offensive in a text chain that we're on. I don't check that person. It's not my view. It's his or hers.
That's really
how I look at it.
That's interesting. Letting something go.
So I
live in my own bubble.
I might.
No, I know you're not going to say anything, but I'm like, if you like the other day when we were joking about the drinks that the brothers have.
Yeah, and
I felt like I needed to at least be like, whoa, that's not, I don't know. That's the way I would react to it. And that's the way I would have reacted to McAfee. If I was going to react as one of his underlings, I would have been like, whoa. That's all I would have been like, oh.
An exclamation of, hey, just so y'all know, I thought that was a little aggressive.
Exactly. Not, Pat, don't do that. Pat, you can't use that word. Or maybe if you are really tight with me, like, well, Pat, the internet's going to come for you on this. I know what you were saying, but this the way, that type of reaction to like not just let silence rule.
And I understand the idea behind.
We got killed for that, I think, in interviewing Ditka. I think.
Oh yeah, because he was talking about Kaepernick and we didn't say anything. It's like it's his.
I don't know.
It was his take.
If someone comes on the air and says something like crazy racist and totally completely unacceptable, I do feel like as the interviewer you have to acknowledge it and maybe even challenge it versus letting it go. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's a fascinating topic.
Yeah, I think that
because you're co-signing, it's the Twitter version of unless I speak up and challenge you, I'm going along with your thoughts.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bob.
Wait, no, what did I've told the story before and I mentioned him yesterday, Randall Cobb, that when I had asked Randall Cobb a question about, are you saying that you guys were lacking passion because of something he had said during a post-media scrum, he went, don't do that. That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth, yada, yada. And when it got done, I was like, wow, I genuinely did not mean to offend. And when I went over there and talked to him, he was like, you're good, you're fine. Cameras are on me, and if I do anything other than shut it down aggressively, it's going to be viewed as I am tacitly supporting it.
Yes.
And so that's why it's important at times, like you say, to either make some sort of an expression of like, oh gosh, that was That's a little much.
What happened on First Take yesterday? Monica McNutt and Stephen A. Smith, along with Shannon Sharp. Who would like to recap this 40-minute debate that they had?
I can't. So they were, in general, the quick summary of what led up to this was they were talking about the discourse around the WNBA and the Caitlin Clark discussion and how she's being treated by the rest of the league. And Stephen A. was taking the, how are you going to shoot yourself in the foot like this, WNBA? How are you going to allow yourself to have this happen? And boy, the whole league going after. And Monica McNutt came at it from the perspective of, well, it's not everybody. And kind of the Pete DeBoer, Tim Kalishaw line of like, hey, if you haven't been paying attention to it or covering it, you don't really have a position to speak about how the rest of the league operates and acts. And that's where they got a little tense.
Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest
How about being a black man? Being black.
Hold on 1 second. So this is what I'm saying to y'all, though, and I know we got to go to break, and we didn't necessarily go there, and maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. No. And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are going to say and Stephen A., I know you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right. Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Ooh. Wow.
All right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you say
you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen
us?
I'm talking to you.
Wow.
Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
Wow. And they're like, see ya. She'll be banished. You never hear. That's why Max Kellerman was trending yesterday.
Oh, is that why?
That's why Max Kellerman was trending.
Why? Was there some sort of social issue that he was grandstanding on? Or,
no, there was he's going to get rid of her just like he got rid of Max. And then Stephen A. went out on his podcast and basically it's coming across to some.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's like, who created you, Monica?
Yeah, and all you women.
Yeah, the bargaining. Listen, women.
Basically saying all the names on ESPN, all the female names, I basically gave birth to. I put you on. I gave you the platform. I gave you the spotlight. It's coming across like I created you to some, when Stephen A. is really trying to say I focus and emphasize and include women more than any other national show that's out there. So that's what blew up.
It did. Now, look, is she right that they could have been talking about it? Sure,
No.
but what was it compelling about it
she's
before?
not right.
Well, no, they could have been, but what was compelling about it
Nothing.
before?
That's why you don't talk
That's
about
the problem.
it.
And that's the same thing with golf pre-Tiger. Tiger Woods was compelling. The sport of golf was not compelling.
True.
But Tiger Woods was.
This
was
lack
the
of
story.
awareness, man. Like, you don't have to kiss Caitlin Clark's ass. Man, just be aware. When something comes into your life or someone comes into your company that saves everything and is the difference maker, don't be ignorant to it. That's what Angel Reese is. That's what some of these other players are. Like, yo, you're being talked. See, instead of being like, we're now being talked about this because it's, oh no, we should have been talked about this prior. And if you believe you should have been talked about to this prior, you're delusional. You're delusional. Stop. You don't have to kiss her rear end and roll out the red carpet. You can initiate haze, give elbows. Just be a little aware.
Yeah.
Just for real.
It's like they don't even listen to the Get Right. It's like they have no awareness of what's been going on these airwaves for 2 years. We've been talking about it.
877-881-1053. We talked about what went wrong with Kyrie in Boston. Let's relive what went wrong with Porzingis in Dallas as we continue to preview the finals next on Sean and RJ.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt going on 14 years strong. We got Pepe and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, will join us at 7:20 to talk about the passing of Larry Allen and this disappointing, frustrating Cowboys offseason. But at 6 o'clock, we relived why the massholes are going to be so mean to Kyrie Irving. Kyrie's time as a Boston Celtic. Now let's recap what y'all remember about Porzingis here and what type of treatment you think he is going to get.
Like medical treatment on a knee or something?
Went and dug up some old audio from when Kristaps sat down with J.J. Redick. This is the Old Man and the Three podcast, and he talked about what went wrong here as a Mav.
It's a big mix of things, you know. It's a big mix of things. Maturity, for sure, you know. I'm talking about what I could have done better. And then I wasn't that much into analytics and numbers. Like if somebody, I think, at that stage of my career presented it to me the right way and said, you know, this is what we need to do, this is what we need from you, you're going to be way more effective doing this, like kind of explain it to me better. I think that would have made a difference a little bit.
You know, that's Kyrie-esque to me. He's talking about maturity. He sounds at peace, not really bitter. So maturity, and then he's talking about Carlisle. He is talking about the failure, in his opinion, of Rick Carlisle to explain the three-point shot and analytics the way that Rick thought that KP needed to be used.
That is, that's an interesting thing there, because I know in baseball, like one of the most important aspects of the analytics side is communicating to the players why.
Yeah.
Like if you want them to buy into something, you can't just tell. You can't. This is any job, any kids, whatever. You can't just tell them to do something and expect them to. You got to explain.
Phil Jackson had to explain to Michael why you have to pass.
Right. You've got to. You have to explain to people. And
why is this offense taking the ball out of my hands a smart thing?
Yeah. Can you communicate in terms that they respect understand, whatever. Why it's important that you're doing this. Not just to do it, but why it's important to do it. So it's a huge part.
That's why Sanjay Law got run off as the Cowboys receivers coach a couple years ago, is that he had trouble communicating to the receivers why when they would ask why. And it was a sort of apparent thing, just like, because I said so. And players were like, no, you got to tell me why we're doing it this certain way, because it doesn't make sense to me. But I do think it's important. It's a good point, Sean, that when you hear it, it sounds very similar to Kyrie in that even when he makes the statement about maturity, he stops down to go, and I'm talking about me. What could I have done better? Yeah. Like he takes ownership of it and says, I needed to be more mature.
Yeah. That doesn't fly anymore where you just say, because I said so.
Right.
You know, the players today, kids today, they want to know why. And I actually like that. I think that's a good thing. You should want to know why you're doing something.
Josh Rosen syndrome.
Yeah. I think it allows you to buy into things more. And it allows you to see if the person that's telling you to do something is a moron or not.
The follow-up from Redick to Porzingis, was there a measuring contest at times between you and Luka?
Early on, for sure.
Yeah.
Early on, for sure. But I think we both tried to make it work, you know? It's just, I think communication, like maturity, communication on both of our parts should have been better.
And then Redick was only there for a cocaine heartbeat. He was there with 2 months. And JJ relays this story, an observation that he had of Luka and KP on the bench.
We were playing a game in Memphis, and Rick called a timeout, and Luka sat down. We had the 5 seats on the floor, and Luka sat down in one of the seats and was doing the Luka thing, you know, that he does, where he's mumbling a bunch of words, and it's clearly out of anger. We don't really know what he's saying, but he's, you know, saying things, and Rick takes him out of the game, and Luka reacts or whatever, and he's now like 10 feet away, and Rick was like, "Would you guys stop being babies?" And you go, "Why don't you tell Luka to stop being a baby?" And Rick goes, "Hey, Luka, stop being a baby." And I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
I like it. There's something there. There's something there.
There's something there. So that was Redick just observing them.
And I went and looked at a map. I was like, is there a Latvian, Slovenian rivalry? Were they, old Yugoslavian countries that were split up? And they're on the complete opposite side of Europe. Slovenia is like on the kind of
you check though
Austrian, Italy, Aegean Sea border or Adriatic, whatever. And Latvia, couldn't be further away. It's up damn near Norway and Estonia. Like we're on complete opposite sides of the continent.
It makes sense though. Like when you think about what was Kristaps Porzingis' nickname in New York? He's the unicorn. He's so unique. He's so special. Yeah. This is the franchise, and he felt like in a market that the biggest media market in the world, where he was a superstar that rookie year, and people were talking about this is the potential new face of the league to go to. I've got legal accusations against me. I shredded my knee. I haven't been able to play basketball in a year. People are selling my stock, and I get here, and now here's the guy that I was a couple of years ago, and I'm supposed to defer to him. Nope.
I wonder who had the bigger Robin problem: Kyrie with LeBron, Porzingis with Luka, and Kobe. Kobe wanted to be Batman.
Well, I think with Kyrie with LeBron was already in the GOAT conversation by the time Kyrie got there. LeBron had been in the league, 10 years?
Yeah,
Porzingis been in the league too.
Porzingis I can understand a little bit more because he's saying, "Who's this kid?" I've been in this league, I've done things, and I've been in this position. Kyrie was just, he wanted to take the crown from somebody.
Rangers, Tigers, yesterday right here on your home of the World Series champs, and the bats did not come through again, but it was a Texas bat that won the game.
And he's almost to that point. Here comes pitch number 36 tonight, swinging a high fly ball deep out into left field. Langford is going back on this at the track, at the wall. He leaps and can't get it. It is beyond his reach, and a home run for Jake Rogers. It's his third of the season, and he's tied this game at 1.
West Texas kid, lives in Frisco. All the family there. Jake Rogers, the number 9 hitter for Detroit, responsible for all the runs as Nathan Eovaldi and the Rangers lose to, Nathan Eovaldi, Jose Leclerc. And the Rangers lose to Detroit 2-1.
They lose to Rogers. 3 catchers this year have multi-home run games against the Rangers. Langoliers, Darno, and now Rogers.
He's great.
All 3 of them basically single-handedly winning their game for their respective teams, A's, Braves, Tigers, against Texas. 25% of all Ranger home runs allowed this year have been to catchers, 15 out of 60. This is not. It's not like you've got these are like all world offensive catchers in the sport today. There's some good ones. There's no doubt about it. Like Sal Perez is still hitting. He is still out there hitting. There's still plenty of them, but it's not the greatest position from an offensive standpoint in the sport.
Should be a good enough pitching performance though, even with 2 home runs to win that game. And I mean, you let Simeon leads off that game with a home run. And you're like, all right, we're feeling good.
Yeah.
0 for 7 with runners in scoring position yesterday. You get. I'm going to look this up during the break here. I wonder how many times you have a team that hits a home run, a triple, a double, and gets 8 hits in a baseball game and scores 1 run.
And Detroit had 4 hits. 2 hits apiece, though, for Simeon Seager and Wyatt Langford. Is the Wyatt train getting rolling? Corey Seager will be on today with the G-Bag Nation, a very rare interview. Seager on at 3:20. And Choppy, Blake Snell, and Jordan Montgomery, 2 big offseason pitching names. Of course, we care about Montgomery more than Snell. They admitted maybe they made a mistake.
Yeah, to Bob Nightingale, USA Today. Now, Snell just went on the IL again. He left his start over the weekend with a lower body, like a hamstring groin sprain or pull. They really missed not having a spring training. So far in the year, Jordan Montgomery 3-3 with a 5.48 earned run average. Snell, like I said, going on the DL for the second time this year. He's 0-3 with a 10.42 ERA. That was going into the Sunday start that he had with the Yankees, and here he is going on the IL again and basically saying, you know what, spring training's kind of important.
Should we flush our anger and frustration that the Rangers didn't bring back Montgomery? And this is like, oh, they were right, or impossible to judge because of his offseason?
I think it's difficult to judge because of the offseason. There's no way to know what these pitchers do from October or November as it was until spring training. I assume a lot of them are doing work in the offseason. I know, like Derek Holland, for example, when he's not rehabbing his Tommy John, I mean, he throws quite a bit. He's thrown a lot of bullpens throughout the year, trying to stay in shape, trying to get ready. But, and especially if you're a free agent looking for that next job, next contract, you're going to want to do that anyway. But it's different between throwing on the side with a buddy in a parking lot like you're Matt Bush and being in spring training where you have constant strength and conditioning and stuff.
The Cowboys are so big that it was a split discussion after Justin Jefferson got paid yesterday, 4 for $140, and then everyone said, okay, but what about CeeDee Lamb? Adam Schefter was asked about that on McAfee.
Jerry Jones made a reference earlier this offseason to the fact that the Cowboys wanted to get a deal done with CeeDee Lamb, but CeeDee Lamb was in no rush to get that deal done. And the reason that CeeDee Lamb wasn't in any rush to get a deal done was because of the deal today. Well, the deal today is now done. And if you look at their numbers side by side, yes, CeeDee Lamb played more games due to Justin Jefferson's injuries, but the numbers are comparable. Do I think CeeDee Lamb is as good as Justin Jefferson? No. Do I think he's going to get that contract? No. But how far south of Justin Jefferson is CeeDee Lamb going to get? And I think that's why he was waiting for this deal to come in. $35 million a year average, $110 million in guarantees. I think all of us could sit here today and debate what we think the value of CeeDee Lamb should and would be. And again, I think we'd all agree it would be south of Justin Jefferson, but how much south? And that's the question. And that's now left up to CeeDee Lamb and the Dallas Cowboys to go figure out.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem now you run into is Tyreek Hill is already sounding like he wants another contract. And if Tyreek Hill goes, well, I'm going above Justin Jefferson's number. And the longer you wait with these leaves to fall, how much more do you end up pushing to, well, even Jefferson's number at this point becomes a little bit obsolete because other contracts have been done. Tyreek Hill's not better than Justin Jefferson, and Tyreek Hill got paid more money. So the logic would follow that I should be able to get more money because the market has changed. So to me, it's just get it done. I think he wanted around Justin Jefferson's money. I think that's what they were asking for.
And if he did, we should let the Cowboys off the hook, as you mentioned last night, for this delaying.
If CD was waiting, truly waiting for Justin Jefferson, well, you can't blame the Cowboys at all. Now you could say,
or if he was asking for 35,
right? Yeah, or if you could say, like, the Cowboys could have done, well, they could have just paid him what he wanted and they would have gotten the contract done, but nobody would have been on board with that.
Right.
You don't want to pay him $35-40 million.
No.
So like I think this is the leaf that Jerry was looking for, or the CD was looking for primarily. Now they know where to go off of.
The problem is if you signed the deal last year, if you get 26. It done before it lasts, it could be 28 potentially.
Let's talk about all the Cowboy contracts and the legendary career of Larry Allen, who passed away yesterday. We'll do it with the voice of America's team. Brad Sham joins us next on Sean and RJ. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Ask Reddit. Brian brought us his favorite segment is coming up in a little bit here during the commercial-free Expressway on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And, of course, the crushing news yesterday that legendary Dallas Cowboy and NFL player Larry Allen passed away at the age of 52 while on vacation in Mexico with his family. Sent a text to Brad Sham to find out what he knew. And we wanted to just go ahead and highlight the life and career of Larry with the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Brad. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us.
You bet.
What thoughts and reminiscing have you been doing about Larry Allen since you heard the news?
You know, the first thing is just too young because he's very much involved with his family, but that's already happened. So then you start thinking about an amazing player. Clearly the best offensive lineman in the Cowboys' history, and that's saying something. And I think if you tried to put together a fantasy offensive line of all time, I think he'd be on it. I think, and you could probably move him to whatever position you wanted other than center. Larry was a really uncomplicated man, a really generous spirit. I'll just tell you a couple of quick little stories that I think encapsulate him. I believe it was the first year that Barry Switzer was the coach, and there were some problems. They had a new offensive line coach, Frank Verducci. They had a new offensive coordinator. There were some things that they were trying to do in the running game, and they weren't kind of getting them through to the offensive linemen. And obviously, I wasn't in this meeting, but as the story goes, they kept saying, Larry, if you'll just do this, if you'll make this move, if you'll do this, and then and Larry finally said, Coach, and I'm going to edit this for obvious reasons, but Larry finally said, Coach, all I'm trying to do is mess somebody up. All he wanted to do, you know, we're getting all excited about BB trying to dirt people. Yeah, Larry just wanted to break a man's spirit and make him cry. I saw once in training camp in Austin, the Cowboys had a cornerback named Mario Edwards. His son played as a defensive end for many years. And Mario Edwards was 5'10", 180 pounds, and this was in the days when they actually played serious full pads tackle football in practice in training camp. So they run, Larry, I think, is playing on he's probably playing left guard, and they run a toss outside, so Larry pulls. So Edwards' job in this play is to run force from right corner, 5'10", 180. And Larry pulls. Larry gets out in front of everybody, and he's drawn a bead on Mario Edwards, and I'm not even exaggerating. Mario Edwards made a complete U-turn. He saw Larry coming. He said, "I don't think so." And he turned around and ran the other way. It was really something. But Larry didn't want to be more than he was. There was a time somewhere around 98 or 9, there was, I'm going to say, a leadership void. It may not have been quite a void within the player ranks. They were trying to improve things internally. And Troy Aikman spent one day after practice, this I did see, he must have spent 10 minutes talking to Larry, and nobody could hear him. And I asked Aikman later, what was that all about? And he said, I'm just trying to get Larry to take over the team because it's his team if he wants to. And that's really not what Larry was all about. He'd help any player. He was a generous teammate. And, Sean, I think the nicest thing, the greatest compliment you can pay a player is that he wants to be a good teammate, and his teammates like playing with him. Yes. And that was Larry. And he was just a really unusual player, and it's 30 years on, 25 years on, so people have to look at a couple of, they see the Saints play where he runs down the linebacker from 50 yards. But Larry was a freak. I saw him get thrown by Reggie White, by the way, his rookie year.
No.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, he didn't step right onto the field as the anointed one. Reggie White threw guys, and he, hooked him with his right arm, got up under his arm, and picked him up and threw him. Now, that only happened once, and I think Larry learned a lot from that. And the other thing I'll tell you is that, his background. He had a tough childhood. He went to several high schools and a couple of small colleges before he went to Sonoma State, but they were really on him. Larry Lacewell was running the draft, and Hudson Houck was the offensive line coach, one of the best ever. And so Larry's dropping through the first round, and they want to take him in the second round, and they know what they've seen on tape. And they can't believe that he's still there as the first round goes on and the second round starts. And Lacewell told me, he said, I grabbed Houck, and we went back into a film room because I said, we got to look at some more tape. We got to be missing something. How is this guy sitting there? What are we missing? And they looked at a little more tape and decided they weren't missing anything, and they took maybe the best draft choice in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, I think it was during Larry's speech when he said Reggie threw him, and he's like, I went in the weight room. He's like, I did it legally.
Yeah, and he did. He did.
And he said he got drug tested twice a week after the 700 pounds. Then he got drug tested twice a week by the league. But that Reggie White moment, he said, I've never been dominated, and I had to go ahead and fix that.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah, and he did.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Okay, let's go back to that rookie year, because you mentioned that, that rookie year, he wasn't the anointed one right away, and Reggie did throw him. But was there a moment in, training camp that the team looked and was like, oh, yeah, we got something here. We made the right choice?
I don't know if there was one light bulb moment, but I think for players and coaches, and again, the world was different. We're not talking about the underwear Olympics of now. I mean, they were in pads, and they were hitting, and you could tell pretty quick this was just a different cat.
Brad, it's funny when we talk about the perspective of the Cowboys and the 49ers and the big rivalry that they had in the 90s and all those great players and all these different players that make the difference. When you talk to guys from that 94 team and they talk about losing that NFC title game in San Francisco and how critical it was, almost universally, a lot of them come back and say, if Larry doesn't roll his ankle, we win, because Troy doesn't take a beating like he did that day. Larry, and that was as a rookie, where you've got these two teams full of Hall of Famers, and that's just the type of player that Larry was, that people are saying, hey, rookie Larry Allen, if he doesn't turn his ankle, he's the difference in what ended up being a 10-point game. That's how critical and important he was to things functioning when he was out there.
Yeah, because he just changed the tempo. He changed the tenor. He put a little fear in defensive players on the other side. Plus, just from a strategic standpoint, Bobby, you had to account for him. So you had to change your rushing scheme a little bit, and you had to figure out who were you going to sacrifice, and because whoever he was. People, I'm sure, have seen a couple of clips online since yesterday of John Madden just giggling over what Larry was doing to opponents in front of him, and that you could just see that, and the opponent had to account for it somehow.
Yeah, we're talking with Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned how he put fear in the hearts of defensive players. We were obviously going through yesterday and grabbing clips of different guys, and I mean, Pro Bowl players, guys who were Pro Bowlers in this league, Justin Tuck, Antonio Pierce, Takeo Spikes, John Randall, they're all talking about, this was somebody who scared you. Antonio Pierce was like, I was always wanting to get in the mix with things, and I didn't want the smoke. I got out of the way when Larry Allen was there. Takeo Spikes talked about getting just ripped in the film room for bear crawling away from Larry Allen when he was worried he was going to get pancaked. I mean, it's something where these players, the way they talk about him, he was like essentially the Grim Reaper for guys in the front seven. They were terrified of him.
Yeah, and the way that lineman talked about offensive lineman talked about Reggie White, it only took a couple of years, and that's how guys were talking about Larry. I saw another one last night. Remember, Parcells thought that it was time for him to put his own imprint on the team, and so he let Larry go after a kind of a dramatic training camp where he seemed to be picking on Larry every day, and Larry wasn't lining up with the first team, and so Larry winds up playing his last 2 years in San Francisco. And I saw a clip last night of I think it was a former tight end talking about when Larry was a 49er, and he's in a locker room fight with Vernon Davis one day.
Oh, God.
And this 49er says, okay, I come in, now I've got to pick sides. And he said, I can't let my guy, Vernon Davis, just be abused. And then he saw it was Larry, and Larry was serious about it. And the guy said, I just had to let it happen.
Brad Sham, join us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, Cowboys off season. Is it as bad as everyone thinks, in your opinion, or are we kind of overreacting?
Can we split the difference, RJ?
Sure.
Somewhere in the middle? I mean, you can't, on paper, going into training camp, I don't see a way in the world you can say they're a better team than they were last year. Now, Jimmy Johnson famously said to me once, I don't have to be better than I was last year. I just have to be better than everybody else is next year.
Right.
And I've never forgotten that. But they took away 8 pretty good, anywhere from pretty good to great players, and they, except for the middle linebacker, they really haven't replaced him. Now, Zimmer will be a plus, I think, but the players play the game. And then I think I don't understand exactly what their approach has been with the Prescott contract. Just as a fan reacting, since for 46 years now they have not included me in their financial discussions and player personnel decisions. Looking at it from the outside, the one thing you always say about this management team is they are really good at business. Nobody beats them at business.
Yes.
So the absence of a longer contract for Prescott seems to me to have taken money away, at least for this year, from what they could have put on the field. And that makes me question, well, just leaves questions open. And the questions are open because he's going into year without a contract, and so are the other two quarterbacks, to say nothing of the head coach. So those things, I don't have a question about how Dak will perform, approach his job. He'll be Dak, and he'll probably be better than he was last year. But all of that stuff leaves unsettled things. Now, we're sitting here talking on the 4th of June. You get a new contract for C.D. Lamb, and next thing you know, things can change a little bit. But the perception is what you're talking about, and it's not good.
Yeah.
And I really honestly think that if Jerry Jones had not said the words all in, they could have had the exact same off season, and the public and media vitriol would have been significantly less, in my opinion. Soon as he said that, we all know what we thought that meant. And that turned out not to be what he thought it meant. And he's now paying the price. They are paying the price for it in the measure of exactly the kind of very fair question that you're asking. And so now we'll just go to camp and see how some of these young players play.
Does it matter that Mike was not at the start of OTAs?
Which year's emotional scale are we applying? This is a different time. I will say, in fairness, and you guys know better than anyone else, that I was all in for him. And I would have taken him in a heartbeat, and they did. And one of the reasons that he was available were there were some red flags raised by reports of how he behaved in the locker room and that kind of thing. I thought McCarthy said something last week at his OTA press conference that was telling, and I agreed with it, and that is there are things, and I'm not quoting him exactly, but the gist is there are things about leadership when you're going to talk as much as he talks on his own, then there are certain leadership things that you do to make sure you're living your life, that you are walking the walk when you are talking the talk.
Yep.
Now, and because now people start saying, well, he's really not very effective at the end of big games. And I don't know if that's true, because that was a rap on DeMarcus Ware, and I thought that was really shady. But it's not bad that he's not there in terms of just the pure football part of it.
Yeah.
It's not good, in my opinion, from the team part of it. I want everybody there.
Well said. Only you could tell those types of Larry Allen stories, and they were incredible. Thank you for the time this morning, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, on the D&M Leasing Hotline on your home of America's team. It's Tuesday. It's Expressway. It's commercial-free every day. It's Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube if you want to answer some of these questions with us. This is Ask Reddit. It's every Tuesday where we go through the most viral questions being asked over on the Reddit forum. RJ Choppy, we're going to start with you.
All right, sir.
RJ, what do you wish your partner did more often?
Oh.
Well, why do you have these dangerous questions?
Yeah, well, she would say for me,
I don't choose how viral the questions went this week, Sean.
She would say for me, listen. She wish I would listen more. I you know me. I'm not looking at you. I don't know a word. Not looking.
Yeah, but what do you say?
What do I say about her?
Yeah.
I wish she slept with the same amount of clothes on that I do. The amount of time she crawls into bed with a suit of armor on, okay, known as a hoodie and pants. It blows me away, because I know the moment that she gets into bed with a hoodie on, I have zero chance of relations. Zero. But my chances of that 1,000% coincide to the amount of clothes that she gets into bed with.
Have you ever succeeded? in reversing those fortunes.
That's illegal, I think.
No, not that.
That's illegal.
I mean, in terms of just, have you ever like, hey there, like done a little cuddle up thing or just like one of those?
I've tried, but here's the thing: when she's got her hoodie on, I start sweating if I'm trying to cuddle up to her.
Yeah.
So I don't even. I've given up.
That makes sense. Peyton, I'll give you time, Sean, because you're always the one who needs time.
So mine, I was gonna go with the laundry joke for Mackenzie, but I'll go with cleaning the drains. They're clogged.
More cleaning.
They're clogged because of her hair. The shower drain, the sink drain. I get to do that stuff. No.
Have you already had to unclog?
The sink and drain, once. I've already had to do it.
I wish that I'm trying to figure out, and I need to figure out so I don't get in trouble.
I'm on the real.
I need my wife to just accept, not appreciate, accept like nicer things I try to do for her. It's like a resistance, or she's just like maybe not used to it. But hey, can I get you this plate of food? No, I'll get it myself. Can I do this for you? Here you go. I'm gonna skip my nap so you can take yours. And it's just not it's not landing. It's like she can't accept those types of really nice gestures. And it's like, well, why don't you just take a nap? And I'm like, no, I'm offering, like, this is a nice, kind thing I'm trying to do. And it's like, no, you go take a nap. It's not the warm and fuzzies that I'm looking for. I've never, and I told her the other day, I've never met anyone who is so resistant to these nice, kind acts being given to them. It's just weird. I think
does she think there's an ulterior motive behind it?
No. I just don't think she's used to it. Like, there's some people who are, cold. She's a ice pop.
214. Just relax and take a day off to chill alone. Over on the Twitch, the Sethnicity says back rubs. So those are some of the answers over there. I don't have an answer. My wife's perfect, and no. What's actually, honestly, with her, it's probably she has a tendency to. I wish when I bug her, when I do something that bugs her, I wish she would tell me when it bugs her. Like the problem is she tries to
just.
Think
you can tell?
No. Here's the thing. She will try to. All right, let me just push that down and power it. That's something that bugged me, but we're busy right now. I don't have time to address this sort of. And then there'll be some of them that build up. And then I find out I hurt your feelings a week ago.
Yeah, but that's all people in general, right? Like
I feel like I put it out there pretty quick if somebody's made me upset.
You say every little thing that she does?
No. But if there's something that's a legitimate disagreement and a legitimate frustration, or like I said, if I've hurt her feelings when I'm joking about something and I don't realize it hurt her feelings,
right?
I wish she would say it then, because it makes me feel bad when a week later I find out, there are like 3 things I've done this week that hurt your feelings and I didn't find out about.
Yeah, but then what happens? Then what happens is she brings up what hurt her feelings, and you're like, "That's stupid. It's invalid." And then she goes, "Well, that's why I can't say anything to you." That's what happens in my house when it's, you bring it up. My feelings are valid. And I'm like, no, not all feelings are valid if they're dumb. It just has no basis. And then it's like, well, that's why I don't bring up anything to you. That's why I don't say it.
It's fair enough.
And that's what would happen in your house. Because you wouldn't say, you know what, Kristen, you're heard. You know what, Kristen?
You're heard.
I accept that. That landed with me. That's not happening with you.
I feel like I'm generally pretty good though about if it has genuinely.
Your eyes roll more than anyone than since the I'm not going to say that. It was the kid I went to in college.
Then Will Chambers drinking a girly drink out at the bar.
Yeah.
I feel like generally if I've actually hurt her feelings, like I feel bad enough that I at the very least want to clarify without turning it into like a debate.
Okay.
Like I want to say, okay, well let me make you feel better about that, even if I disagree. I ultimately try to explain it.
All right, that's good.
All right, Sean. What sucked as a child but is awesome as an adult?
What sucked as a child but awesome as an adult? Brussels sprouts? I don't know.
Sleep. Sleep. Daytime sleeping is awesome.
That's the only answer.
As an adult.
I don't think there's anything that is better as an adult than as a child except for naps.
I mean, you could make the argument just doing nothing. Staying home and not having anything to do is great.
My Monday through Friday is better. Like, I hated school. I would rather go to a job and then do what I want the rest of the day versus go to school. I hated schoolwork. And then you're being told what to do. You're limited on things. I would say my Monday through Fridays as an adult, I would pick that over childhood.
801 says early bedtime. 214 says beer. That's a good answer there.
Early bedtime. Oh, gosh, yes.
469, your parents. Yeah, your relationship with your parents, I think, tends to get better, or it goes the completely opposite direction the older that you get. A home-cooked meal, says the 817. Peyton, what do you have?
Mine is showering. It's simple. As a child, I hated showering, hated having to go in the shower, get clean. But now it's like I could do it 3 or 4 times a day if I didn't have to pay for the water bill.
Oh, to me, showering like Choppy is a chore. It's a nuisance. It's such a chore.
What time did you shower yesterday, by the way?
What time?
Yeah.
As soon as I got home from the gym. So what? 12ish.
Sourdough bread in those shorts yesterday. So what's your? You say the naps? That's your one.
It's naps for me.
All right. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Frankel and Frankel.
Staying up late, I would change to my answer. Like
it's better to stay up late.
No, it's worse now.
Oh yeah.
If it's 11 o'clock or 11:30, I'm like I'm gonna be punished in the morning.
Yeah.
But I have 2 infants basically.
Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what is something that instantly killed the crush you had on someone?
Man, so I think it was back in 6th grade, and I had told my buddies, okay, I have a crush on this girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they thought it'd be funny to leak it to her. So now she knew and her friends knew, and she confronted me about it, and I just ultimately head between my legs embarrassed about it, and that just killed it because I can't like her anymore. Like it's out there. She knows, my plan is ruined, and so that killed it for me. Had to like someone else.
Saw a girl light up a cigarette. I was like, nope. It's done. It just it shifts it for me. Or a lot of times, and I know what this is what it is for a lot of people. They just say something about a worldview or something that you realize, oh, that's just completely counter to how I view things.
That's mine. Politics.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of times it's not even a political thing. It's just maybe they said something about a way that you raise children or the way that you do this or that. And I was just like, oh, okay, you are not somebody I would be interested in any longer.
You're a female with an opinion? You're out. That's Bobby.
Not Stephen A.
You use your vote, you're out.
Use your vote.
I think if you treat service people poorly, like that's an instant turnoff. Like if you're at a restaurant and you're just kind of rude to the wait staff when it's sometimes a lot of times it's not their fault. Like
I'm glad you weren't with me at McDonald's the other day. Woo! I forgot that in best and worst of the weekend. Oh, I had to take Ollie inside.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
That's frustrating in its own right.
They parked me over for like 20 minutes and we're gonna bring it out. The car after me gets some food, then the car after me, then the car after me. Instead of taking it out, I got a little bit mad with the delivery kid. Then I was like, it's not his fault. I'm gonna snatch up my 3-year-old and I'm gonna walk in and take it out on the person whose fault it is. Right. And maybe it wasn't the GM's fault, but hey, comes with the territory.
That comes with the territory.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the people. It's taking it out on people who it's not their fault. Like if you call up customer service, it may not be the customer service's fault why your internet's out, right? Like just there's a chain of command there, and just that to me is a turn.
AF Pimentel 12 on the Twitch says vaping. They would not be into Jacob.
Or G-bag.
214 says, or 972 says when you find out her body count. 682 when she said she hated sports. 940 Valley Girl voice. That's the one that did it for the 940.
Oh yeah.
That one doesn't bug me nearly as much.
Have you dated or talked with anyone?
I've been interested in girls who have the Valley Girl voice, and it didn't bug me really. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what insult deeply hurt you that you won't forget?
This is so good.
Nothing.
No way.
I've never been insulted once in my life. I don't care enough.
How to eat your Italian food?
Yes, that could be it. How to eat my Italian food. I don't take anything seriously enough to be insulted by it.
Oh my gosh.
That's not true. You still have feelings, sir. I'm sure you've got your feelings hurt by a crack from there's got to be one that hit you.
I'm sure there has been. It didn't stick with me.
I got a good one. My mother, who is a saint.
Mm-hmm.
I had some issues with my brother that I blame him and his wife for during my wedding weekend. Choppy was there.
I blame him too.
And when I was flying back, it was just a nightmare and a catastrophe. Ollie was, I don't even know how old he was. He's a year. and it was just a nightmare. Weather delays, cancellations, had to get a hotel. My mother texted me, that's what karma does. That's the worst thing, and maybe the only thing she's ever said to me. I'll never, ever forget that. She goes, that's what karma does.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I'll always keep scoreboard on that. And then Trayvon Diggs saying, you weird for that. That threw me off. That didn't hurt me. That scrambled my mind. But Trayvon saying, you weird for that.
I'm not weird.
After my
You're
Micah
weird.
Parsons stuff. But no, my mother saying karma. Woo! That was the worst.
Peyton, what's an insult you won't soon forget?
Anytime you get your manhood violated, that's the one for me. This was during football practice. Junior
You went
high
out
for
drinking
me.
with Will Chambers?
No, 7th or 8th grade for me. And, it was hit and drill day. It was like Tuesday. So, day after games, we're hitting. I was an offensive lineman, defensive tackle. So we're doing hitting drills. And, you line up opposite from the guy. And you just, they say go, and you go and hit the guy. And, I thought, okay, if you hear a pop, that's it. But the coach expected us to put the guy on their backside every single time. And I didn't know that, didn't do that. I just hit the guy and then walked off. And the coach said, Russell, come here for a second. And he goes, what size skirt do you wear?
Oh.
Yeah, and that guy, because it's from the whole offensive
get you fired
lineman.
today.
Oh, man. That one hurt, basically called me a lady. So that one sucked, and I had to quit football after that.
Like you called Medford. Oh, it caused him to quit. Caused him to quit.
Yeah, honestly, the one that I'll never forget, and she thinks it's a joke, but it's
Slater?
when Slater was like, okay, you little fanboy behavior.
That or the B word, doesn't that set you off?
Oh yeah, I don't like that, but that's
So
more
you couldn't work with McAfee.
That's exactly. That's a trigger word more, like just like, and it's not when I know somebody's using it to try to get to me is when I do. But when somebody says it and they're just legitimate, you're being a B, that works me up. But when she says fanboy, that gets me. There's backstory to that
That's
one.
good.
That
What else are people texting about that topic?
Here we go. So my wife's grandma told me I was happy in my marriage as she patted my belly. Like, I can tell you're happy in your marriage. You get fat.
Oh!
That's what somebody said.
903, you won't be able to get into college was something that they were told.
Gift these days.
Right. My wife called me a C-word booger, and I'll never forget that one. 469 says, my mom called me a fat son of a bee when I was like 10.
Gosh.
Typing this out, though, made me realize she also called herself a bee. We got time for one more here on Ask Reddit. Let's go with Sean Sharif. What's your I'm old now indicator?
I mean, I already said bedtimes. Although, I don't go to sleep at like 8 or 8:30, even on the weekends or anything like that.
You just turn in from going out on the town when we're on the road at 8:30.
That's probably it. Our road trips in terms of raging and stuff like that. So I'll keep it to work.
I mean, anytime Peyton opens his mouth is one of them. That's one of them for me.
Yes.
No, it's like there's you just body aches, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I can't. I used to sleep in my stomach all the time. Now, if I lay on my stomach for 5 minutes, it takes me 3 minutes to be able to put clothes on. I can't bend over properly at that point. My back hurts so much.
Yeah.
I go to the gym and I see these 16-year-olds that are absolutely just jacked. When did 14-year-old dudes get on PEDs? Like, when did this happen?
Dude, my knees. That's what my wife would say. When I get up off a couch, like my knees crack.
Oh.
Yeah.
My knees crack, and she like looks at me like I need to be put in a home.
The one for me is when I think back towards how long ago something was, and then I apply that same time frame into the future. So, Sean, you're how old now?
I think 42.
42.
That's another thing. When you lose track of age, which I do, I've done multiple times. Like 37, 38, I couldn't remember. 42, 40. I think I'll be 43. I'm not trolling. I think I'm 42.
So
November 81.
So you are 42. Yeah, you're 42. And so you are as far away from the Mavericks beating the Heat as you are from being 55 years old.
Well, that is a perfect segue. Do you have an answer to this?
I'm 27. Am I really old?
There's a whole club named after you dying. So
Wow. Absolute perfect segue. Ask Reddit, commercial free on a Tolo Tuesday. These Mavs versus the 2011 Mavs. How do the two compare? We continue to get you set for the NBA Finals next.
Speaking of getting old, one of the things that happens when you get old.
with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
7 to shoot. Nowitzki drives, goes underneath, lefty layup, banks it in with 3.6 remaining. Miami out of timeouts, trailing by 2. James back to Wade. Wade puts it up for the win. Off the mark, and Dallas has tied the finals with one of the most incredible comebacks in NBA Finals history.
Mike Breen with the call. Mike said maybe next week to hop back on the show, as he is going to have the play-by-play call of the NBA Finals that start Thursday night in Boston. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. And Bobby brought up the interesting question of this team versus 2011. This is a perfect barroom argument. By the way, are your radio and media appearance requests starting to ramp up a little bit for
Absolutely.
people throughout the country wanting to preview the finals?
Started over the weekend, a little Sirius XM, and then yesterday was on CBS.
Wow.
I got Sirius XM over the weekend too, but it's for football. It was not for basketball.
Yeah, they're like Cowboy Insider. I did DC yesterday. Zach Gelb is asking me for today. I couldn't give him an answer. I'm like, 4:20, kind of normally nap time for me these days, so I can't guarantee whether I'll be awake. But everyone's wanting to talk about the Mavs now around the country.
Absolutely.
Having on people from DFW.
Yep, and look, it's a outside of the Cowboys, everybody seems to win around here.
And they want to bring up the Cowboys.
They do.
And I'm like, no. I'm like, next. I don't want to talk about it. No need to discuss. But then yesterday the Larry Allen news hit, so we discussed that in D.C. Brian Mitchell, it was his show, and they're like, all right, B. Mitch stepped away, so it's just going to be you and Bobby's boy, J.P. Finley. And I was like, stepped away? Like, what? That's insulting. And they're like, well, he's got a golf round. And I was like, I went on the air, and I was like, I expect that type of big dog behavior from an actual Hall of Famer, not a near Hall of Famer, not a special teams Hall of Famer. They're like, well, it's this charity golf tournament. We're at it. I'm like, okay, that's good enough.
Not broke man Darren Sproles. That's not what we're looking for.
These Mavs versus 2011, just for fun.
Yeah, because this is something that came up on the fan text at the end of last week, where people were drawing comparisons or talking about, the different ways that Mavs team was built versus this one. And we always talk about the miracle run that the Mavericks had in 2011, which the Lakers were obviously worse than we had any clue of heading into that. They were on the downfall of falling apart when Dallas got them in the second round. But other than that, Dallas was favored in the first round against Portland. They were favored in the West Finals against the Thunder. And when they got against the Heat, even though they weren't favored, they were closer to that LeBron Heat team than this current Mavericks team is to those Celtics.
You mean in terms of odds?
The betting odds. The Celtics are minus 220, 225. The Heat were minus 180.
I'm pretty stunned. I'm pretty stunned that the 2011 Mavs were closer to the Heatles than these Mavs to the Celtics.
What did you say it was? The Heat one?
The Heat was minus 180.
Yeah, that is surprising. I guess the only thing is that we were at the time, the West was still the much stronger conference,
which it is now.
Which it is now, but the Heat did not have the regular season the Celtics had. The Celtics had a really good regular season.
Well, and I think when you look at the context of what was Dallas at that point, Dallas was
two superior,
absolutely
next level Hall of Famers in LeBron and Wade compared to, Tatum and Brown. But yeah, Tatum's going to the Hall of Fame. Jaylen Brown may as well, but next level Hall of Famer and a third Hall of Famer in Bosh.
Yeah, that Boston team is a deeper team, though, you could argue, because they were obviously they were still trying to fill out a roster with Mario Chalmers and
when Porzingis or Holiday is your 4, you're loaded.
Yeah, and so that's where the depth and Dallas kind of being top heavy with Luka and Kyrie and that being the main part of what they do. It made me go back and look. So Dallas, when they won that title, that was the 11th year in a row they had won 50 games. They'd won 53, 57, 60. They'd won 60 games plus 3-4 times during that stretch. And that was a time where people said, this is the window for them to finish out this great run because they're getting old. And they were an older basketball team. Like when you look at their starting lineup for the postseason, the majority of the playoffs, they ran out there with Dirk, who was 32, Kidd, who was 37, Sean Marion, who was 32, Deshaun Stevenson, who was 29, and Tyson Chandler, who was 28. Tyson Chandler was the baby at 28 years old.
Wow.
Who is like 3 years older than Luka is right now.
Yeah.
And so they were an older team, but that was a 57-win team that was pretty complete. Like, they were a top 10 team, essentially, on both the offensive and defensive side of the floor the entire stretch.
Dude, don't forget, they had Caron Butler until New Year's Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then he rips up his patella tendon.
Let me just run
I think
through
it was in Milwaukee.
Let me just run through the lineup just for nostalgia. Barea, Roddy B, Corey Brewer, Caron, the janitor, Brian Cardinal, Tyson, Haywood, Kidd, Jan Mahimi, Marion, Dirk, Deshaun, Peja, Jet.
It's not close.
The 2011 team, to me, is better.
Yeah.
The only wild card in this is the firepower of the second superstar. They didn't have Kyrie.
No.
That's the only question. Like, this roster of 2011 is better. That team is better. But we already say Luka's better than Dirk. Could the top two firepower, as the Wolves find out, put them over the top? And that may be the exact same question we find out for the Boston series.
It really is.
The top two firepower versus their depth. But the 2011 roster is better.
Yeah, I don't think you can argue that the roster today is better than that one. Now, you can argue, obviously, the top, right, guys? But the depth of just being able to bring in Peja off the bench for shooting, or Jet.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Deshaun had some nasty to him, and obviously he had Tyson Chandler.
But they didn't have close to a 2.
No, they did not. Kidd was...
Jet, not close to the same 2 Dallas has. Jet was a definitive 2 for them.
Well, that's a bad 2. I mean, Jason Terry in no NBA discussion can be a legitimate 2 in a championship talk. Period. He was a 6 man.
No, but that was just the way that they used the.
It doesn't matter. He's not a 2. He cannot be put in a 2 conversation.
He's a 6th man in the sense that Ginobili is a 6th man.
Well, that's fine.
Ginobili's not a 6th man.
But Jason Terry, not even as good as Manu Ginobili.
No, he's not
even
right.
close.
Look, he'd get hot. I mean,
Jason Terry in today's NBA with the pace that they play would have been a over 20 points per game guy.
Well, woulda, shoulda, coulda. He never could be talked about. Never could be talked about as a 2. It's not a discussion. It makes your basketball intelligent. That's why they put you on just for football talk. If you want to say that Jet is a 2, he cannot be.
No, but I'm saying within the context of the 2011 NBA, he functioned as well as any 2 did. This wasn't the era. Like, that was the very beginning of going and getting 3 superstars. That wasn't the norm.
It was different. Yeah, if you were to just go, person by person, I'll say this: I would love to see
his highest averaging. He averaged
18,
19, and then a bunch of 15, 16.
I would love to see
a 3-point shooter.
I would love to have seen, because my assumption is that Kidd would have been on Luka, right?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Would it be Kidd or Marion? And I think it would be Kidd.
Now, it could have been Marion. If it was Marion, that's different. Or it could have been Deshaun, too, at times. But Kidd's strength, I think, would have matched up as well as you possibly could.
Strength against Luka with Kidd, length with Marion, and length gives
Who guards
Luka.
Kyrie?
That's the biggest problem. I don't know. Probably Deshaun Stevenson, I would guess.
Oof.
But I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that Kyrie would probably go off if those 2 teams played. Like, Kyrie would be able to fill
Leave everyone.
I don't think
Caron was defensive guy.
Obviously, if he was healthy. Kidd, I don't think Kidd would have been a bad matchup if he was on Kyrie.
He's not fast
He's
enough.
not fast enough for Kyrie. He would have had to go towards gravitate to Luka, because he was versatile. He would check Kobe at times in the Lakers series, and LeBron at times.
Oh, you could throw Marion, Kidd at Luka.
They were versatile. There's no doubt. You could throw Brewer.
Brewer was a good defender. Brewer had length. Brewer was quick, but the only problem is you'd have to keep him on the floor for an extended period of time, and he offensively just was not very good.
So pick the series: 2011 Mavs versus these guys.
2011 and 6, probably.
A gentleman's 6.
What is
Bob
that?
Ryan. I don't know. I keep hearing
A gentleman's sweep, obviously, is winning in 5, right? That's called a gentleman's sweep.
But why don't they just call it winning in 5? Why do we get to attach the term sweep to it?
Because it's like it's a gentleman's sweep.
Does it mean you
dominate? You
they have to
the
win the
series.
4th game? Is that only when the team wins the 4th game down 3-0?
Usually you win up 3-0. They let you win game 4, and then you win game 5.
Oh, so that's what the Mavs just did.
The Mavs
to
did to
Timberwolves.
Minnesota was a gentleman's sweep.
Okay. What are the Tolos saying? And Pepe, you were in the womb probably, so I don't even know if you have an opinion. How old were you?
I was 14 when the Mavs won it, so I'd go 2011 team and 7. I think it'd be a little closer.
Man, it's just that that nuclear weapon, that nuclear weapon of Kyrie, man, and Luka. Like, Luka and Kyrie are better than any of the other two on the other team. I mean, I won't say Kyrie versus Dirk. That's a separate discussion, but you got the two bombs.
Yeah.
I mean, you got two bombs versus one. Dirk, dangerous. You got Kyrie. Kyrie is the X factor. Is he quiet, timid Kyrie, or is he assassin Kyrie? But that team was better.
It's pretty split. So 469 says 2024 Mavs in 7. 817 says this team is so much better. Y'all are wild. 972, if Kyrie goes off, Dirk obliterates the 2024 Mavs. And I don't know who you're guarding Dirk with. 972, I think y'all are forgetting the insane level Dirk was playing at the time.
Is it Lively? Lively having to guard Dirk?
Lively's got his mentor, right? Chandler? Wouldn't that be who it is? And I mean, that's the thing. You're not getting all these easy lobs with Chandler in there. The lob offense they like to play with, you're not able to finish that with Tyson Chandler in there on defense.
Whatifsports.com.
Ooh. Yeah, that simulation.
They simmed this game. I just did a quick sim. Now, I didn't change the starting lineup to...
I like how the only acceptable abbreviation I take from you is sim.
Sim, okay,
I'm fine with that. Does Maxey guard Dirk? It's Maxey and Lively. That's
probably,
what it is.
Yeah.
They have Luka with 18 points, 5 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and a block in the game. 18 points and 15 assists. And the current Mavs win by 18.
Luka scores 18. The current Mavs win by 18?
They win 113-95.
What did Kyrie do, 57?
Let's see.
Does it give you a whole box score?
Yeah, Kyrie goes for 28, 8, and 5.
All right.
Dirk...
no, I need the rest of this Mavs box score to win by 18 with Luka scoring 18. Who else went off?
Luka has 18. Kyrie has 28. Josh Green is in the starting lineup. He has 12. Hardaway has 14, so you know it's fake. Gafford has 10.
Okay.
Dirk with a bad day. Only 10 points for Dirk.
PJ Washington took him out.
Kid had 4 points and 12 assists.
Good gosh.
Terry has 17 to lead all scorers in the on the Mavericks team.
What was the final score of this game?
113-95.
Okay.
Now, I got to change this because I got to set the lineup differently because this Mavs team, they had Caron Butler. They did not have in the starting lineup. He wasn't even there. So I got to change this up. But
well, I just did a 7-game series simulation, and it went 7. And it was 2024 Mavs in 7.
Same website?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
they beat him down in Game 7, 135-93.
That's what they do.
That's what the Mavs do. It's what Luka does.
That's what the Mavs
He smells
do.
blood.
877-881-1053. So just a little fun side-by-side for your happy hour today, tomorrow, and, of course, Thursday when the NBA Finals actually take place. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt with Peyton and Rai in the back. We continue to honor the greatness of Larry Allen. And was he indeed the greatest Dallas Cowboy of all time by the morning show's definition? That's next on The Fan. But first, I know what is the greatest barbecue of all time. It's Hurtado. Kay Myers tweeted me.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We got some breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan. It's presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Tim McMahon, Chris Haynes, and others with the news that Nico Harrison is getting his contract extension with the Dallas Mavericks. So first, it was Jason Kidd with the extension. The Mavs have announced a deal for Nico, the GM and architect of their NBA Finals team. Man, the world comes at you fast.
It does. It does. There was a time where it was like, okay, what are we doing here? And then the one trade. The one trade. I mean, it changed fortunes for maybe for Jason Kidd. Maybe he was going to stay. Maybe he wasn't.
And you got to decide, too, how much credit you're giving Nico and the Mavs for Kyrie. Now, you just simplify it. You got to give him credit. I still contend they were in a desperation phase. They had to. Yeah. They had to bring in Kyrie Irving. And then, you give them the benefit of the doubt that they realized they could change him. They saw the change on the horizon. I think that's giving a little bit too much credit, but that's part of the reason that Nico Harrison is getting his deal extended.
Look, I mean, when you're in charge of things, I mean, you're going to get the credit, a level of credit anyway. Yeah. That's just built in. And then you add to the fact that he had a relationship with Kyrie from his Nike days, right? There was some relationship there. Obviously, Kidd may have played a role in this too.
Give me the order of likelihood of these three. Sorry,
that's basically it. Like, he knew Kyrie. Maybe you give him some credit for that.
Yeah.
Kyrie had to change on his own.
That's where I was taking it. Give me the order of likelihood before the season starts of these three things happening. Jason Kidd gets extended. Nico gets extended. Kyrie Irving transforms into the person we heard yesterday. Ooh. The order of those three things, the likelihood. Is Nico extended one? Wow.
Going into this year?
Going in before the season starts.
Man, I'll tell you, I don't know that you can miss the playoffs 2 years in a row with a top 5 player in the league.
Oh, yeah.
And keep your job as the GM and the head coach.
And we got to give Tank credit for Lively. Huge Tank credit to the organization for Derek Lively when many people said, "What are you doing?" And look at the culture. That's a bad culture move.
So, yeah, let's just say going into the year.
And by the way, Derrick Jones Jr., I'm not trying to call out Mike. Mike knows so much more basketball. I love when Mike talks about other players I'm not paying attention to. But I remember Mike saying, like, Derrick Jones Jr. is basically a worthless basketball player. Mikey, I'm not calling you out. For him to go add Derrick Jones Jr., a freak athlete who can defend and is hitting threes, like, huge Nico props for that.
The Mavericks have a first-round pick this year.
Yeah, like if going into this year, both Nico and Kidd were, I think, on the hot seat. There's no doubt about that. If they had missed the playoffs this year, you can't keep both of them around.
All three of them were massively unlikely to me before the year, but order would be most likely Nico, Kidd, Kyrie. Because even at the end of last year, we all felt like, boy, this is clearly not working. And how much does Kyrie love that they tanked? And this doesn't seem like it's good. We didn't have indications that this was going to work out yet with Kyrie. That came deeper into this season.
What's your 1, 2, 3? You got to order it.
Likelihood of returning or being what they are.
Extension. 2 extensions and Kyrie transforming.
I think that, look, I think the Kidd was more likely than Nico because I do think that the players like Kidd.
Yeah.
And I think that matters more. If they miss the playoffs this year, you're not keeping the GM.
See, the only thing that gives me pause
then
there.
What? What's the 1, 2, 3?
Nico, Kidd, Kyrie.
So Kyrie.
Or sorry, Kidd, Nico, Kyrie. Yeah.
Kidd, Nico, Kyrie.
Yeah.
The only thing that gives me pause there is it doesn't matter how good you are at personality management if the personalities aren't performing on the court. Whereas with Nico, that was a decade-long push from NBA teams to try to pull him out of the shoe world and the marketing world and become an NBA executive. And the fact that they were able to do it, I don't think they would have given up on it that quickly because they would have been like, no, this is somebody that NBA teams have been trying to pull in for forever. We got to see if this will work.
So that's the breaking news. Nico Harrison getting his contract extension with the NBA Finals representative from the Western Conference, your Dallas Mavericks. Coach Shelton just tweeted, Sharif, we see you representing the Lake Worth Bullfrogs. Have to send you more gear. Yo, I told you. If you send it and it's not hideous, I'll wear it. So there you go.
That's a good looking hat too.
Good looking hat. I like it.
I did. I took the green one, the all green.
Go ahead and send it up, and I'll rock it along with Roberto. All right, and if it's orange, I guess choppy. Just like
no, I have the shirt that was long sleeves. I can't wear it.
You wear it to bed with Sarah.
Bobby's wearing it.
Bobby's an idiot. Bobby wears long sleeves in July.
Built different.
Yeah, that's right.
Your pits are definitely
built for sure.
They're sweating different. All right. Larry Allen tragically passing away at the age of 52 yesterday in Mexico. And Bobby alerted me to this. I thought Shireen Williams had an awesome piece for ProFootballTalk.com. There are 378 Pro Football Hall of Famers, and in my 28 years as a Hall of Fame selector, only a handful were no-brainer first ballot selectees. Emmitt Smith, Elway, Jerry Rice, y'all hear that, Elway, Bobby and RJ? Elway, Rice, Bruce Smith, Barry Sanders, and Peyton Manning are those in my time as a selector that I remember needing only an introduction. Larry Allen could have been one of those. Allen was my first formal Hall of Fame presentation, and I was too scared of messing it up to stand up and sit down, with Allen also pitted against Will Shields in the class of 2013. But Allen was that great to be worthy of that treatment. The legendary John Madden thought so much of Larry Allen, he wanted to talk to me before my Hall of Fame presentation of Larry. The Cowboys PR staff set up the interview. Madden told me Allen and John Hanna were the greatest guards of all time. Quote from John, Larry is the real deal. I don't think anyone wanted to go against him, and I don't remember any battle Larry Allen ever lost. But he wasn't just a guard. He started at 4 offensive line positions, one of only 3 offensive linemen ever to earn Pro Bowl berths at multiple spots. He was invited to 11 Pro Bowls, 10 with the Cowboys, and he was All-Pro 6 times. Gave up an average of only 3.2 sacks a season. 3.2 a year, best of any offensive lineman in his era. He had 13 holding penalties in 207 career starts, including the playoffs. Only 13 holds, and opponents were known to get Larry-itis the night before they had to face him. Then she goes down the chase down play of Darian Connor, the Saints linebacker, arguably the strongest player to ever play in the NFL, 700-pound bench press, 900-pound squat, and multiple wins in the strongest man contest at the Pro Bowl. The Lift, as it is still known in Dallas, can be found on YouTube. Years after he lowered then raised the bar loaded with 700 pounds, he still contends he could have lifted more if not for injury concerns. Immediately after the soft-spoken and lovable Allen learned he had made the Hall of Fame, he asked if he could hug me, Shireen wrote. I disappeared as the giant of a man lifted me off the ground and whispered, thank you. I said, Larry, you did it all yourself, and you're one of the greatest of all time. He was, and he always will be. R.I.P. Gentle Giant. Shireen Williams giving me some goosebumps with that write-up.
It's fantastic. And, you know, I do love to hear the people in that room, because we never get in that room. They don't film it. It'd be a great TV show. Yeah. They should, but they don't. I do love hearing the people who took zero time to present. There's the name. Let's go. And you know, Larry is that guy. You know, there was no need to present Larry Allen.
No,
there was no need.
Larry, because like we've talked about this morning, there are enough opposing players will talk about how great somebody is. I don't know that you'll find anybody like Larry Allen's opponents who talk consistently about almost sounding scared of him.
Let's hear from the opponents. Takeo Spikes, who is one of the most jacked players ever, talks about the time he tried to challenge the big man.
So we played against Dallas. Larry Allen pulls around the right side. I was like, ooh, this my chance to get Larry Allen. So he comes around, and I used to have this thing, same foot, same shoulder. Absolutely. And I felt like I caught him before he got square. Man, I just felt like I hit the hardest damn wall I ever ran into. And I was just like, oh, shit. He then took 2 steps, and he threw me back. As I was going back, whatever you do, don't fall, because he is going to supplant you. And everybody in the league is going to see Spikes got folded up like a folding chair. Pancake. When we turned on the film, the cats in the meeting room was like, Spikes, you can bear crawl fast, can't you? I did not want to fall. I was like this on the ground because I was like, I know he's trying to finish me. I actually crawled like right off over by the sideline just to make sure, you know what I'm saying? And I looked up and he was looking at me. He had a dip in his mouth too. With a dip? Yeah. Hey. Listen, he was nasty, bro.
That is so good. And Larry said at the end of his Hall of Fame speech that I rewatched yesterday, I hope they put a dip in my mouth with the statue. Yep. I hope my statue got a dip in it.
I don't know how you play football with a dip in your mouth.
I know. You swallow that thing the wrong way?
Oh, have you not seen?
I'm puking everywhere.
Have you not seen The Sandlot? What happens when you swallow that?
And you get high. I mean, I guess when you dip forever, you're not getting high anymore. But you put a dip in right now for me today.
Get a little buzz out of it.
And I'm a lot of buzz.
Yeah.
For me, next story from Justin Tuck telling Dan Le Batard a few years ago about what he used to tell veterans about Larry.
Young Larry Allen would go up to the line of scrimmage and go, whoop, whoop. And he would literally let the D tackle know that Emmitt Smith and Moose Johnson is going to be running through this hole right here. There's nothing you can do about it. So just imagine you as an NFL D lineman, knowing what a play is, you telling all your buddies, yeah, they're going to run right here. And Emmitt Smith, obviously, it's a reason why he has the most rushing yards in the history of the NFL, because he probably got 10, 15, maybe 20 yards on that play when you know the play was coming right there. How does that make you feel going back to the huddle?
Wait a minute. You're telling us that Larry Allen would announce to you with a fake train whistle that he was coming straight to where you were going, and then
Well, nothing you can do about it. What you going to do about it? That guy used to lift like 700 pounds.
But he would just tell you? Like, what he's just telling you.
It would be like me playing football against my son. Like Jace, I'm gonna run the ball right here. You can be here when I get here if you want to be.
That's to have an NFL player compare it. Literally, Justin Tuck, a Pro Bowl, All-Pro defensive lineman, say going against Larry Allen for me was the same as if I told my child to stand there. Like, it's just as likely that I'm going to beat him.
It's a wall. It's a brick wall.
All right. There's a headline that's so offensive, in my opinion. I did not read the article. I wanted to just react to it live in Below the Belt. But there is a headline in the Dallas Morning News that I have a hard time getting over. As the Rangers and Stars and Mavericks do their thing, don't forget the Dallas Cowboys are the standard. Let's talk about who wrote that and why in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. This new offer is going on this month for the first time when you purchase a natural.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Who is your daddy, DFW sports fans? It's still the Dallas Cowboys.
Man,
you're about to hear why.
This is triggering. This is very triggering.
So this was a headline over the weekend that stirred up some very intense reaction. And I don't even necessarily think it's wrong or that there's anything that factually, when you lay it out, is incorrect.
Read the exact headline.
As Rangers, Stars, Mavs ride championship runs, don't forget Cowboys set the standard.
Okay.
This is a headline over in the Dallas Morning News.
That's the first word for me. That word standard is very triggering. I'll let you explain first.
So this is quite the headline from the Dallas Morning News. It's an article.
And who wrote it over there?
This is an article from David Moore over the weekend. And it opens up. It says the Mavericks barely had time to celebrate their second trip to the conference finals in 3 years before the numbers started making the rounds on social media. Days since last conference final or league championship series appearance for Dallas teams. Mavericks, 0. Stars, 0. Rangers, 209. Cowboys, 10,352. The success of the Mavericks, Stars, and Rangers before them has sparked an unprecedented 7-month stretch with one World Championship in pocket and 2 more in play. This was before the Stars got eliminated. These are heady times for local sports fans. The anticipation crescendos as the Mavericks and Stars take their followers on a wild, emotional ride. All of this has rendered the Cowboys something of a punchline as the team heads into this week's minicamp. The franchise is an afterthought at best and a source of derision at worst as fans point to the 28-year drought since its last title. The truth is the Cowboys lend context to what's currently transpiring. The Cowboys are, like it or not, the standard by which these other local franchises are judged. And he goes into all the different notes about, hey, look, Mavericks, Stars, Rangers, they have 3 titles among them. The Cowboys, they have 5. They have more than all 3 of them combined.
What was the number you used, David?
Well, that's an irrelevant point, and that's a great drop. Irrelevant point, the whole 5 thing, that doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
What else? And I thought the numbers that he was going to throw out is the regular season wins. Like, who has won the most over the last 5 to 10 years in their regular seasons, and how much do you count and weigh that, which RJ Choppy, I know you do, versus the championships that come here and there with the Rangers and the Mavs?
Well, we talked about this, I think, while you were out. I mean, yeah, the NFL as a whole is much, much, much more brutal to navigate your way through the postseason than the other sports. We all agree on that?
Yeah. I was trying to think of hockey.
Hockey's tough.
The randomness.
The randomness of baseball too. It's tough, but you have a series at least. One bad day, one bad inning, one bad minute.
You're the Chiefs,
right? Now the Chiefs, no, but they have him. You know, they have the reason the Chiefs have because before Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid was what? I mean, he was unable to get past. He had a cap. Like there was a ceiling on Alex Smith and the Chiefs. We were thrown off by the Patriots. I mean, they had a run that nobody's ever going to have again. No, maybe the Chiefs are having it, but the NFL playoffs as a whole are just far more brutal than anything else, just because of everything is so close, the margins are so thin, and one play here or there completely changes the course of a game season. We get all that. I've always said standards are not set. There's no such thing as a standard. Standards change. The Cowboys standard is not championships. That's long gone. That has not been the case for 20 years.
Yeah.
Their standard is not the same.
If you want to say popularity in that article, fine. But setting my question, I have a lot of questions.
Adjust your expectations accordingly.
Number one,
how dare you?
Number one, why did David Moore write this right now? Now, I've said multiple times, I think David and the paper, David carries the bucket and he gets news delivered to him from people in Frisco. And look, that's a good gig. I'm not putting the hate on that. I'm just calling out the reality of it. Did someone over there nudge him to write this? Why would you write this right now and piss off like all the other local fans and get them riled up? Maybe that's it, for engagement and to get people riled up. Which, I would not advise. That's why I didn't want Bobby tweeting out it's over the second time during the Mavs game. But the main question I would ask to the point of the piece is, sets the standard for what? What's your answer back? What do you mean sets the standard for what?
They write it. He writes in here. He says Cowboys challenged Pittsburgh as the team of the 70s, but just fell short. Dallas was the team of the 90s. Have the Rangers ever been in the conversation of the team of the decade?
It's the 90s. It's 25 years ago. Why are you talking about a championship or championships that were won decades ago? It doesn't matter.
Sure. Bill Clinton was the president the last time the Cowboys hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. Rupert Murdoch decided to launch something called Fox News, and actor Mel Gibson won an Oscar for Braveheart. All of that underscores what the Cowboys did was ancient history. But ask yourself this, now that the Mavericks have advanced to face the Celtics in the finals, will they be considered equals since each franchise has won one championship in the previous 16 years, or will the Celtics be hailed as NBA royalty going against an accidental tourist? History matters. Now, here's where it says, an assumption exists that the postseason success of the Rangers, Mavericks, and Stars must get under Jerry Jones's skin. That he may be gracious publicly, but privately it threatens him. My belief, not at all. A rising tide lifts all boats. Jones utters that phrase periodically. It applies here, building interest in the local sports scene, even if the other franchises are doing the heavy lifting at the moment, only helps the Cowboys. So here's the thing to me, is it true that the Cowboys are the standard for success in Dallas? Yes. They are, in terms of the standard of, it does not matter to anybody. The reason why the comparison got made on there, if it's reversed, if this is all reversed and the Cowboys are going on championship runs and it's been 10,000 days since the Rangers made a championship series, nobody is throwing that meme out there. Nobody's throwing the meme out there for the Mavericks. Nobody's throwing the meme out there for the Stars.
But I have a problem with the word standard. It is... The Cowboys are the popular thing. Standard to me is like what you represent and what you build in terms of what I expect from you. It's not, hey, we still got to put this up against the LA Lakers. We still got to put this up against the Yankees in baseball. Like, no one cares about the 1990s standard. It's a fart in the wind. No one gives a crap. To me, when you use the word standard, it's like, oh my God, let's compare their greatness to their greatness. And that is a joke of a conversation.
Yeah, the standard, I guess here's what I'll say. When I hear standard, I think...
Like the Rangers and Mavericks and Stars, the Cowboys are still the most popular thing and the biggest talking point. That, to me, is different from a standard.
Yeah, being the most popular in town, or in the league, for that matter, is not a standard of excellence necessarily. It's a standard of popularity.
Yes,
that's fine. There's a.
Are they the historical standard in DFW? Yes. When fans talk about what is their standard every year for each team, the standard for the majority of Cowboys fans, regardless of if it's a reasonable expectation or not, the standard is that they think you should win the Super Bowl. That is the expectation of the Cowboys from Cowboys fans every year, and that's not the expectation for the Mavericks, Stars, or Rangers every year. So that may be a true point. I have no problem saying that's a reality in DFW for sports fans. The problem, though, is that this is written as if some sort of like, hey, fans in DFW, remember while you're sitting here criticizing them, the standard for you guys is the Cowboys. And to me, from a fan's perspective,
and we're also doing it to make fun of them. Well, it's a joke.
Well, and it's like you don't have to remind the fan base of it. That's why the fan base has made the comparisons and the memes they have, is because they are painfully aware of who the standard is and who's fallen short of it.
Let's be fair. Like we were talking about this. This was the, would you sacrifice the Stars for the Mavericks? Right. I mean, I guarantee you 90% of fans out there would sacrifice the Mavericks for the Cowboys this year.
Yes.
Like they would. Like, yes. There's a hierarchy of would you rather this team win, this team win, this team win.
Yeah.
And that fans are not going to go home and lose sleep for the next year if, when the Stars lost. Or even if the Mavericks lose a series, they're not going to lose. When the Cowboys fall, they're going to lose sleep. That is a standard that was set of, like
it's
you
also
said, an expectation.
It's also the sport as popularity. We care more about football, but
you're emotionally invested more in it.
To me, and that's where you can manipulate words. To me, you're just being like, hey man, we got to compare it to like this. Like, this is the way you do things. This is the success that you need to achieve. You need to be like them, and that does not apply here with this football team.
Yeah, and so at that point, it's like an all-in discussion, right? Like it's a question of linguistics or the words that are being used. I think the overall thrust of what David's saying is correct, but the fact that it was written feels like you're informing a fan base of something that they've forgotten. When the fan base is showing you they haven't forgotten it at all. They're showing you they remember to a painful extent how good they were in the 90s and how good they were in the 70s. They haven't forgotten that. You're not telling them. They're not laughing at them because they're the Cleveland Browns. They're laughing at them because they're the Dallas Cowboys. Or they're pissed at them because they are the Dallas Cowboys. It should not be like this. And that is what the expectation should be. So, David, and look, I think, I know what you just said. I think David's really good at his job. I think David has, I don't think it's necessarily like David gets, it's like Pravda where he's commissioned to write things. But I think that David has relationships and is able to glean certain things and communicates that. And when he says that he doesn't believe Jerry is seething over the other team succeeding, the fact that the article was written, though, leads me to believe that he at least has the impression that Jerry is seething over the suggestion that he's seething, which feels like a cousin of that sort of jealousy anyway.
Yeah. Tolo Ivan, there's a reason David gets asked the first question at every press conference.
Settle down just a little bit.
Jerry paid for this to be written, and you wonder why no one trusts legacy media. Landry and Jimmy set a standard that Jerry Jones destroyed. But this had to be for reaction. I got 172 comments on X and 113 retweets with 61 likes.
Look, if I had a
is that ratioed?
If I had a sense, if I had a sense from Jerry, you know, if I was in David's position, I had a sense from Jerry that, man, this is not. I don't love this suggestion that I'm jealous about this. I'm happy for these teams. I'm kind of annoyed by this. If I'm writing an article, I'm probably going to try and write something to suggest that thought because I'm trying to communicate certain ideas about the team without saying Jerry told me this, and I'm not saying Jerry did, but like without communicating that or saying it as directly.
This is as big a joke as McCarthy saying we have a championship team, we just don't have the ring.
Yeah, the championship culture. Yeah.
If you lost in the Super Bowl 3 times or lost in the NFC title game 3 times, maybe you can get away with that like a little bit. But to like suggest or even go near that discussion when you can't even make it to the NFC title game, you make yourself look ridiculous and delusional and asinine. Like losing in the Super Bowl, at least you get there. And you keep saying this stuff, it does set in and remind you maybe why they are where they are. If you think that way, like what is your wires are crossed.
Well, I mean, if you look at every single way, let's look at how each team even got here. The Stars got here as the top team throughout the entire year that ultimately executed in the playoffs and got where they were supposed to be. The Mavericks got there as the hot, streaky team that made a big trade and peaked at the right time in the playoffs. The Rangers got there as a team that struggled with injuries and were thought to fall apart. They've won in every single way that the Cowboys have given us an excuse in the past why they couldn't.
Triggered. Very triggered. All right. RJ Choppy is getting the guest list done this week. Let's bring in the former Celtic and friend of the station, Brian Scalabrini, to preview the NBA Finals, a standard that the Mavericks are living up to match the Cowboys. Scalabrini joins us after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that.
Sports Station. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And we start off the final hour of the show, of course, fist pumping and with the White Mamba. Everyone on the station loves to track this guy down, the former Celtic, all over media covering Boston. He's Brian Scalabrini to preview the NBA Finals here on Sean and RJ via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Scal. Good to have you back. How are you?
You know, a lot of people ask, but I say no to most. I like you guys, so that's why I'm on the line right now. A lot of people have been asking, but you guys are always the best, and I love your energy.
Did you just become so big that you now have to, shut down these requests?
Well, I do think when it comes to my number is everywhere. It's like plastered on every producer's bathroom, and they're like, anytime you're in a jam, this guy would say yes. And it got a little out of control there for a second.
Okay, well, we appreciate it. You are great, so we had to track you down. Brian, your initial feel on how good of a finals matchup you think this will be?
Good. I think obviously there's storylines, and that's always good for the game. You know, you have the whole Porzingis thing, the Kyrie Irving thing. So those are always good, and that happens a lot more in the NBA now with player movement. But I think it's unique that it does seem like the Boston Celtics are the better team, but it does seem like Luka Doncic is the best player in the series. And a lot of times when you're talking about series, you're talking about the best player. And I think a lot of people, if they looked at the March 1st matchup, they saw like the Celtics, and I'm going to be honest, I think it was our best offensive game of the season. The Dallas Mavericks are clearly so much better defensively than they were in that March 1st matchup. And Luka Doncic, I thought he did, I thought the Celtics did a decent job of guarding him, and he had a 34 or 37-point triple-double. So there is a lot of storylines to this, and it does seem like a great matchup. And every Boston Celtic player, obviously, they know that they're trying to go into a game with all the psychological warfare. But the things that Luka has done to some of the other stars in the NBA, you cannot ignore that.
You know, when you talk about how Luka went off, and Boston obviously is one of the best defensive teams in the NBA, how do you expect them to guard Kyrie and Luka? We've seen teams come at it with a couple of different, attempts, whether it be double teaming or trying to play him straight up with really good defenders, length on Luka, strength on Luka. How do you expect Boston to approach taking Luka and Kyrie out of the game as best they can?
Yeah, easy. The number one way they're going to attack them on the other end of the floor. And they relentlessly went at Kyrie and Luka throughout that entire game. And I didn't want to take in the January game because you guys made the trade and you guys are a much better team since then. So you got to use after the trade deadline. So on the March 1st matchup, it was consistent. They were moving the ball, finding that matchup quickly and attacking that matchup and then going from there. Porzingis made a big difference because Lively and Gafford were getting pulled away from the basket, so they couldn't help. And those guys have been awesome. Like, they were unbelievable in the Minnesota series, especially Gafford when Lively went out. And and Lively's been amazing. And the analytic numbers for a rookie big man, that usually takes like 2 or 3 years for him to figure out. He's been great in this series. But what they're going to try to do is move those guys around and then attack Luka and Kyrie. And hopefully you kind of wear them out. I do think that you'll see a lot of Drew Holiday early, maybe a lot of Jaylen Brown late, but you will get that Tatum-Luka matchup as well. One thing the Celtics got to try to do is keep Derek White on Kyrie Irving, keep Derek White off of Luka Doncic. White is an excellent defender, but he's not good against those heavy bodies where they put their shoulder into you and they just kind of navigate you. So I like White on Kyrie. It's like he moves his feet really well. He's got really quick hands, great anticipation. I think you'll probably see that matchup as much as you possibly can.
Scal, in terms of Porzingis, how do you expect them to work him back in the lineup?
I think if I know the sports science guys, and this is just my guess, it's not like those guys have told me anything, but I think you'll see Porzingis for 4 minutes to start. Then you'll see Porzingis for 6 minutes, his second stint, and then they'll bring him out. So you're looking at 10 minutes like the very first game. They might push that to 12, but, like Al Horford's been good, but Al Horford historically kind of wears down if his minutes are above like 30 minutes, so you want to play him around 30. They'll use Porzingis like that. If he's feeling good, I could see him pushing him more in the second half. But everything is, you can control workouts and scrimmages in the practice facility and do all that. One thing it's hard to control an NBA game and how that works. So I think they'll be cautious with him. So if you get to 3 minutes and Joe Mazzulla, it's not Joe Mazzulla's mandatory timeout. Boom, I can see him just taking him out. Maybe bring him back for a couple minutes, but they're not going to stretch him 7, 8, 9 minutes in a row. They're going to kind of feel how that goes. And if it goes well during game one, they'll probably do the same thing game two, plus 10, 20%. And then after that, they might just release the reins and let Porzingis go out there and play. I don't know if they'll start him. If they'll start him, expect 3 stints, right? A start, a comeback, and then probably ending the half. If they bring him off the bench, expect probably 2 stints, and they're just going to bring him back slow. But it's a lot of time, 40 days off. He was questionable to return maybe game 4, game 5 of the Indiana series if it happened. And then the fact that he got 10 more days off, I'm assuming they're pushing him and doing all they can, but I'm not sure that that's going to, they feel totally 100% comfortable just releasing him and allowing him to play 35 minutes in game 1.
Brian Scalabrini on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. What is Kyrie in for in Boston?
I mean, he's heard the boos before, and I'm not in the business of lecturing fans on what to do and not. I'm not going to tell the Dallas fans not to boo Porzingis for whatever reason. I don't understand how the media guys or former players or anything take those stances. Like, fans are going to pay a lot of money. They're going to drink a lot of alcohol. They're going to do what they want, what they're going to do. If they go over the line, get them out. There's things they throw on the court. If they say things that are inappropriate, get them out. But Kyrie's definitely going to hear the boos. The question I have, and maybe you guys would answer this, does Luka take that personal? And he might. Like he's a bona fide savage, right? So if Kyrie's getting booed, does Luka say, "No, you're booing my brother right here. I'm going to go out there and destroy you"? That could be a big problem for Boston.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all believe that is the case, but that actually ties in with a question that I was curious about for you as somebody who used to play. You hear some people sometimes say clutch is not a real thing, or these sort of metrics of you can't just get angry and all of a sudden start playing better. When you see Luka lock in and seem to be pissed off and raise his game, is that an actual factor that you believe in? Is the idea of you can get somebody who will take that as motivation and level up and play at a really high level, whether that be Kyrie going to Boston or Luka taking it personally on his behalf?
Yeah, I can't imagine. We're not robots over here. Did you guys see The Last Dance where Michael Jordan would just invent things to get upset about? This is the greatest player in the world. You're mad at some eighth man. I'm sure Luka could do the same thing. I've seen players do that all the time. Players in the NBA over the course of 82 games or playoffs are invent things in their mind to get them upset so they can go to 1% more or 5% more. That's just the margins that this game is. I 100% think Luka is the guy. Nothing seems to bother him, and he seems to be always looking for a fight. So I think. Yeah, it could be the refs as well. But I just think that's a guy you don't want to mess with.
Scal, Kyrie has made us all look and sound, at least I'll speak for myself, really stupid with this unbelievable transformation as a human being. What do you attribute that to? How stunned are you over it? And can you think of anyone else that you played with or saw in the league? Artest, became really likable and calmed down towards the end with the Lakers. Rodman kind of didn't. This Kyrie transformation, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, one, if I had to say, the biggest thing that I would point to is, Kyrie's not doing all these other things. He's not trying to be the face of the league, and he's not trying to be. It doesn't seem like. I mean, maybe he is in his own mind or whatever. He's not the face of that franchise. If he doesn't play well, no one cares, and maybe that you guys do.
Yeah.
If he has a game where he has 9 points and you guys and you drop a game and Luka has 25 and doesn't shoot well, maybe you guys are talking about Luka's efficiency, right? So he kind of lays in the weeds a little bit. When he was in Brooklyn, I think Kevin Durant's the biggest leader out there. Not in a negative way. Some guys lead their own way, and so Kyrie kind of became the voice of the team and kind of put himself in that category. I think when he was with LeBron, he probably wanted to be the face of the team. And then what happened in Boston, remember, him and Gordon Hayward, the two high-profile guys that were supposed to help this team get over the hump, they were hurt. And the team was a possession or two away from stopping LeBron and going to an NBA Finals. Jason Tatum had a 3, had that dunk. the crowd's going nuts, and LeBron just like picked apart the team from the last 5.5 minutes on. So the following year, Kyrie and Gordon Hayward are back, and it's an absolute disaster. I said disaster every single way. Disaster defensively, disaster playing time-wise, who's starting, who's coming off the bench. It was a disaster. Now, I'm not blaming that all on Kyrie, but Kyrie is the guy that was the face of the team, trying to say the young guys and this guy and that guy, and like they don't really know. I'm going to show them how it's like, and they think they're good, but I've won a championship. And a lot of guys are probably like rolling their eyes, like, you won a championship? Well, you won because you have LeBron on your team. That seems to be the common denominator here. So it was a disaster, but it just doesn't seem like all this stuff matters in Dallas. And I would say the last thing, it feels from the outside looking in, and maybe you guys know more than I do, it seems like he's really respects Jason Kidd. Maybe he didn't respect Steve Nash or Brad Stevens or whatever the reason, but it seems like Jason Kidd has a really good pulse on Kyrie Irving, and he gets the most out of Kyrie Irving. So, if you have a coach that can connect with players, and I think that's way more important now than it maybe was 10 years ago, but I think that Kidd is getting the most out of him, and it seems clear to me that he really respects Luka Doncic, which why wouldn't you? The guy's one of the best players in the league.
Veal, is it good enough to for Tatum just to win the title, or does he need to be the MVP as well?
I think he would win the MVP if he wins the title, but Tatum loves these matchups. I think it's underrated as far as when Tatum goes against the best players, he plays differently. And the one that he hasn't really done phenomenal against is like the Jimmy Butlers of the world. But for the most part, when he gets to Kevin Durant, he loves it. When he goes against the Anthony Edwards, he loves it. John Morant back in the day, he loved it. Like Luka Doncic, he loves those matchups. So I think Tatum will play well. I think he's really excited about that idea of going against Luka Doncic. Now, it's probably be careful what you wish for. I'm sure Devin Booker felt the same way. Anthony Edwards felt the same way going into it. We've seen a lot of Luka Doncic making people look silly along the way, but it does seem like Jason Tatum really lives for these matchups. And but I do believe that he has to win it. I don't know how you guys feel, but Luka doesn't have to win a championship this year. Maybe eventually he has to be in that category. And I think we talked before, and 3 years ago I was like, Luka's not going to be measured based off of how good he is. It's going to be where his legacy is based on championships that he can bring to Dallas, right? That's when you reflect back on Luka Doncic's career, it's going to be like that. But Tatum has had success for a long time. He has a better team. If he gets outplayed by Luka and Dallas Mavericks with Kyrie Irving coming stomping on Lucky's face and winning a championship in Boston, that's going to hurt his legacy big time.
Brian Scalabrini, former Celtic, former NBA player, Celtics analyst here on 105.3 The Fan. How do you view the coaching matchup, and what can you tell us about Joe Mazzulla and his style and strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, Joe's going to play the numbers. He's going to play the math, and he's not going to overreact to certain things. One thing about the Celtics, when they're at their best, they're not fouling. They're not putting guys on the line. If Dallas is getting like 23 free throws a night, Dallas is going to win this series. But if they can limit that to under 15, which is, I think historically, I think they're the best team in the NBA about limiting free throws, right? That's just the way that they play. So that from a defensive side point, they're going to try to do that. Offensively, they're going to want to attack the paint, spread it out, get as many three-point shots as you possibly can. Defensively, they're going to do some wild things as far as rotation-wise. Not as standard as you see with Dallas, even though Dallas has done so much really good since, I think it was like it'd be after the trade. About 5 games after the trade, their defense went up to a level. But it's very standard, right? You want the big at the basket. You want to funnel guys into them. They also do a good job of not putting guys on the line. But, the Celtics are going to play that math game. And I think they are concerned a little bit with P.J. Washington. Like, he seems to be a big-time X factor. And I've always said this about Dallas. If other guys are knocking down shots, they become really hard to beat. So I have a feeling they might take that away. They might play a Luka Doncic one-on-one, as long as you can keep him off the free throw line, see what you could do with that. So, and obviously I think J. Kidd just has a really good pulse for his team defensively. And when you have those two superstar players that can create offense, then those guys could do their thing. As long as you're defending, you can always be in a game. So I think that's kind of how the two matchups in the coaching side work out.
And you have Celtics in?
So I want to pick, my heart tells me the Celtics will win in 6, but like I've won a championship, and I've won a championship in Boston, and it's amazing, right? It's like winning at home is like the best feeling in the world. So I just feel like it's going to be a 7-game series. I know for sure, like Kyrie and Luka are worth 1 or maybe 2 wins. So I feel like it's going to be Celtics in 7. That's what I'm picking.
We know that you're a man in high demand. You made a special exception for us. It was well worth it, at least on our end. Thank you so much, Scal, and enjoy the finals. You're the best.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
The great Brian Scalabrini on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I always love going inside the world of NFL agents. And let's do it with the agent for DeMarcus Lawrence. CeeDee Lamb developing contract situation as well. It's perfect timing as David Canter joins us next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He was absolutely electric the last time that we had him on. And we're like, you know what? Let's go around the league and discuss some Cowboy topics with the agent for DeMarcus Lawrence and Jordan Lewis. He is the president of football for GSE Worldwide. David Canter on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan, the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. And Rico Dow is also our client now, too. So we're doing pretty well here in Dallas.
Stacking up all the Cowboys clients, just a full takeover of Frisco.
I would love that, but I don't know that. I don't know that everybody else will.
David,
you know how I feel about Frisco and North Texas. So the more players I can have with that organization, and Jerry and Steven and Todd and everyone else and Will, the happier I'll be.
So you have good past and current relations with them. Why do you say you know how I feel about that area?
I mean, they win at everything they do. I know that the winning on the field is a question currently, but I think they were 12-5 last year, right? And they do have, an incredible amount of talented players. And I think people are being harshly critical over a playoff game where everybody, for whatever reason, just didn't show up that day. I was there. It was brutal. It was painful. It was hurt. It was nauseating. We canceled our dinner, and I brought my 15-year-old son who plays quarterback in high school, and I was like, there'll be no fun tonight. This is the life of 1,000 funerals, Asher. And you're going to literally walk out of the stadium and get into DeMarcus's car and, go home with his family. There won't be much said. And this sucks on every possible level. And obviously the hardest part about this business is you're ecstatic and, overjoyed for your Packers clients, right? Jaden Reed's one of my guys. Zane Anderson's one of my guys. Benny Sapp's one of my guys. And, they were the better team that day. But does that mean that the Dallas Cowboys next week or the week, 2 weeks later would win that game by 40 points or 30 points, whatever it was? I don't necessarily agree with all the naysayers that, the end of the star and, the doom and gloom, which I imagine is one of the things people love to talk about.
Yeah.
But the success of the Jones family, the success of the Cowboys organization, the success of the players that have played there, in not only in life as players, but in post-football, and obviously we'd be remiss to talk about the horrible tragedy of the greatest, most dominant player I've ever watched play in my lifetime, Larry Allen, yesterday, and I was shattered by that, and I didn't even know him personally other than met him one or two times. I think is far too premature. Let's not have the funeral for the Cowboys just yet.
David, what do you make of their?
We got a lot of ball game left, boys.
Yes, but we don't seem to have a lot of spending left in the off season, which I know may or may not make you happy as an agent. What do you make of the off season with the lack of spending and everyone pretty much thinking the Cowboys definitely did not take a step forward with Dak, with Lamb, with Micah right now in contract limbo? Do you have a different perspective on what the Cowboys are not doing?
I really do, and it's going to be the weirdest thing to come out of an agent's mouth. And God, please don't use it against me, because I'd love all my clients to get new contracts immediately. But just because you're doing deals doesn't mean you're getting better, right? Like, they're under contract. It's okay to not extend Micah. It's okay to not extend CeeDee. By the way, it's okay to not give DeMarcus Lawrence a contract adjustment yet, right? Like, he probably deserves it and earned it. And it's okay to not extend Dak just yet. There's no gun to anyone's head. The weird part of pro football in America is deadlines spur deals. More than any other sport, deadlines spur deals. So if we get to September, whatever the first day of the regular season is, 7th, 8th, right, and none of those three guys have been extended, well, that'll be odd. That will be odd, right? Because the price of doing business only goes up. And the cost of losing those three players potentially, not that you would guarantee lose all three of them, but certainly Dak would be in jeopardy, is a scary proposition. But June 4th, just because yesterday Justin Jefferson got his deal done, doesn't mean June 5th, CeeDee Lamb has to get his deal done, right? I imagine, knowing the Jones family and knowing how good they are at this and their business, and all businesses for that matter, there's a plan. There's a thoughtful, very, very well orchestrated concept and game plan on how they want this to go. Now, you know and I know how they want it to go doesn't mean that's how the other side's agents want it to go and how the players want it to go. And these are not easy deals because they're big, big, big numbers, right? I'm sure you guys have already talked about Justin's deal, and obviously CeeDee's probably not going to get as much, but he's going to want close, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would assume. I mean, I don't know CeeDee from a hole in the wall, but I would assume he's going to want close. And therefore, you have to look at the entirety of the 53-man roster, plus the practice squad, plus all the other players when you have injuries and things like that. So it's not, in a funnel of let's just do Dak and then we're going to be okay. By the way, the Miami Dolphins are a very, very good example of the Dallas Cowboys. And look at the Miami Dolphins right now. They just paid Jalen Waddle, right? They have not yet paid Tua. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? And I'm not comparing Dak and Tua, but I'm comparing players entering their lame duck year or their last year of their NFL contract. And it's clear that Tyreek Hill is not happy with his contract, right?
Yeah.
So if you're the Miami Dolphins, you have to figure out that puzzle, right? And it's not always easy. Like the Detroit Lions, I think probably look like they might have escaped a lot of potential negativity. They were able to get Goff done, albeit at a very high number, which certainly affects Dak, and they were able to get Amon-Ra St. Brown done at what looked on the surface like a great contract, and now every day gets worse and worse. But, again, I didn't do the deal. I wasn't in the room, and I don't know the machinations behind it. But it's one of those things where the longer you wait in this business, the more the money goes up for the players. And if you were CeeDee Lamb and his representatives yesterday, you were probably pretty pumped up because there's a huge number out there for a very, very good player.
David,
go ahead, please.
David Canter joined us here, 105 through the Fan. Okay, so because we've been critical of the Cowboys waiting, and in waiting, the numbers keep going up and you keep getting jumped. But you don't think it's as big of a deal? You don't think they're different than other organizations? It sounds like that this is kind of just business in the NFL. That waiting is the game.
I mean, look at the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, they have the second best receiver in the NFL, give or take, right? Like with Jamar Chase. He doesn't have a new contract extension done. I mean, again, just because Jalen Waddle gets one done, or just because Amon-Ra St. Brown got one done, or just because the Eagles redid, Brown's deal there, different Brown, obviously, and adjusted his deal and brought his numbers up, doesn't mean that fits everybody's cap and everybody's math and everybody's strategies. And so I'm a big believer in it's June 4th. September 4th, let's bring me back on the air. Well, let's not, because that's a holiday weekend. But, and my wife's birthday, September 5th. But let's bring me back on the air and see where we're at. I will say this. I've heard Jerry say this. I have heard him say this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby and everybody else. He said, this is a great problem to have. Is that correct?
Yeah.
On a couple times?
Yep.
I totally agree with him. This is not a bad problem. What it means is Will McClay is a rock star, and he really is. It means Todd Williams is damn good at his job, and it means the scouting department is kicking ass and taking names, because the last time I checked, CeeDee Lamb was a draft pick. Micah Parsons was a draft pick. Dak Prescott was a draft pick. DeMarcus Lawrence was a draft pick. The corner that they paid last year that unfortunately got hurt last year was a draft pick. There are 100 other scouts and other front office executives that would cut their pinkies off, maybe all the way up to their wrist and their hand off, to have that type of success in this business. So sometimes, and I'm sure you guys didn't think I was coming on here to sing the praises of the Dallas Cowboys, but that's damn good scouting. And by the way, that's damn good coaching. That's damn good developing. That's damn good sticking by your guns when a lot of people were like, whoa, Dak Prescott over Tony Romo. What the hell's going on, right? Dak Prescott, the kid that was a fourth-round pick, because people are ball watchers. Bobby, you and I talk about this all the time. They're not football studiers. They don't watch real football. They look at points scored or fantasy or gambling spreads. They don't understand the real meat and potatoes of pro football in America. Oh, by the way, the Dallas Cowboys have a hell of a roster, but I would say that's probably better than almost 90% of the rosters in pro football in America. And again, maybe I'm biased because I have 3, 4, 5 guys. Earl Bostic Jr., by the way, our tackles on the team as well. I forgot to mention him earlier. But they've done a great job of drafting and developing players. Are they the splashiest team come March 17th in free agency? No. Why do you need to be when you have Diggs and CeeDee and Micah and Dak? And, oh, by the way, they went and got Zeke back at a very low price, right? So, again, I think there's some really good things about the Dallas Cowboys organization. Did they have the best kicker in football last year?
Yep.
Or one of them?
Yep.
Did he not play college football or some story like that?
Yeah, he was a soccer player. He was, and then he was in the AAF. We're talking with David Canter, who is president of football for GSE Worldwide. Yeah, absolutely. Now,
that's scouting. That's finding talent. That's drafting, developing, coaching. So there's so many good things that I feel like the Stars have been unbelievably successful. The Mavericks have been unbelievably successful. The Rangers won the World Series. Man, it's tough to be in North Texas right now, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody's looking at the Cowboys and they're just judging them on this one Packers game. But we've all woken up and had a real bad day. We've all woken up and had a real bad week. We've all woken up and had a real bad month. And unfortunately for the Dallas Cowboys, it just happened at a home playoff game. And it's happened a couple times, and it's like all doom and gloom. But it doesn't need to be that way because there's a whole new football season ahead of us beginning in September. And I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer and I'm a believer.
David, there's a lot of discussion. Part of the reason why these contracts have come up is because of, the attendance of an OTA practice and that voluntary aspect of it. And there's been talk around the league about eliminating OTAs, that could be on the horizon for next year, that you're just talking about mini camps in June and a earlier ramp up. In general, your thoughts on the elimination of OTAs and what your guidance is to clients when they are waiting to get paid in terms of how they navigate the absences at OTAs or minicamp.
Yeah, I mean this when I say this. It is the stupidest component of pro football in America, other than warming up from 10:30 in the morning before a 12:30 or 1 o'clock kickoff, and then going in the locker room for 30 minutes in the air conditioning after you're already drenched in sweat. And we wonder why injury rates are on the rise. There is nothing important. Nothing. I'm sorry, Jim Harbaugh. I love you to death. You're my buddy. We can have this argument every day. The Chargers didn't win the Super Bowl in June because they have such tough OTA practices, which was the headline today. We're so much better prepared for the season than everybody else because our OTAs are so great. Jim, they're in shorts and a helmet. My son practices quarterback in pads, in shoulder pads and a helmet, like Tom Brady used to throw on the beach. Do you know why? Because when you play quarterback in high school, you wear pads and a helmet. You don't wear shorts and a T-shirt and a helmet. We have an incredible edge with how we work so hard in the offseason as the Jim Harbaugh. I get the coach speak. I love it. I respect it, right? These guys are winners. But Mike will be honest, if he really is, over a beer one day and tell you that you're not winning the Super Bowl in April, May, and June. Because, again, we all leave in July, and guys go to Greece, and guys go to Italy, and guys go to Mexico, and guys go to their own training facilities and come back, and they're not the same guy. And nothing matters until pads are on, and you know that. Anyone that's covered the Cowboys back in the old days knew that, Jimmy Johnson had the most brutal, full-padded practices, and they won Super Bowls because of it, right? So the idea of moving OTAs or getting rid of them, to me, as long as the players still have more leverage for contract negotiations, because at the end of the day, my job is to get my guys paid the highest amount of money in the best situations, most beneficial to them and their families, I'm okay with it. But I am always and have been a big believer that this is just to keep talking about something on the calendar. There's no Super Bowls being won in the draft. There's no Super Bowls being won in June. There's no Super Bowls being won in July, by the way, because you got to come through training camp healthy. And how many key players are going to tear an Achilles or tear an ACL between July 27th and August 15th?
David,
That's the hardest part of this business, right?
We'll let you go with this, but we have to ask because our crazy offseason started in February with Tank Lawrence talking about tired. Could you clarify, comment on the Tank tired comments that set off the fan base?
What did Tank say? DeMarcus said he was tired?
Said like the team basically, like we got tired. End of the year.
I don't know. I think DeMarcus is tired of not winning a Super Bowl. And I think that's what that man focuses on other than his family and his faith. And so I think that, DeMarcus Lawrence is my greatest success story in my NFL career besides Eric Weddle. And maybe even more so because of the man he's become, because of the leader, because he exemplifies everything I would want in a son and in a teammate and in a leader. He is absolutely the heartbeat of the Dallas Cowboys, at least defensively. And I don't care if Micah's got more sacks, and I don't care if, Trevon Diggs is back, and and I represent Jordan on the defense. That team, that passion, that sideline to sideline energy and enthusiasm that DeMarcus plays with is unbelievable. It's contagious, and he's a winner, and he's a leader, and he's an incredible human being, and I'm very honored and privileged to represent him. But I was with him after they lost, and he was devastated, absolutely devastated, because you guys know this because you've been around DeMarcus for 10 years now. He's a man that gives it his all every day. There's no half-assing it with DeMarcus. And it kills him to not be playing in the Super Bowl. It kills him to lose a home game, and it kills him to not continue to get to play with his brothers on Sundays. So, he's one of those guys. I think that you look back to the success of the Jones family and Will McClay and Todd Williams and the scouting department. There's another guy, right? Traded up for second round, had some picadillos in college and JUCO, and you go and develop this guy, and he becomes, a Cowboy for life, hopefully, and a guy that you can always look up to. But tired, I don't know if it was tired like
burnt out. I think was the phrase. Burnt out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know this and I know this. That's why these OTAs are such a joke, and I'll go because I know you guys want me to get off and stop talking. But tired is a real thing in the NFL. You're talking about now adding an 18th game. You're talking about, the stupidity of these long off seasons and these grueling practices. It is very real that I have a lot of players. I won't tell you, but I had two rookies last year, two very high draft pick rookies. By week 8, they were like, holy, I got a whole rest of the season to go. They were done. They were mentally done. By the way, think about the hours these guys spend in the building and in meetings and in game planning and in film study and in weightlifting. And most regular humans don't understand the amount of energy and sacrifice pro football players in America make, which is why I want them to get every penny. And I'm hopeful that the Cowboys take care of those three guys and my guy and every other guy. And they've done a very good job with that, right? I don't feel like the Cowboys are one of those organizations that have refused to pay players. It seems like their money where their mouth is, and it always has been for at least the last 25 years and 29 years I've represented Cowboys. And I would say that Jerry wants to win, and DeMarcus wants to win. And when you get men like that in your building, usually you're going to get results, or you're going to get a lot of collisions. And so I'm hopeful and optimistic for this year, and I hope and pray that everybody stays healthy and the Cowboys are playing in New Orleans next February.
Dave, you were electric yet again. Thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime. David Canter, NFL agent on 105.3 The Fan. We have a lifetime ban that has just been handed out and some more CD news. Crosstalk with KMC is next. But what's next for you?
Chevy in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We got breaking news in Major League Baseball, and it's presented by BetQL. Kind of ironic. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
A's pitcher Michael Kelly, Diamondbacks pitcher Andrew Salfrank, and Padres pitcher Jay Groom, and Phillies pitcher Jose Rodriguez suspended for a year for betting on baseball.
Oh.
And Padres infielder Tusapita Marcano.
He's done for good, right?
Banned for life. Life. NWO style. For betting on Pirates games. I know, right? I did it.
Did you see they're coming out with a book about that?
Zero wrestling fans.
Somebody from ESPN, shut up. Somebody from ESPN is going to write a book about the pop culture impact the NWO had on society.
Massive pop culture impact.
I watched Iron Claw the other day.
Did you like it?
I thought some of the acting was bad, but like the storyline was crazy.
And just think, they got rid of a kid that also died. They combined two of the brothers.
Their youngest
into one
child
brother.
killed himself too.
Sean,
Chris.
Really?
Yeah.
That line at the end though, when Efron's sitting there and he's crying, and his boys come over and they're like, "What's wrong, Dad?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "I used to be a brother, but now I'm not a brother anymore." God, that just ripped my soul out. Sorry for spoilers, but I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, it was the 1990s when that all happened. 80s and 90s.
And Bobby, you said this baseball player who just got banned for life, he was a crappy bettor.
Yeah, the Talkin' Baseball account, which tweeted out the news, they said that he had bet over $150,000 on baseball, and that he had won 4.3% of his bets.
Oh my God!
He was betting parlays only. Like there's no, you can't.
You can't be that bad.
You could bet the biggest underdogs on every single night, and you would still win more than 4% of your bets. He's betting
so
only
bad.
parlays. So
To try to hit big.
Yeah, to try to hit big. So I do wonder like what number of parlays you have to hit to make up for it. I guess a lot of it depends on the odds you're getting.
Yeah.
Because you could just hit one and make up all your money, but.
Can I throw this out here for betting? I know everybody in here, if I'm correct, wants legal betting in the state of Texas besides me.
Sure. I don't care one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care about casinos. I care about like sports betting.
Now that we've seen the infiltration of all of these gambling sites on all of these commercials and making it as easy as possible to bet for the most part, we are now seeing, whether it's, I'm bringing up one person, but there's more than him, Calvin Ridley. Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing baseball players. We saw Michael Porter Jr.'s brother. Like, this is going to continue. The more you put this out there, the easier it is to bet, the more athletes are going to make major mistakes and in their careers because of this. I understand that it's fine. It's up to you. If you want to ruin your life, if you want to lose every dime possible gambling on whatever, it's your freedom to do. And that's maybe where we're headed in all states eventually. But you can see what has happened over the last 5+ years of the infiltration of gamble all the time on everything. It's awesome, all the commercials. We are now seeing dozen or more players lose their careers because of it.
So professional sports leagues, and I'm not saying it's right, but professional sports leagues will argue, well, in the last 5 years when we've opened ourselves up to betting partnerships, what you're seeing is they are partners now in surveilling what's always been going on. And that we are now catching people. Huh. Like they claim that Calvin Ridley would have been betting otherwise, and if not for their betting partners doing surveillance for them, they weren't going to find Calvin Ridley, is what they claim.
That's a load of crap.
What I wonder is this, are these guys just stupid and not realizing they're going to get caught? Or is it, there are a lot of people betting on sports and successfully keeping it away from the leagues that these guys think they can do it too, and they're actually a fraction of the guys getting busted.
Of course you don't.
It's also fun. Here's my thing.
It's also fun.
Yeah. If they don't have casinos here, I don't care. I love to bet. I love to go to the casino. But if they don't have them here, I'm fine with that. There's already sports gambling in Texas. Like, people are already using it. They're either using illegal bookies, or they're doing like me. We're using offshore accounts.
Yes.
And, so we're already doing it here. Like, so the state just legalize it and get some tax money.
So do you think in my time I had 10 players betting on Major League Baseball games that were Major League players?
on your team. Not
on
your
the
team.
Yes. But like,
Okay.
So I disagree. I say no. The first thing when you walk into a room, like as soon as you walk into a clubhouse, the first thing you see, I believe it's because Jeff Fry just put this out, I believe it's Rule 21. If you do this, you're banned for life.
Yeah.
It's the only rule that's actually up on the board.
But it didn't stop steroid users.
Wait, Jeff Fry?
There was never a rule on steroids in any building I went into from 1996 until 2002.
But people still did it.
Yeah, you are never going to get tested. Nobody cared. It was impossible to even find out you were doing
I just
it.
meant like for guys who get caught now or like.
But I'm saying is we all knew about Pete Rose was fresh in our minds. Obviously, the Chicago Black Sox were way back in, but we saw a whole championship team lose their lives in baseball because of we need more money. So I would say that without a doubt, in my mind, 25 to 40%. I don't know the number, but let's just put it 25 to 40% of players I was playing against were doing steroids. Okay. I think 0%, literally 0% were betting on baseball because they knew that your life was going to be over in the game if you didn't.
I think you're giving people, again, all this is, we're guessing.
Speculation.
Way too much credit for like respecting and fearing rules, right? Like,
personal responsibility has to come into it. Is the other thing is that, like, I mean, if
like,
we're talking about what should be legal,
get me put in jail, but like, no, I don't do it anymore. But
good job, Sean. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. But like, people still do it. I don't know. It's just guessing.
So we're just better at catching the gamblers in 2022 through 2024?
I think so.
That's the only thing that's changed.
Can it be a combination of both, do you think?
It could be, but I think the opening up gambling like the way we have, especially commercializing it in every second of our life.
Absolutely more prevalent.
Bet, right?
Yeah. You just heard the breaking news and who's brought
it's more
to you
prevalent. There's no doubt about that. It's more prevalent.
Look, the Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors bets have definitely gone on in professional sports for forever. And that's outside of books or anything official, and that's just as illegal according to most policies.
I mean, like, it's people like to gamble. Like, it'd be foolish to think that a major leaguer didn't go into a casino or sports book at some point, and while they're sitting there betting on NFL games in the wintertime, see, oh wow, our team is plus 500. Let's go place a bet at Caesars legally. I think that probably happened.
I don't think you can. I think you're banned from baseball for life if you do that.
But that's the thing. There was no way of knowing. It was a cash business back then. They didn't have surveillance cameras in the 90s the way they do now, where like there's facial recognition. Like you could have gone into a Caesars.
I think you could get away with it if Sean's my illegal bookie.
Right.
I don't think you could get away with it in the 90s.
Why'd I have to be illegal?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
Like, you understand what I'm saying? Because now it's in a computer system and you got a ticket. I think that's a scary
By
part.
the way, Schefter says CD Lamb still not expected to attend the team's mandatory minicamp that opens today and continues this week.
How's his top golf
Is he
game gonna get any
suspended
better?
for the year then?
No, he's looking for that contract. And then Jared Sandler tweeting out.
Did he show up to OTAs?
That Adrian Beltre and Michael Young will be your futures game managers for the All-Star festivities. So
Nice.
Beltre and Michael Young. The KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and
God, Mike.
Technically correct.
Because nobody comes to take them.
I get it, Mike.
Pound runs out of space, so then they give that dog a shot, and then the dog dies.
I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying that like they were holding the dog.
Is that where
and
you're
they had
going
to
with the
set it
joke?
down.
Like to finish the joke off?
No. What kind of joke ends with, and then they euthanize the dog?
Probably not a good one.
Not a good joke at all.
Very fair point.
Well, Old Yeller, they had to. He had rabies.
Yeah, that wasn't a shot, though. It was
if
a
you
different
get
type of
rabies,
shot.
well, yeah, you give him a shot.
So it's going to be one today.
That's old school.
877.
Are you doing that today? Are you doing that's old school?
They didn't have like the medicine that they gave our dog Maverick. They just had to take the shotgun, I guess. Something.
I'm pretty sure it was a gun.
Kevin, that's what you wanted to happen, right?
I never quite know exactly what's going to happen on this
You guys
show.
went out to Granbury. My in-laws live in Glenrose, and sometimes they have to catch like bobcats or coyotes or whatever. They don't give them a nice shot. They give them the real shot to get rid of.
Like the jab?
No.
Stop it. That's too far.
Like 22, I guess, or something. Like they just, they blow them up because they've been like killing the chickens or whatever, and they're like, now we kill you.
Dude, I was hanging out in the pool the other day, and those stupid ducks landed in my pool in the backyard. I was like, what are y'all doing, ducks? And then some wildcats were running down our alley.
My father-in-law got like some ducks one time because he had a really nice duck pond, and you know what he found out? Every night they were just food for the owls.
Uh-huh.
And so he's like, well,
owls?
Yeah, the owls would come down and grab the duck and then eat them.
Dude, owls are cold.
I once saw a seagull.
Reggie did once see
That's country life, man.
Yeah, man.
One time he reached in to grab some fresh eggs, and there was a snake in there. So then he had to go get his gun and kill the snake.
Green Acres, baby.
We're on air right now.
You set it off by giving a joke about how we send dogs to the pound, and most of them don't get out of the pound after that.
That was not the takeaway of that joke at all, but I'm glad other people are weighing in from the 214. What type of attire does a lawyer wear to court? A lawsuit. Now,
speaking of lawsuits.
What?
That's it.
Oh, cool.
That's all I can say.
I know the rest of that story. All right. God help us today. With the stars out, are you going to turn, because theoretically this would have been Game 7 if they would have won on Sunday. We would have talked a lot about going into Game 7.
You going to pretend?
No, didn't happen. Never. No, Mike.
Mike's been asking if we could pretend they won for like 3 days now.
For the last 48 consecutive hours. Do you guys just want to do the show on Tuesday and pretend like we got a Game 7?
Just act like it happened.
No, they're out. Are you going to turn more attention to the Rangers? Did your attention ever wane for the Rangers, or are you all Mavs all the time? I'm curious kind of how people are chopping up their sportsdom right now, because I can see how a section of fandom who like loves all the Metroplex sports is like, hey, I love the Rangers. I'll be back in a couple of weeks because I'm all Mavs all the time. Or there might be people who are like, I've been paying attention to the Rangers, not as hardcore as I wanted now. This will give me some more time to go all the way in on the Stars, because you look at like the last week and a half, every single night, there was a Western Conference Finals game. And so you can listen to the Rangers right here on the Fan, but it's easy to get distracted.
Yeah, I've decided if I will watch the first at bat for the Rangers. If it's a leadoff home run, I stay around for the whole game. If it's not, then I'm sure we'll score.
And they really wasted your time yesterday, huh?
I think after that home run, the game was less than 2 hours after that point.
They were like, let's get out of here. It's completely devoted to Mavericks, right? My mind, every story I'm looking for right now is Mavericks related. I am paying attention to the Rangers, of course, because they'll get it back. They're going to get some players back, and they're going to get some pop in their lineup at some point. I don't know exactly when that is. Mike's the predictor of those things, so I'll just wait until he tells me. And but yeah, at some point that's going to happen. So I got to keep an eye on them, because they're going to go on a tear after they get some bodies back in that lineup.
Yeah, believe it or not, I've been paying attention to the Rangers pretty closely.
If it weren't for the TV gig, do you think you would like pay attention, but just kind of fringy attention because you'd be all Mavs all the time?
Yes and no. Obviously, if there was Mavs playoff game on versus Rangers game, I'm watching all of the Mavs. I'm not paying attention to the Rangers that night. But for yesterday or tonight or tomorrow, I'm fine. And then Thursday, the Rangers have an off day, so I don't even have to worry about it. So, yes, I hear what you're saying. So if the Mavs were playing a playoff game, Rangers were playing a regular season game, and I didn't have to work the Rangers game, I would be all Mavs on that night. But when it comes to right now, I don't have to worry Sunday. You don't have to worry Sunday because it's a day game for the Rangers and a night game for the Mavs. So it's not 1988 where they would play day games on Sunday for the NBA Finals.
Now, Corey, this is how I know that I'm going to be in trouble today from the 214. I love how Kevin lives in a world of hypotheticals, but Mike and Corey live in reality.
Yeah.
People die, and let's go Mavs. I mean, I guess that's definitely true.
All dogs die too, just in different ways.
That is true. Do you also believe they all go to heaven?
Nope.
Okay. Do you think any dogs go to heaven?
I don't know. It's a good question.
All right.
Doggy heaven.
I don't really concern myself with that one. But
because you're not a dog. That's fair.
You think the dogs think about that, though? You think they're sitting around going,
I don't think so.
I gotta go find dog Jesus.
See, I think they're better suited for eternity because they can't tell time anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, every time you leave the house, they think you've been gone for eternity.
I mean, some
so
of them have
they
the same
don't know.
education as Eagles fans.
Yeah.
They eat crap. And you're like, wait, what are you guys doing?
Man.
And some of, I mean, they only live like 8 or 10 years most of the time. But they're like, man, look at how long it was, though. 95 now.
From the 806, I like this breakdown. I'm 90% Rangers, 90% Mavs, 15% Rangers, -5% Cowboys.
Oh, my gosh.
And so that's how they came up with it. From the
But
817.
the Cowboys set the standard, I think, is what you need to remember, Kevin.
We talked about that.
All right.
I disagree with so much of
They
that
did set
column.
the standard.
Fair enough. But we need more acknowledgement
Did
that that standard is dead and buried.
Did they continue the standard?
No,
is the
they
question.
don't. From the 817, Kevin, you said it best. I love my Rangers, but right now, all Mavs all the time. From the 432, all Mavs all the time. From the 817, all Mavs all the time. Man, and I
Can I ask this question when they say that?
Yeah.
Are you guys going to YouTube and just watching YouTube from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on the Mavericks? Because I do watch quite a bit of YouTube stuff because Reggie's here today because the Rangers are playing tonight. So if the Rangers aren't playing a night game, Reggie's at night doing a radio show. So you could listen to Reggie talk about the Mavs or talk about the
Thursday night
Stars, Cowboys, Rangers, whatever it is. But when they say they're all Mavericks, I'm wondering when you say you're all Mavericks, because last night I could be all Mavericks. I could just turn it to YouTube and watch YouTube clips on people analyzing the upcoming NBA Finals or analyzing the conference final that just happened. But I'm like, I would rather watch the Rangers than watch YouTube.
I'm with you. I wonder if people go back and like, hey, I want to watch some of these Celtics playoff games. I'm not saying they do,
I guess you could do
but
that.
I bet there are some people who are like, hey, I hear people talking about it. I hear you guys talking about it. I want to go see it. I want to go watch the Cleveland series or whichever series you decide. By the way, Corey, people are already a huge fan of Gotta Go Find Dog Jesus.
It was just
from the 817. I love it. From another different 817. Gotta Go Find Dog Jesus. This is going to be a great show. I would love.
That's not a T-shirt. By the way.
My God!
That is not a T-shirt.
That's what I was about to say. I would so love if somebody made a shirt with Corey's face on it that said "Gotta Go Find
Or
Dog
it's like
Jesus."
It's a Doberman with long hair.
I would love it. And for the 903, I don't even care about sports. I'm just here for the metaphysical discussion. That is a very
We appreciate
fair
you
point.
being with us no matter what. That's the great thing about our Tolos out there.
But to your other point, Mike, now that there's not and I realize it would have been a little different in the Stanley Cup final if you would have made
Like
the Stanley
tonight,
Cup final.
to be honest, I'm not working the Rangers. So if the Stars would have won Game 6, I would have been all Stars if they're playing at the same time.
And then you would have, on the weekend, you would have had Stanley Cup final Saturday. You would have had Game 2 of the NBA final Sunday. Like, you would have kind of gotten back into that, not exact flow, but pretty close flow where every single night there is a high.
Well, the Mavs play every 7th night in the NBA Finals.
I realize in the NBA Finals they stretch it out, but most every night you would have a high leverage game. And so that's why I'm curious if more people now are going to pour more attention into the Rangers, or this is something that I've seen a couple people text in, and this thought had crossed my mind. And I know probably because of what we do, it's
Go back and watch the 2011 Mavs run, baby, on YouTube.
Is a very
I'll tell you what, when you do that,
I
like that.
I watch plenty of old school basketball, and 2011 at this point is old school basketball. You will be amazed what the game looks like compared to what the game looks like.
Oh, yeah, that's
the
different.
Rules have changed so much. The dribbling, the traveling,
the dribbling, man.
The 3-point attempts from 2011 to 2024 have changed. I don't even think doubled is the right word. I think tripled might be the amount of threes that you would see in the Celtics Mavericks game versus the Heat Mavericks game from 2011. So, it's interesting going back and watching because it's fun to relive, and then you're like, wow, basketball has changed a lot, the way and the style that it's played today.
The other thing too is, so yesterday I get home and my son wants to watch Peanut Butter Falcon, all right, which is a fantastic
awesome
movie. If you've never seen it, it's awesome. Shia LaBeouf's great in that movie. while we're watching, though, I pull up Twitter, and what do I see? I see a throwback to the Mavs championship run and the players that Dirk had to go through. And I'm like, who was the worst out of this group? LaMarcus Aldridge, Brandon Roy, that whole group that Dirk had to run through to get there. And that sparked conversation. And that's the other, it's not just the watching of whatever game. Your interest level right now has lots of different opportunities. I mean, Reggie has 5 TVs at one time, plus Twitter and his laptop going. And so that's where I am with Twitter, where I'm scrolling through, I'm seeing conversations I want to be part of. TikToks are popping up of highlights and everything. So that 2011 run keeps getting drawn back into the comparison of what's going on right now, too.
Because I actually heard this morning, and I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but they were speculating on, I can't remember, one of the national shows. This would be if the Mavericks won.
Right.
This would be the most unlikely NBA title since, and some people did throw out the 2011 Dallas Mavericks. Because if the Celtics win this title, that feels like, sure, that makes sense because they missed their opportunity a couple of years ago, but they've been knocking on the door for several years. And so the Toronto one came up from 2019, but that was one of the ones, to your point, Corey, that came up is the 2011 Mavs, because I get why they won. We all saw it was amazing. But in terms of likelihood, it didn't feel like that was the direction it was going.
No, I'm with you. The other one, it was LeBron, so I don't think it was. In 2020, the COVID championship.
Yeah.
We didn't get to talk to Derek Jones Jr. yesterday. G-Bag Nation got him, but I was going to ask him because he was on the team that made it to the finals and lost to LeBron in the COVID. And I was wondering, in that COVID bubble, now that he's played a real conference finals, how different is it that you're just playing in a gym with computer screens up versus playing with 20,000 people on the road, 20,000 people at home? I'm going to assume this. I'm sorry I didn't get to listen to that interview. I'm assuming that he would say it's not even close. Like, it's not even comparable that we played in a conference finals versus what I just went through and the emotions of it and the environment of it versus what he did. And by the way, somebody just asked, how's the AC in the studio today? This is from Dynastic. I'll just say I think it just came on. Do you guys feel it? I think the air conditioning just got fixed. I think.
Wow.
I think.
Like in that moment? Like
in the last 3 minutes, I've noticed, I think the AC just kicked on in here.
I know there's Rangers.
Should we hug or something?
To get to
celebrate
the other thing is A. Lasso. I won't say his whole name there because there's a cuss word in there. He said he just took an edible, so he's hoping that I make him laugh. So my goal is to make the people that have eaten marijuana edibles to laugh today.
Okay, that's a big portion of our audience. I have no doubt about that. But let's play to the entire audience as well. And then for the 940, we might pick up on this more later. 45% Mavs, 40% Rangers, and 15% College World Series right now. The interesting thing about that is over the last several years, when you've seen the explosion of TV coverage of all the different levels of college baseball. We talked about this maybe last year. It used to be your college baseball you could watch was the College World Series, and that was it. But
That's
now,
what I told my son. I was like, I didn't really care about. I wanted to maybe go play college baseball because everybody wanted me to, but I was like, at the same time, it was never a dream of mine growing up in the Metroplex.
Yes,
college baseball wasn't a thing here.
Yes, and now you can watch every part of a regional, all
Birmingham,
the super region.
whatever.
Yes, you can watch the Division III
tournaments. Like you can watch that.
And so I do think that's helped bump up some folks' interest in college baseball as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the key stats to know and impress your friends with prior to the NBA Finals. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let me talk about Men's Tee Clinic.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
14 for Luka on the logo. What is going on here? He is on one tonight.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of quick notes for you happening in the sports world. Novak Djokovic withdrawing from the French Open because he re-aggravated his knee injury. And then we talked a lot about the Mavericks. We're going to continue to talk a lot about the Mavericks. Nico Harrison gets a multi-year contract extension. I feel like we all agree pretty darn well deserved.
Yes. I think at this point, I know at this point I am, but I'm very happy Jason Kidd has signed an extension. There's not going to be jumping to the Lakers or anything like that. And then now Nico, who I think has grown into this job tremendously. I think you're in really good shape. How he figured out how to do everything he did and for the most part worked out. Like Grant Williams didn't work out at all, and he quickly moved on from that. I don't know this, but I feel like the Mavs would have stuck with that for a while under, let's say, Mark Cuban and Donnie Nelson. And you're just like, hey, can we give up on this? We know it's not working.
I also like kind of the comfort of the players know the organization's going to be together like this for a while. And so they can feel comfort in I mean, look, again, PJ, Gafford, Luka, Kyrie, that's a core that's here for a bit. And they're all seeing that, hey, not only is the front office, pretty consistent, we have room to be here for a minute and not just win this title. Maybe win another one and another one. Like, I'm not trying to do the not 4, not 5.
Sure.
But like they can see that that's an opportunity to be around that a lot, very often.
Now, also KP it's looking more and more like I've seen multiple reports over the last 24 hours that he's back for game 1. Yeah. So not particularly surprising. I think the discussion that we've had is we knew that was going to happen. How long is he going to stay in the lineup?
That in this.
8
Do you
minutes.
guys remember how bad of a shooter he was when he would come back from all the injuries with the Mavs? And it was like, well, it's just going to take time. And
I have to admit, I do not. I trust you, though.
He would come back, and his shot would be off. It makes sense. He would miss so much time, he could never really get into a good rhythm with the Dallas Mavericks. Now, that being said, also him and Luka never really got into a rhythm as a 1-2 duo at all. But I always remember this. He really struggled to be consistent with his outside shot when he came back from these long stints. And it makes sense for shooters that you just don't come back and then you're nailing all of your 20 to, at this point in the NBA, 30-foot shots.
Sure.
So I don't know. Hey, it's good for the Celtics that he's back. It's not good for the Mavs. I would love for him, being honest, I would love for him to be out for the whole series because I think it makes it an easy championship run for the Mavs if KP's not there. It changes a lot defensively for the Boston Celtics. It makes them one of the best defensive teams with Porzingis back for 20 to 35 minutes. And then it makes them a major threat with a 7'2" dude out there who can nail a lot of three-pointers. The thing is I can remember being a Mavs fan when he was here. It wasn't an automatic, I'm locked in on my shot.
Yeah.
When you've had this much time off. It felt like it took him a couple weeks to really get into the rhythm of his shot.
And Mike, I just went to his game logs over the course of the season just to take a cursory look, and I can give you some of his three-point shootings coming off of inactives. 3 for 6. 2 for 4, 3 for 4, 2 for 8, 3 for 5, 2 for 6.
That's this year?
Yeah, this year. And he's had a lot of inactives, 5 for 9. And there was one instance where he went 0 for 7 coming back from an inactive, but that feels more like
otherwise it sounds pretty good.
It sounds unbelievable. Let me ask you this. Were these inactives for like 2 weeks or more, or inactives for a game?
Some of them were for a game, but there's some instances where he misses 4 or 5 games a few times during the course of the season.
So as he's matured, it hasn't bugged him as much.
Yeah, and I think some of this is also like he is fully embraced a different role. When he came to Dallas, he was coming off of that from the Knicks, where I imagine he saw himself and envisioned himself as some type of the guy.
Yeah.
I think that going away from Dallas, going and playing in Washington in particular, may have allowed him to shift his mentality. In Boston, he's now a supersized role player. He's not a foundational piece, and I think that allows him to play a game that's different.
That was, what's really funny about this, when we were in Arizona in Surprise, the bartender at our hotel was a huge Celtics fan. And he was, I know, that's what I was saying. He was saying the exact same things that Reggie's saying. Look, he's the fourth now.
That's what I was thinking,
option
too,
on this team. And he was like, Luka's never going to win you guys a championship. And they're never going to be able to touch my Celtics. And I was like, oh my gosh. And here we are now. I want to go back to Arizona and watch that whole series with that guy.
Look, there's no question. And I've heard the discussion come up plenty of times. And I can see a whole lot of different answers. But for me, like once you take out, let's just say big two for both, Brown and Tatum, Irving and Luka, KP is the most important player in this series to me. Now that could be for better or for worse. I also concede there could be a lot of different answers to this, but for me, it's KP because of what he can do defensively to potentially stymie the Mavericks, because not only what he can do, but what the Celtics can't do without him, I think, is what I go to defensively. So for me, it's KP if you're going outside of the big two for both.
I'm very curious when it comes to him defending on the perimeter, when it comes to him jumping out to get one of our three-point shooters, or when it comes to Daniel Gafford Daniel Gafford doesn't have a lot of post moves. Daniel Gafford does good going up on lobs.
Well, we don't even try to post.
Yeah, so
we don't even try to post.
It feels like you could. Derek Lively and Gafford should be able to push the body around of KP a little bit coming off this injury, and I wonder if they can find a way to do that, or if it's just going to be Luka going, it's time for me to abuse this guy.
I mean, you're definitely going to see some Luka KP matchups here and there. Now, how much of that you get to see, obviously, that will depend on the success for both sides.
Mavericks dictate that.
Yes.
If they don't want KP on Luka, you don't bring KP's guy up to pick. If you want Al Horford on Luka, you just bring, let's just say Al Horford's guarding PJ Washington. I think that could be a likely matchup. Maybe not, but if I look at it, maybe it's Derek Jones Jr. he guards because he's less of a threat off the dribble. But you look at it and go, if I don't want Porzingis up, I just don't bring the center up to pick. I just keep the center away, but that does keep Porzingis around the basket. So my assumption is they're going to want to bring Porzingis up to get him away from the basket, because we saw him here. He's a very good off-the-ball blocker.
Yes.
As in, he blocks a lot of shots when he's not guarding the ball, and then he gets to roam a little bit, and then when he sees the guy going up, he helps and then gets that shot block. Derek Lively's pretty awesome at that, too.
Now, we're not going to have the opportunity to get to all the numbers right here, but I wanted to start with a quiz.
Name a number. All right, let's start with
Are you
quiz.
ready?
Yeah.
Now, I have to admit, this surprised me. If the Mavericks win the championship, Luka would be the 6th player in NBA history to lead the league in scoring and win the championship in the same season. Mike and Corey, can you name the other 5? That's not to say they didn't do it multiple times.
Michael Jordan's easy.
Michael Jordan is correct.
How many times?
6 times. All 6 times.
All right, there
Wilt Chamberlain averaged a zillion points, so I'm going to assume he won a championship while leading the league in
Correct.
scoring.
In 1966. You guys are 2 for 2.
Here's the deal. I know that you want his UCLA card autographed, and he's still alive. Kareem's probably another one.
1971, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay, so those were the really easy ones.
Was Durant the scoring leader of the year that Golden State won?
That's a great one. Probably so. But I'm just going to say a probably and not 100%, but I'm going to say a probably. That's a good guess, so I would say that's a great guess.
Take your fingers away from that
single
keyboard.
season scoring champions.
Oh, you're already looking at that?
No, I'm just looking up single season scoring champions just kind of because
I know that's
information I don't know.
That's cheating.
Kevin. No, it's not.
All right,
Kevin Durant. I'll say
said Kevin Durant.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Wow.
Way to go, Corey.
One of them would have been really tough. George Mikan.
All right, so I wouldn't have got that.
And then Shaq in 2000. Now, that's the interesting part. Since you brought up Kevin Durant, Shaquille O'Neal's the last person to accomplish this. Lead the league in scoring as well as your team wins the championship. So it's been 24 years.
Wow.
That is pretty impressive.
Wow. Yeah, and it looks like Steph was the scoring champion that year. So I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, he's a scoring champ, and they won the championship.
What year
That
are
would
you
be-
looking at?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. Those were off years.
That was the year that
Westbrook.
they probably
16?
Yeah,
it
that
was
they
Westbrook.
unfortunately choked it away because that did get brought up. All right. The Celtics are the first team in 28 years, which is how long we've had the play-by-play statistical data.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm not trying
Take that for data.
I'm trying not to pick out just an arbitrary number. To be the best team in the regular season in points per possession and each round of the playoffs. So you take a look at this. They're plus 11.7 points per 100 possessions in the regular season. That was the best.
Celtics.
Yes, the Celtics. First round, plus 17, the best. Conference finals, plus 8.5, the best. Conference finals, plus 6.3, the best. Are you impressed by that, or do you think at least the playoff portion of that speaks to the weaker nature of the competition?
Both.
Okay, that's fair.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you a question off of this. The Celtics played who in the first round again? Miami without Jimmy Butler. Mavericks win that series in how many games without Jimmy Butler?
5.
All right. Now they get to play Cleveland without
Mitchell
and without
Jared
their big
Allen.
guys.
Ooh. I'm going to say 5. I could see 4.
All right. And now you get to play Indiana
Same.
without
4 or 5.
All right.
Well,
so
I know
I'm
Halliburton was there and he at the beginning and then
I'm
they lost
impressed
it.
by it, but yet I think the Mavs would have done the same in the playoffs.
I got
regular season. No, that's very impressive in the regular season that they stayed that consistent. It does show how deep they are. That they could lose their 4th best player for this whole playoff run, and it hasn't affected them at all.
All right. Can I go and add another question to that? Those thoughts that you just had after seeing it, you wouldn't have thought that beforehand, though.
Yeah.
Because beforehand, we were looking going, man, can we win a series? You know, like we were very nervous about the Clippers at first.
The only one that stands out is I would have maybe thought that with the Cavs series without Allen as well as mostly Mitchell. But the other ones, I totally get what you're saying.
And I do feel like, didn't they get a wild-ass three-pointer against the Mavs in one of the games against Cleveland?
Oh,
anyway,
yeah, we were in surprise when that happened.
Either
At
way,
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes,
I wouldn't have thought. I just wouldn't have thought coming into the
Buffalo Wild
playoffs that the Mavs they've grown through this playoffs. This entire run.
1,000,000%.
You're starting to see even Luka individual players are starting to grow, and as a team they're growing. So this is a unique thing where Boston has been what it's been all season long. The Mavericks are not even fully realized probably.
This is going to make for a very interesting component of the series. In the 22 years since the first round switched to best of 7, the Celtics and Mavs are just the 5th and 6th teams ever to have a better road playoff record than they do at home. The Celtics 6-2 at home, 6-0 on the road. The Mavs 5-3 at home, 7-2 on the road. So I am very fascinated to see how much home court kind of bounces back and forth in this series. All right, we got plenty more stats. We got plenty of time to get to them later because now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Can the offense get anywhere close to 2023 next?
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch swung on. There's a drive deep to left field. Back goes Langford. He looks up, and that ball is gone. A 2-home run game for Jake Rogers, doubling his total for the year. And it's 2-1 Tigers in the 8th.
And that was about it as we roll in to baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Tough loss for the Rangers yesterday. I know my son came home he's like, oh man, Leclerc gave up a home run and we lost. And I was like, it's not Leclerc's fault. I get it. On the board, he has a loss. He scored 1 run.
The first hitter.
That being said, Tarek Skubal has a great chance to win the Cy Young this year.
He is very good.
So he's awesome. So and look, they had just got back traveling from Miami. That being said, there's been too many of these days for the Texas Rangers where they just can't score.
Yeah.
And so they won 4 out of 5. Before I went on the trip to Miami, we said, hey, the Arizona, Miami 5-game situation. 3 out of 5, you need to win 3 out of 5. They won 4 out of 5, so they somewhat exceeded our expectation on that 5-game situation. 2 at home, 3 on their own, 4 out of 5. Great job. The weirdest thing is they lost to the worst pitcher out of the 5 games in that situation.
We might not ever see again.
And Sixto Sanchez. And so then you face Tarek Skubal. He's left-handed. He's one of the best. And I don't want to say he dominated you. You had opportunities. In fact, Robbie Grossman came up with a big opportunity earlier in the game and hit into a double play. Marcus Semien was on third. Corey Seager was on first, one out, and he hit into a double play, and that was really your only other major threat that you had in the game because they just dominated you for the most part, hitting-wise, otherwise. And so I was looking at this. Last night, I was looking at the number 800 OPS. And first, I'm going to break down Major League Baseball. Then I'm just going to break down a couple of numbers from the 2023 Texas Rangers versus the 2024 Texas Rangers. All right, so play a guessing game with me here. I'm going to go around the infield. The number is 800 OPS or better. How many Major League first basemen have an 800 OPS or better as a first baseman?
Right now?
Right now.
2.
8.
All right, the number's 7. And I feel like 800 for me means you're a solid offensive player.
Yeah.
Anything below 800, I'm just like, and I get it. Average is way down in Major League Baseball, but I look at the number 800, and if you have an OPS under 800, like, I'll just be honest here. I don't want to collect your baseball card. That's not going to be memorable at all if your OPS is 790 for your career. It's just not memorable, but I think of 800 or above, you're an above average hitter. 900 or above, and you're really good. All right, let's go to second baseman. It's second base.
5.
It's 2.
9. All right.
2 second basemen have it. It's Ketel Marte and somebody else. I don't have it in front of me.
Was Simeon above that last year?
Yes, for sure. All right. I'm just going to, instead of guessing, I'm going to go third baseman 6. Shortstop, the premium offensive position in the game
24.
today. 5
All right.
of
Man, what is happening
800
there?
or better. Catcher, 4. Outfielders, all outfielders, not breaking down.
15.
7 outfielders in all of baseball.
All the outfielders
have an OPS of 800 or better. DH, you have 5. Like, it is bad. Hitting around baseball is bad over 2 months of the season, okay? So I just wanted to give that out to be like, it's not just the Rangers, because look, Detroit Tigers had 2 solo home runs from one guy.
Yeah.
Didn't they had to send down Spencer Torkelson to the minor leagues?
Yes, they did.
The number 1 overall pick out of Arizona State. He might not be a major leaguer. I don't know if he's going to figure it out.
Struggled quite a bit.
This comes down to yesterday's patience versus when do you go, I got to get rid of him before everybody realizes he can't play.
Yeah.
And I think you're to the point with Spencer Torkelson where you have to start asking the question in the Tigers organization, should we keep having patience or should we move him for something that we know is a major leaguer?
Yeah.
And you could regret it. That's the tough thing about impossible being a general manager at times, going, when do we quit on this guy and when do we have patience with this guy? All right. Now I go to the Texas Rangers. Last year, the Rangers finished first in the American League and third overall in runs scored with 881. Right now, they are 11th in baseball in runs scored at 265. They're probably not going to sniff 800 runs.
No.
Now, they had 881 last year. They're probably not even going to, I'm going to guess a good year at this point would be getting to 750 or above would be an outstanding year after these 2 months of hitting. Last year, to give you an idea, the team that was 11th in runs scored was the Boston Red Sox, and they had 772. If I said right now, the Rangers, who had 881 last year, number 1 in the American League, number 3 in baseball, if I said the Rangers over-under is 772. That was 11th last year in baseball. Would you say over or under?
Under.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like 750-ish.
Yeah.
It's going to be where you're going to score runs.
That's a major drop-off. I don't know why I say it like that. Man, that's a major drop-off. Like, we've been watching it develop.
Now, one thing is they were so awesome at it last year that now you're probably going to drop over 100 runs scored in the whole season. Probably. I hope not. I hope they score 800 runs. But looking at it now, it's tough to predict. And then when I give you around baseball OPSs and how crappy they are, like, now I'm going to go to OPS. Last year, the Rangers finished first in the American League and third in all of baseball.
Wow.
With a 7, when you asked about Marcus Semien, the team had a 789 OPS the whole team almost had an 800 OPS. Barely anybody in baseball. If you take the 30 starters pretty much in all of baseball at positions, the one best, because I just did outfield in general, is first base with 7. 23 guys are under 800 OPS that are starting first baseman. And I get maybe everybody doesn't qualify. Like Nathaniel Lowe doesn't qualify, but I believe with his slump that he's kind of gone through, he's not at 800 OPS. So 789 OPS last year for the Texas Rangers. This year, their OPS is 14th in baseball at 697. It is approximately a 100-point drop in the Rangers' OPS this year.
Jeez.
So
holy moly.
Last year, I'll click on this real quick because I have runs scored as my leaders from last year. Last year, the Toronto Blue Jays were 11th in OPS. Their OPS, sorry, I should go to 14th. The Rangers are 14th right now in OPS. So tied for 13th last year in OPS was the Padres and the Cardinals at 742. If I give you an over-under, the Rangers right now are 14th at 697. Will the Rangers at the end of the year be over or under a 742 OPS?
I'm going to say under, but I think it's going to be close, or maybe I just hope it's going to be close. I'm honestly not sure I can tell the difference right
24 teams last year had over a 700 OPS.
Okay.
The Rangers are under a 700 OPS right now.
They could make it then. All right. I believe they'll go over, Kevin. From here on, that's what they're going to do.
Okay.
Once they get Josh Young back, the catalyst for everything.
You said from here on out, and then you said when Josh Young comes back.
Those are the same things in my
They're
mind.
not.
I just think at this point, 2 months into a season, and I'll leave it at this, I think Chris Young, if there's a trade deadline to get better, I think he strongly has to consider trading for an offensive everyday player.
Yes, I agree.
And then it's for another day. We have to start looking at the major position or positions to trade for an everyday player.
I mean, outfield, you just said there's only 7 in all of baseball.
All of baseball. So if you're like, we need a guy who has an OPS over 800, my gosh, in the outfield. All right, there's only 7 of them in all of baseball. 2 of them who are leading are Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. They play for the same team.
Bring me Aaron Judge.
And I'll take Juan Soto.
Great.
Okay, cool.
I'll take both.
So anyways, I just wanted to bring up offense is down in baseball, but if you look at the Rangers, they are tremendously down from what they did last year, and I don't know what the overall answer will be to try to get close to what they were averaging last year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could this NBA Finals vastly change the public perception of Jason Tatum? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you believe the outcome of this NBA Finals could vastly change public perception of Jason Tatum?
Yes. I also think it could vastly change the perception of Luka Doncic.
Ooh, okay. And I want to get into that because
maybe we can do that tomorrow.
Yes,
but
I think that's a great idea.
But I do think that at this point, Jason Tatum, and I'm going to compare him to Dirk Nowitzki. I do think he has a little bit of, it's a little bit earlier in his career, but I do think we have gotten to the point with Jason Tatum where we were nationally with Dirk around 2009, 2010. Yeah, perennial all-star. We know. We think he can kind of compete for an MVP. Is he the best player in the league? Absolutely not. Does he make runs into the playoffs? Yes, but ultimately we know that he won't get it done. And I think that was a lot of the perception of Dirk Nowitzki. And all of the blame would go to Dirk, rightfully so, because all the credit ended up going to Dirk after 2011. It's just the way it is, and it's never going to change. You have to have the right team around you to be the superstar to lead your team to a championship. Tatum has struggled to put teams away in the conference championship or in the NBA Finals. So at this point, if he wins it, it all goes away forever. Then he's a champion, and it doesn't matter how many times he fails. For example, tell me the difference between Giannis and Tatum.
Just say Giannis, obviously, besides being taller, is a better defender. Okay. But it's the fact that he won a championship, right?
And
MVP.
Shooter. Yeah, and so, there are differences in their game, but we won't question Giannis anymore
because they won a title.
Because he has a title.
Yeah, he was the best player on the planet. I mean, Dirk did that too. He had the one title. Now, granted, Dirk was a great player.
Right.
But that one title changed everything.
If Giannis wouldn't have won the one championship, we at this point, wouldn't we be questioning Giannis as a leader and a championship player? And
I think that about Aaron Rodgers all the time. I know it's a different sport.
Yeah.
But when they had their obviously very unexpected but run to the Super Bowl, people would have crushed him for not being a winning player over all those years, if not for that.
So I do think that, yes, it will change tremendously, but then there's this, and I do believe we have Brian Scalabrini clips. So you might have to help me out with which one this is. They asked him, does Tatum have to win the MVP of the NBA Finals, obviously, plus win the championship for it to change?
I do not see that as one of the cuts.
I did hear that too, though.
Brian Scalabrini said yes. And here's why I know it's a yes. Do you know how stupid people are about Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Now, he finally won the MVP a couple years ago in the NBA Finals. It was Andre Iguodala. And I'm like, go back and look at their stats. Go back and look at the box scores. I get Andre Iguodala did a great job as a role player in that series, and somehow they gave him the finals MVP. But people were holding that against Steph Curry for his career, that, well, he wasn't even the best player on his team when they won before Kevin Durant came, and Kevin Durant became the best player. So Curry's a nobody in the history of the NBA because he didn't win the MVP of the finals. So I do know this. I've seen it in recent history. If somehow Drew Holiday or Porzingis
or Jaylen
Brown wins the MVP, they're going to crap on Tatum's career even if he wins the championship.
You know what's interesting about that is because Jaylen Brown won 5-4 for Eastern Conference Final MVP as well. So if he were to take Finals MVP, I do kind of wonder about that. If people would be like, I don't know, Jaylen won this, Jaylen won
Isn't
that.
Jaylen Brown situated a little differently than kind of the Andre Iguodala example there, where Andre Iguodala obviously gets that just because of the immense respect that the NBA world had for LeBron. And it was like, oh, you slowed that guy down. Jaylen Brown does have a similar set of skills than Tatum, and he is playing at that high of a level that I think that probably sits in a little bit of a different space, even though I appreciate what you're saying for sure.
I'm with you on that. Jaylen Brown is a better basketball player than Andre Iguodala was at the time. Iguodala was a perennial all-star in his prime. He was just left his prime when he was with Golden State and they started Splash Brothers and all that. But I'm with you, Reggie, is that Jaylen Brown is a perennial all-star. He's in his prime. And so I could see where it goes to him, but I can see where people will still hold that against Tatum if he doesn't win the MVP of the finals.
And that's what I kind of wanted to dive in on, because I was just looking back at, and you're right, lack of title. But you look at the rest of what he's done. In 7 seasons, Tatum has been to the Eastern Conference Finals 5 times. This is his 2nd time in the NBA Finals. He's been first team All-NBA the last 3 years. How many people do you think believe Jason Tatum is a top 5 player in the NBA?
Maybe
not a lot, right?
33% of NBA people?
And I think it might be even lower than that.
Yeah, I think it might be like 13%. Kind of put him in that range.
It's a very precise number.
Don't forget he was also All-Star Game MVP in 2023.
Don't care.
Never forget about
That's
that.
a huge accolade, Kevin.
Reggie, I appreciate
I could score 100 in an NBA All-Star game.
I don't know how many
believe I can.
I have
Because
no
if you
clue.
just give me the ball every time, I can just go lay it up. Nobody will care. So I do think NBA
I would like to see that. I do
think NBA All-Star Game MVPs meant something before LeBron ruined the All-Star Game, but that's another topic. So I look at Tatum and I go, even for me, I'll be honest, I have quite a few nice Jason Tatum rookie cards that have always gone down because people don't respect him as a premium player in this league. So overall collectability of Jason Tatum is down because people look at him as ultimately, this isn't fair, okay? They look at him as a failure, a guy who can't get over the top. And so I do think if he wins the championship, I'm obviously not hoping for this at all, and it would help out some of my cards that I have of him, and he wins the MVP, I don't care. I don't care about these cards that much. What I would be like, I'm not that invested into him. But that he will all of a sudden see like a 20 to 25% rise in his likability, in his maybe he should be considered more for an MVP. The dude leads a team to 60 wins almost every year. He's in the championship conference finals almost every year. You just gave 5 out of 7.
Yep.
Is this his 3rd year in the NBA finals? Second, sorry. So they lost to Golden State.
And that's the other thing. He did not play well in that NBA finals that really hurt you. It's not just the loss that hurts you. It's he shot 36.7% from the field in that series. And in the closeout game for Golden State, he was 6 of 18 from the floor. And I think that's like, not that they were going to win the series automatically or anything like that, but I think that's a lot of people's lasting memories is, hey, in an attempt to keep your season alive, you struggled.
Especially when you consider like his shot selection ends up going away from what we end up doing on the outside. Like we want to see if you're going down, you go down swinging in a way that appeals to us on the outside.
I could see
and
that.
I mean, I think there's a lot of players that in the history of this game that people look at as that's a great player. However, this asterisk of it feels like they don't have some quote unquote killer mentality or they don't have the ability to finish it off in that way. And I know that for me personally, that's a thing that I have with Jason Tatum where he is 6'10", but at times he plays where he fades away from the basket or moves into the mid-range when you can go attack the basket. And that's something I still wonder if he's going to develop and show. And I think that those are the things that when you start talking about the nitpicking that's necessary to distinguish between top 5 and top 10 players, because that's ultimately what we're talking about, I think those are the things that people then use to discredit certain players.
And I'm sorry, did you say Jason Tatum is 6'10"?
Is he not?
I think he's a couple inches shorter than that, but I just wanted to make sure I heard.
6'8" is what they have listed as on Basketball Reference.
I get your point nonetheless, but I was about to be like, holy smokes, is he really?
He has a 6'10" wingspan.
Usually a guard, to Reggie's point, usually a guard guards him because they're not too worried about him using his size.
Yep. No, yeah, he doesn't lean into bodies.
And he's not a good passer. He's a ball sticker at times, which means that at times you could say Luka is too, but Luka, when he decides to pass, is one of the greatest passers in the history of the game.
Oh, yeah.
If Tatum decides to pass, he's Anthony Edwards kind of passer.
It's good for
like
us.
every once in a while he'll find a nice pass.
Yeah.
But he's just passing to be like, oh, I don't have my shot. I'm just going to pass it to somebody.
I think he's a solid passer for sure, but solid's about.
Yeah.
Why is he the Batman on this team, though?
He's the better scorer.
Yeah,
I think because he's the better scorer. I mean, because both of them
he's the better rebounder,
first
too.
round,
and also
number 3 overall
they're
picks.
But Jaylen Brown is a bad dribbler.
Okay,
like he's been made fun of that he doesn't have a left hand, and look, he pushes it to his left hand every once in a while, but he can't really dribble with his
he's far more polished.
When you're watching Jaylen Brown and you want him putting the ball on the floor, he'll put the ball on the floor for 2 dribbles, 3 max with his left hand, and he has to get it out of his left or he'll just lose it. So he'll pick the ball up. So if you force him left and you don't allow him to get back right, Jaylen Brown will usually pick the ball up because he does not feel comfortable dribbling with his left. Tatum's not that way. He can dribble with both hands. He can create his shot a lot more. Jaylen Brown can create his shot. I don't want because people are like, you don't respect the Celtics. I'm giving you scouting reports, like real scouting reports here. Jaylen Brown can create his own shot, but it's not to the ability or standard that Jason Tatum can create his own shot.
He's a better rebounder and passer too. I think he's just I think he's a slightly better version at Jaylen Brown at many things, not all things.
And Jaylen Brown's a better defender.
Yes.
So if you're giving a scouting report, you'd be like, I'd rather go one-on-one against Tatum than against Jaylen Brown. But Tatum's not a bad defender.
All right. So if the Celtics, we hope not, but if the Celtics were to win, but somebody else takes MVP besides Tatum, you think he's still mostly in the same spot?
I think he gets a little bit of the Steph Curry treatment.
Okay.
That wasn't fair, and I was trying to defend Steph Curry. It didn't matter what I told Kavanaugh at the time. It didn't matter at times what I told Dawson. They were like, nope. Because Dawson would say he's not a good ball handler about Curry.
Huh.
And I would it's tough, but and now once he won that championship in 22 and got the MVP, it was really weird because it was his 4th championship. It all went away.
Yeah.
And,
you're good now.
Yeah, and so that's how, in a way, it has to be both. In fact, I know we'll get in this tomorrow. If Luka doesn't win the MVP, you're going to hear the Luka haters say, well, it was Kyrie who led him to the championship. And I'm going to give you this example. It doesn't matter what you do to get to this point. If Luka would have averaged 45 points, 20 rebounds, and 20 assists, I'm going to go extreme here, through all of these playoff games, and then he has a Jason Tatum NBA Finals in 2022, he's a trash playoff basketball player.
Yeah.
Because you know how I know this? Because what did Dirk Nowitzki do to the San Antonio Spurs, and what did he do to the Phoenix Suns, and then what happened after 2 games in the NBA Finals, missing some free throws?
He doesn't have the gut,
you do not
testicular fortitude.
You do not
to
want
get it
Dirk,
done.
right? You don't want Dirk being your best player on your team. You'll never win anything. He's going to crap his pants if he gets to the NBA Finals again, which he probably never will because he's just horrible at NBA playoff basketball. You're like, wait, are we taking away what he did against Memphis, San Antonio, and Phoenix to get there? And every NBA person who doesn't follow that team would say 100% yes. I don't care what he did before the NBA Finals. We only judge on the NBA Finals.
And it's kind of insane that that's the case because if you were to step back, we're talking about often at max a 7-game sample that we're trying to use and that we weigh so heavily when if we tried to use any other 7-game sample during the course of a season, that would feel asinine. Yeah. But that's the way that these things are discussed. And I recognize the ways that we have fallen into that in our discussion, but it's just the way it is. But sometimes I think it's necessary to step back and realize that's what these finals do. That's what the stakes do, is it changes the perception of everything based off of a few games and a few moments.
Then my follow-up question is potentially going to drive you insane and hammer home your point even more. If the Celtics lose and Tatum has a, let's just say, similar finals run that he did in 2022. What will the narrative be on him going forward? Because he's back to back to back first team all NBA. But I think people will be like, yeah, but you already saw he can't be the guy.
Really good player. That'll be a really good play. You'd love to have him as the second guy on your team. Like, isn't that that would be that discussion is you'd love to have him as the second guy on your team, but you don't want him leading that team.
An elite
trying to win a championship. Yeah, you'd have the best second guy.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having Kai on your team.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, like Kai's a very talented player, and he has the championship to go with it. But what happens? Everybody's like, you didn't win that championship. LeBron won that championship.
They need to go back and watch parts of that series then. We're the KNC masterpiece right
LeBron
here.
Was their best player.
No, I agree, but
down the stretch offensively, Kyrie was their offensive weapon down the stretch.
Coming up next, the new phenomenon known as glow-in-the-dark baseball is here, and it is spectacular. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Those are the sounds from Cosmic Baseball, aka glow-in-the-dark baseball, the new and best thing to happen to baseball since the pitch clock. I realize that just happened not that long ago. But, Mike, have you seen any Cosmic Baseball? And if so, do you hate it?
Never seen it.
Okay.
So I can't say I hate it or not. Is this just for the high schools that are too poor to get lights?
That is, Mike. That is actually.
I mean,
that's
there's
actually
plenty of high schools
a
that
really
are
fair question.
Too poor to have lights, so then they could play past 5:30 before the time change.
Instead, they invest in glow in the dark stuff and black lights. Is what you're saying?
I don't know. Like I haven't seen it
quite a bit. Okay, so this is part of the College Summer League, the Coastal Plain League, and this league is where a bunch of major leaguers went through. Justin Verlander, Kevin Youkilis, Alec Boehm. A bunch of people have gone through there. And then this league has invested $100,000 in all of the blacklight stuff to make Cosmic Baseball happen. They just had the first game over the weekend, and
I think the Savannah Bananas would have been the team that played.
See, that's what I would have guessed as well.
When I saw the video, I thought it was the Savannah Bananas first.
Yes.
It's because of like the neon green glow that made me look like, oh, that's vaguely yellow. Maybe that's what they were going for.
The Tri-City Chili Peppers were the team that announced that they would be doing this. The reviews have been unanimously glowing from both the fans and, interestingly enough, the players.
I see what you did there.
Who apparently, thank you, who apparently love it as well. Have you not seen any of this on social media or anything?
No.
Man, it has been huge.
Here's my question for casual fans. I have to see the spin of the ball to know what the pitch is.
Okay.
I'm not just swinging at a ball. I get in high school, most kids just swing at a ball to swing at a ball. They're not seeing the spin to know what pitch is coming in. But at a higher level, when guys are in college and pro ball, for the most part, I did play with Carlos Quentin, and I thought it was amazing. He hit a home run in Tucson in AAA right before he got called up to the big leagues. And I'm like, what was the pitch? He's like, it was a baseball. I hit it. And I was like, oh my God, you're good at this, and you have no clue what you're hitting. Like, even the players on the team are like, how the crap are you good at this if you don't even know what they're throwing? So I guess he could play in glow-in-the-dark baseball.
Savant.
Okay.
I feel like you can see. I feel like the ball is glow in the dark and the laces are dark, so it just flips.
You can
it
see
just kind
the
of flips
spin.
that. Yeah, I think you can see the spin on it.
The players involved said they could pretty much just see the baseball like it was a game during the day because they have put so much into. Because I'm with you, Mike. When I heard about this idea, I was like, somebody is going to get seriously, seriously hurt. And that could still definitely happen.
That could happen in regular baseball.
Yes, that's a good point. That is a very good point. But the crowd for this was a huge increase. They've already said that they're going to have this game again or do Cosmic Baseball again. June the 15th, June the 28th.
Is this independent ball or is this?
I just know it's a summer league team. The coastal,
the Red Hot Chili
coastal. It's the Tri-City Chili
baseball?
Peppers. Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, college summer baseball in the Coastal Plain League.
Okay. Never heard.
So is this college baseball then?
Oh my God.
Is what we're asking.
Oh my
So you're
gosh.
telling me that these players go to college?
See, Reggie, I was just going to say I might need your help.
But it's only summer school college.
Well, a lot of these this is what's confusing. You're like, what the hell? Listen, you dummy. Is
fair. That is a fair interpretation.
We just had 64 teams playing this weekend. So how the hell are you running this league yet? Most of the kids are still playing college baseball.
Yeah. Well, these
so that was my thought of like the leagues that are good leagues, let's just say, they haven't started yet. They can't start yet. Their players aren't ready to play yet, if that makes sense.
I was hoping this is where me name dropping Verlander and Youkilis could have convinced you.
Yeah, well,
but that was a long time ago too.
I just figured, why am I drawing a blank? What's the one that's so popular up in the Northeast that all the good players go to?
Cape Cod?
Cape Cod League, yeah. So I was just like, and then
I'm not saying this is the best league. I don't know.
My buddy who I played with in high school, Jeff Nichols, who somehow isn't in the Duncanville Hall of Fame. This is the most amazing thing. But he's in the Rice Hall of Fame for baseball because he's the greatest pitcher in Rice baseball history, but not in the Duncanville Hall of Fame. And he went and played in the Alaska League. Well, they play all day games because in Alaska there's no darkness during the summertime.
Me and Brandon went to a game in the Alaska League.
And maybe that's the bit here. Like maybe the glow-in-the-dark cosmic baseball is necessary because we're not really doing the best level of baseball here. So like the novelty is part of the appeal.
I do have a bit of breaking news here, Kevin.
No. Is it bad like yesterday?
Not as bad.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. Leah Asimakopoulos tweets, Joe Pavelski tells us he will be retiring. His 18th year in the NHL career is coming to an end in Dallas. Brian Ray says Joe Pavelski says he's taking time to make his decision and things are not official, but the plan was not to play next season. It sounds like this could be the end, but once again, he wouldn't consider it official. So that's two different reports there, but she says he tells us he will be retiring, and then Brian Ray says that.
It's time.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything that
I
Joe
might have been
Pavelski...
tipped off about that on the plane.
Oh, I appreciate everything that Joe Pavelski has done as a player. He has been incredible, but his contract was up.
This isn't surprising to the Stars, by the way. They've known for a little bit of time.
And that's why, especially when you make another deep playoff run, you have to be so disappointed when it comes to an end. Somebody who has been in so many conference finals, somebody who's been in multiple Stanley Cup finals. And then I think they showed he's played the third most games in NHL history without actually winning the cup. Everyone will agree he's a damn good player. It's just, if he is retired for sure, he'll never get to lift that cup.
We were just talking about legacies and how much winning that cup changes everything for you. And like he wins that. We look at him, he wins it this year. He goes down in history, not only in Dallas.
Agreed.
But he takes on a new level at the Hall of Fame induction. Everybody looks at him differently.
Yeah, no, I think about, we had Sean Mickindo on, and he talked about the old guy without a cup ratings, and Joe Pavelski had led the way for like the last 3 or 4 years because this was somebody that not only was really good, but everybody wanted to see get a cup, and never going to happen.
Hockey Hawk has now stepped into the studio as he's just also seeing this news.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Did you learn it by listening to our show? Because we break news.
Yes.
Always from Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy.
Bear.
So, yeah, one of the greatest United States-born hockey players of all time. We could talk about on the ice, the fight he had as a 7th-round draft pick, making his way all the way up. I mean, we look at him as amazing here in Dallas, amazing. Think about San Jose.
I'm sure.
And he was the captain. He brought them just a lot of notoriety. Those were teams with Thornton and Marlowe. But then something Mike can speak about is guys in the room don't come along every single day. Joe Pavelski is credited for changing the culture in the room in a positive way.
Yes.
And to see the emotion coming off a Game 6 loss is one thing. But then when asked about Joe Pavelski, that's when you really saw the emotion of a Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, Wyatt Johnston. I mean...
And they all knew.
They all knew, absolutely. But
that was it for him.
But Wyatt Johnston, like people were during this playoff run, would tweet and say, we got to get Pavelski out. We got to get Pavelski out. But how do you say that, not to just to Joe Pavelski to healthy scratch him? How do you tell a 21-year-old that is living like, hey, we're going to sit down with your mentor and we're going to sit him? It's a business, but there are long-standing ramifications. So hockey's loss if this is the case. But just an amazing career. And hopefully the Stars can keep him in the organization.
I can see that.
Head coach, right? Because the guy DeBoer can't get it done.
Facts.
You know what?
I'm just kidding.
I could actually see him moving into a coach's assistant if he wants. I think that for the first year, he's such a big family guy, and that's amazing. But also he loves to play golf. So hopefully he stays in this area and we see him on the golf course. And it's just like absolutely an amazing career if this is the case.
Now, Spittle, I think you'll get a kick out of this from the 817. I don't know why, but I was hitting my weed pen when Gavin came on, and then I went to hide it like he's my boss.
That's fair.
Oh, I wonder if I've made the guy laugh yet.
Yeah, they got
decided to
edible
take
this
a gummy
morning.
to start the show
Yeah,
off.
well, I do when everyone leaves for the night. I check under the, I'm now doing
For like seeds and stuff?
I'm
or-
doing site checks on all of you guys.
Smart,
Yeah.
smart.
Probably smart, yeah, considering the whole condom situation.
I wonder this on Joe Pavelski, and I know this story just because I got to play with David Cohn. There were guys in the clubhouse bawling. Everybody remembers it as a great moment in baseball. Ken Griffey Jr. scores on an Edgar Martinez hit. He's being held up. Ken Griffey Jr. goes through the stop sign. He scores. They eliminate the New York Yankees in 1995, and they're going to the ALCS. That crushed the Yankees because that was Don Mattingly's last ever game. Now, Mattingly wasn't 40 years old. He had major back issues. He was the best player in baseball for a good 4-year stretch. And he was a Yankee that had zero success as a team player because the Yankees always stunk when he was there. They finally got good at the end of his career when his back was jacked up. And David Cohn said they were bawling in the clubhouse. Not because they had lost per se, that they were now knocked out of going to the ALCS. They were bawling because they knew how much it meant to everybody on that team to try to get Mattingly into that class of Yankees that make it to the World Series.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, even the Stars players have come out and said, whenever we go out together on team dinners and I was reading a great piece the other day about one of the Stars assistant coaches met Joe Pavelski coming off the elevator, and they said, boy, it's late, man. How come you're not asleep? He was in the room of a player. It was Jason Robertson, talking to him for 30 minutes, trying to get Robertson's mind clear as far as, hey, don't worry about what's happened. Worry about the next game. And then he was told about Esa Lindell. Remember, this is 11:30 at night. He then said, what's his room number? And he went to Esa Lindell's room and spent time with Esa Lindell, another 30 minutes. That stuff, like, we can talk about high draft picks and everything. That's just stuff that you can't replace.
Right.
And so that's what makes Joe Pavelski special. He, as far as like golf outings, it's Joe Pavelski that rallies the troop. Team dinners, it's Joe Pavelski that rallies the troops. So, like, that is a tough person to leave out of your room. I understand the play declined, and that makes sense, but there's just so much more to him being a part of the team.
So Wyatt Johnston continues to live with him and then takes on that role. He mentors him into the role of that guy.
Wow. 27 years later, when
There you
he's
go.
36 or 38 years old.
Well, I don't think that's how math works. I think you said 27 years later.
Yeah, that sounds right. He's pretty young.
Yeah.
By the way, Joe Pavelski, most playoff goals by an American-born player ever. So we were talking about
In your face,
all-time.
Madonna.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily
Man,
trying to set it
why
up
do you hate
like
Madonna
that.
so much,
but
Man, the Stars like American players, huh?
Yeah.
That they do.
There's
Yeah,
only
good
two in the
ones.
history of the game, and they both played here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jason Robertson's American.
Okay.
Yeah. There. I mean,
Name another one.
Brett Hull.
Another one on the team.
No, just another American-born player.
Oh, there's so many. Patrick Kane,
Darian Hatcher.
Austin Matthews. Some of the best hockey players in the world are American now.
You heard it here.
That's why we always win the Stanley Cup.
That's
Our
right.
6'7" goalie from St. Louis who lost to St. Louis in the playoffs.
Who was he?
Ben Bishop?
Ben Bishop.
Oh, man, I was really hoping you wouldn't tell him. 'cause
Oh, I'm
we-
sorry.
We just did this 2 weeks ago,
I'm
and he
sorry.
couldn't figure it out then. And we told him, and he's already
I
forgotten again.
always forget the Bishop. I'm sorry.
Thank you
But I
very much.
remember that he was tall and he's from St. Louis. And then he played horrible against St. Louis, but his parents were there to watch.
Did he get hit in the throat with a puck or something?
We gotta go.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right,
Thank you
yeah.
guys for allowing drug tests after the show.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, I am watching Glow in the Dark Baseball.
Do you think it's awesome?
Well, yes and no. They have an L screen up for the pitcher because obviously you cannot see the ball that well, or they wouldn't have an L screen up for the. And what is an L screen? Because people got mad at me for OPS. That's on base plus slugging. An L screen is the screen that is shaped like an L with obviously a net there. So the pitcher is protected if they hit the ball back up the middle. It would be impossible for him to get with the ball because they are assuming at least for the first time ever playing this game, they don't want a person approximately 54 feet away from the glow-in-the-dark ball to not see it well enough off the bat.
You know who else played in this league? Wyatt Langford. I just wanted to throw that out for you, but it's got a lot of attention, a lot of social media buzz.
Why are you struggling?
Come on.
Hey, turn the lights off, guys. Maybe it'll get better.
There's 3 more of these games coming up in the next month or so, and I just thought it was really cool. Perhaps we'll pick up that conversation at another point in the show. Coming up next, though, Corey, you demanded it.
I did.
It's here. The return of Gridiron Gravy, and who is the most underappreciated player on this Cowboys roster?
Chaz Green.
What? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
He's not even here.
You've reached the
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Snap is back, third down. Throwing it left side of the end zone for Cooks. Leaping up. Cooks. Did he catch it? Yes! Touchdown, Cowboys!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the return of Gridiron Gravy.
Dun, dun, dun.
That was epic. And we start with, well, hopefully the audio helped you figure it out. NFL.com put up their list of the most underappreciated players for each team. Who do you think is the most underappreciated player for the Dallas Cowboys?
Oso Zigidua.
The field goal guy.
Digizua. I'm sorry.
The field goal guy might be the answer if you don't even know his name.
There you go. See?
You know his name.
Mauer.
Ben Bishop. No, I'm just kidding.
Kari Littman.
Okay, let's not turn this into Name a Stars goalie, please. I know we are reeling from the mostly, we think, retirement of Joe Pavelski.
Oh, he's retired.
It says this is it. Is what
Anton
it says,
Khudobin.
Are you saying you don't trust Brian Ray?
I don't know, man.
Our kicker was good last year.
Brandon Aubrey?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
That is him?
Will you remember his name now?
Probably not.
Okay.
Dude, he might not remember our name.
In September, I will.
That's a good point.
This week.
All right. Corey, besides a former Stars goaltender, who do you think is the most underappreciated player on the Cowboys?
Oso Digizua.
Okay.
I actually think that's a good guess.
Okay.
Was mine bad?
No, yours was a good guess, but you just didn't know his name.
He's a kicker.
Were you about to say it doesn't matter?
I guarantee you 50% of the Dallas Cowboy players don't know the kicker and punter.
There is no way 50% of the players on that team don't know his name.
If you consider that they call him Butter, they might not know his name.
Oh, crap.
When you go to Oxnard,
I'm going to ask them.
It's going to stink because they're all kind of together too much at that point.
What's the name of your kicker?
But I guarantee you, if you got in the 53 guys on the active roster right now and you lined them up outside the door and they had no clue what question you're going to ask, and you just ask, what's the kicker's name? And then you ask what the punter name is, they'll be like, I don't know, punter, kicker, who cares? They're not a real football player. That's what I've been told by all football players. Punters and kickers are worthless and not real.
Wow.
And don't know who they are. I think they're very valuable, but most players will say they're worthless.
Yeah, they're like middle relief guys.
Oh, man.
I mean, everybody knows the closer, right?
Yeah.
Like, we all know the closer. We know a starter.
I wish
middle
the
relief
Rangers
are
had
there's
better
a handful of
middle
those
relief.
guys, right? That's a lot of times we don't know who they're
Kenny
gonna go
Lofton
to.
called me Steve at one point. So it happens.
Steve's in my parking spot over there.
Yeah.
What?
All right, Corey, you said Diggy
Still such a funny
Can you?
story.
Hey, your teammate going, hey, he's talking to you.
He's like, no, he's talking
Hold
about
on.
Steve.
Yeah, whoever Steve is in trouble.
Corey, why do you say Osa?
I just think it's a position that doesn't have like pads of stats, if you
Okay.
will, and goes very unnoticed unless he does have a sack. But all the other things that he can do go unnoticed as well. So I just think he's what was the word? Underappreciated player.
There you go.
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks was the selection by NFL.com. They're even pointing out, like, he's not the top pass catching option, but his per catch mark above 12 yards over the past 2 seasons has been really good. You've got him for pretty cheap. You traded for pretty cheap on him. So they say Brandon Cooks.
Really? I mean, he did have 8 touchdowns last year.
Heck yeah.
That's nice.
Now,
I don't know.
Yeah, but his production felt like it was even less than Jake Ferguson. Like
Yeah.
it still feels like they don't have a solid enough second option.
Do you think Jake Ferguson is the most under?
And maybe Reggie, we're just underappreciating that production.
Okay.
Well, to your point, and I thought this was interesting. I don't know if this will back up exactly what you were saying or not, but if we were just looking at wide receivers. Hayden Winks has a research study out there. The data
Not a real
on
name.
which wide receivers were the best or worst against. What did you say?
He's not a real name.
It's not a real name.
Hayden Winks.
Fair enough.
Is it with an X?
The best or worst against man coverage in terms of creating space. Brandon Cooks was 35th best in the league. CeeDee Lamb, number 1.
Wow.
Tolbert, 92. So look, there is work to be
do.
done for sure, but I think that looks okay for
I
Cook.
remember that one where Lamb separated well, and it was a big play early on in the playoff game, and Dak threw it bad, and then they hated each other the rest of their lives.
That was really weird. And
The
then he
rest
like
of their
chucked that
lives.
one ball at him, and he looked like he just hurled it at him, and they're like,
Yeah.
what do we do? And they're like, I don't know.
Learn how to play football.
All right, Corey, I'm going to need you to set up some context for me. Would you rather have cut 17 or cut 18 first as we talk about Mr. Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah, let's roll out cut 17 here. This is Jim Harbaugh as they're getting ready for the Los Angeles Chargers golf tournament that they're having this week. And this is what he thinks is a successful round of golf.
We've been playing this format for about 8 years, and I've never made it to the finals, but I think today's going to be the day. Plus, I've never had a hole-in-one, and I think today's going to be the day to get the hole-in-one, too. So there's got to be a hole-in-one for a car, right? There's got to be. There's got to be. We got to make it better than the Raiders tournament last week.
And after that, you should see his face, Kevin, whenever he's
so
like,
proud of himself.
You like that joke? I just took a shot at the Raiders. He was very proud of himself for that. But Kevin,
Can I ask you a question? about
Absolutely.
this? Do you kind of hope that Jim Harbaugh made a hole-in-one?
I do.
And nobody gave him a car, and he was like furious.
I hope nobody
about it.
saw it. He was the only one that saw it. Everybody else was busy chatting about strategy for football season or something. And he's over there hitting his hole-in-one. He's like, guys, did y'all see that? And everybody's like, no. And then he didn't get a car because he's still living out of his motorhome by the beach, which is still awesome.
That's a choice, right? I don't think he's forced to live there.
I don't know,
If that was the terms of your employment, yes.
If I'm getting paid Harbaugh money,
I'd
you're
totally
damn right I would do that.
Yeah, I'd be all right with it. Save that money.
For sure.
Would your wife be okay with it?
Yeah. Oh my God.
You can stay at the
She
house
doesn't
in
have to live
Michigan.
there, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about his wife. For my wife totally wants to live the like RV life.
I
at
think
some
Adrian, at some point could handle it. But right now, she's like, I have a certain standard that I want. And I'm like,
She
the
just
Cowboys
got tired
standard?
of like living in New York and in that really nice condo with Arnold and Willis.
The Drummonds.
No, it's not the different
the world
strokes.
don't move to the beat of just one drum. what might be right for you. That's her last name before y'all
May
got
not
married.
be right for some, yes.
You should have taken her last name. It would have been more fun.
Still
for us.
maintain that that's the case.
Yeah. That being said, Kevin, Mike, have you ever had a hole-in-one?
No, but my father did for $30,000 during the Rangers.
What?
Yeah, in 2005, he had like the hole-in-one where he's talking about they got to give away a car or whatever. My dad, I don't know how many holes in one he's had. I have had 0. I always hope to get one, and I always stupidly say on all par threes, I'm like, hole-in-one. And it never happens. But he did, and he did it at one point where there was the major giveaway at one of these tournaments.
That's awesome.
You think he was taxed for that $35,000?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Oh, man, what a great answer straight away.
I wonder in his garage, I think at one point he did still have the big check from the Texas Rangers, Happy Gilmore.
Awesome. I just want a big check.
Absolutely.
Just to have. So cool.
Man, that's a great idea. Should we like go office style and make our own big check for when we finish up with Peace-a-thon?
Every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by this idea. Now, in case you haven't heard, because it is the biggest, most earth-shattering news in the history of football, CeeDee Lamb is not at the mandatory minicamp. And yet,
why do you keep mocking this?
Mandatory.
Yeah, it says mandatory, Corey.
Yeah, but
why he's not there? Will he be suspended for the season?
Maybe talk to the
for his
Hambrick.
career?
Talk to the Hambrick brothers. What do mandatory mean?
What are they going to do without him there? And how is
they're
this
going to
allowable?
Practice.
How?
Well,
is he suspended for the season?
That's insane.
According to Mike
Their
McCarthy.
chemistry is going to be way off.
According to Mike McCarthy. Oh, Mike, stop. He is engaged.
Oh, to that girl
no-
who he took the cell phone from?
No, he's been engaged with the team.
Oh.
He's been engaged with the team and what they're doing.
Congratulations.
And Micah Parsons has been there. So, and he has been engaged.
He's more engaged.
He doesn't want to get fined.
Micah Parsons is there today, and he avoided, according to Jane, elaborating on what he expects today from him and said, quote, engaged, jokes that will be his word for the day.
Man.
Oh, Micah Parsons practiced so hard during training camp. I bet they're just missing how hard he works on the field.
I definitely can feel the sarcasm there. But for CeeDee Lamb, I think this is the way to go. You know the Cowboys will give in. They'll give you what you want, so you'll be fine.
If you want to know how worthless practice is, go watch Micah Parsons do drills. And then how awesome he is at football.
He does not give it 100% in those practices. Mike McCarthy also said this. I don't know if this instills a lot of confidence in you. Right now, in the running back depth chart, get ready to be excited for the Cowboys. Zeke,
yeah,
Rico Dowdle,
all right,
Royce Freeman, Deuce Vaughn, Hunter Lipke.
You don't even need to pass this year.
Malik Davis, Snoop Connor, and Nathaniel Pete. Mike McCarthy says 2 or 3 running backs, whatever it takes.
He
at one time on the field.
Deuce Vaughn did a lot of work in the slot.
Yes.
Saying that they're cross-training a lot of guys so that it kind of helps. Mike's real big on Mike McCarthy was the guy that made a receiver a running back. I know that, but he's cross-training a lot so that they can have those roster spots. They can kind of shrink that roster down and say, okay, this guy can do multiple things. Because as the Cowboys, as Jerry's always saying, right? Position flex. If you can do multiple things, you might not be good at one thing, but at least you're okay at 2 things.
What a season this is going to be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, cracking the code that is the Celtics defense. We'll do it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we get closer and closer to NBA Finals Game 1. Mavs-Celtics on Thursday. Kind of wanted to run through the Celtics defense, what they bring to the table, and how confident you are that the Mavericks can, I don't know, crack the code, but at least put a heavy dent in the code.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's that?
I heard this 2 weeks ago. Playing the greatest defense in maybe basketball history.
True.
So are we playing a better defense? Because before that series started, I heard from people covering the NBA that this is the best defense in the NBA today, the best defense in somewhat a while since
Minnesota.
Since everything has changed, since kind of the rules of the NBA has changed, this is impossible. Jaden McDaniels is so much better than Lou Dort, which I disagreed with at the time, against Luka. If you're just taking the two guys versus Luka, I'd seen both of them guard Luka and knew which one gave Luka more problems. And so now we move on to Boston. And we're hearing, well, this defense is obviously better than Minnesota's, and I'm like, that wasn't the case 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and see, and I don't know, I would definitely not say obviously better. I wonder if their strengths are though in a different position that creates different matchups that could be more problematic. I'm not saying they absolutely will be more problematic, but with Holiday, with White, will that create a different set of issues?
I was watching a TikTok video from LeBron James and JJ Redick's podcast where they were talking about Luka, and they were talking. JJ Redick said, "I don't understand why people keep blitzing Luka on the pick and roll on the screens." He said, "It doesn't make any sense because," and LeBron was like, "I would never do it. I would just say you stay on your guy out there and you just try. You just hold on for dear life and try to defend him individually on it, but you keep people on the shooters because that's where he's really going to kill you. He will find a shooter." He was like, if Tim Hardaway, and this was when they were talking about Hardaway at the time, and he was like, if Tim Hardaway's hitting 6 or 7 threes, you're screwed. He said, when we played him, he throws it to Dante Exum for 5 3-pointers, and we were screwed because he will find the passer and he's the best passer at it. And so I do wonder if the Celtics have the personnel to not blitz, and also if they say we have to be disciplined in not trying to go after him that way.
I think what becomes tough, which is great because just signed Nico Harrison to an extension today, if you didn't hear earlier. So Nico's going to be around, I don't know how many years, maybe.
It just said multi-year.
Right. Is you could do that. Tyronn Lue did that when he was coaching against Luka, and he did it this year too, but it doesn't work out as well when you had guys getting the ball. Like we saw Dwight Powell, when he got the ball off of that, Dwight Powell threw it to the other team for a layup. It was a great pass if you were rooting for the other team. Is now when he does it, the options on the court are tremendous. Derek Lively getting the ball at the top of the key with nobody on him is making so many great decisions. 9 out of 10 times, Derek Lively makes a great decision in that situation. Gafford, I'll go 50-50 at best on that. So maybe it's better to blitz him when Gafford is going to get the ball. Like you're forcing the ball to the top of the key to Gafford. You don't want to force the ball to Lively in that situation. He makes too many good decisions. But you can have Kyrie get the ball. Like if you double and now you've gone 4-on-3 defense and you get the ball to Kyrie quickly and you can't recover off of the double team and there's only 3 defenders guarding 4 guys and Kyrie is one of the guys on the court who now has the ball, that's 2 or 3 points. You're going to get at least a wide open shot or a layup or dunk. So I do think now is different than going back in time when Tyronn Lue was able to kick the Mavericks out of the playoffs, because it's just a different way to look at who is on the court and what can they do.
Yeah.
And so I do think if Gafford's on the court, maybe blitzing is the right answer. If Lively's on the court, it's not the right answer.
Okay, that's interesting. And I mean, Kevin, when we did that point guard thing, the description, Rob Mahoney's description of Luka was so perfect. With he breaks it down to a granular level before deciding what the proper thing is to do. Like the way he described that was really nice. And then you started to see it during this playoff when you're just like, they've done everything. Every team you've seen has tried to throw different things at Luka, and he figures it out early enough to be like, okay, I know what I'm supposed to do whenever these things happen. And again, because he's such a good passer, it makes it even more lethal because he can make those things happen when he's around the basket or not.
Now, I was thinking a little bit more about what you were saying about the Timberwolves, and the thing that immediately fascinated me about that is the Celtics are second in points allowed per possession behind only the Timberwolves. Yeah. But one thing that popped up, they're number 2 in defensive rebounding rate. And so that's another thing to watch because, you know, it's interesting. We talk about defense in terms of like, you might think of it as like one person defending another person, but rebounding feels like it has become a huge part, obviously, of the defensive conversation as well. And so,
well, especially because now there's so many threes, and so there's so many long rebounds. So your guards are more involved in rebounding more than ever in the history of the NBA because of the long rebound that wasn't really the case. Let's just say Dirk Nowitzki and before, like 2011 and before. Yes, there were some long rebounds, but long rebounds have become quite common in the NBA today.
And to that point, what to look for in this series, Boston shot 240 more three-pointers than any team in the league this year. Second, the Mavericks. And so that's going to be an odd way to look at it is who's going to control, not the rebounding, who's going to control the medium and long rebound game? Because you're probably going to see a ton of that in this series.
Didn't it feel like, Mike, we were talking about earlier, the limited number of three-pointers in the game in the 2011 run? Like it almost felt like times you were settling for a three. And now you're not settling you're trying to set up a three-pointer.
That's your go-to.
More often than not.
Yeah. You'll see guys give up literally uncontested layups to kick the ball to a somewhat contested three, which is crazy to me still today. I can't wrap my brain around, you've beat the guy off the dribble, the guy who's helping isn't really helping that hard, and you're like, I don't care, I'm still going to pass it to a three-point shooter instead of taking a contested 3-foot layup, and not like a strongly contested 3-foot layup. You'd rather kick it to a guy who's open for 1 second for that quick release three.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's kind of wild is if you break down, and if you are inclined to lean into analytics, a contested layup is actually not as efficient as an open three. And so in those instances, kicking it out. But then I think also something you'll see, and this is offensively for the Celtics, which I guess isn't what we're talking about. They're going to do that drive and kick because what that does is that starts defensive rotations. And then you might be able to get the defense off balance and continue to attack them. But yeah, you're right. It's still kind of a wild change that we've had from, years past in basketball into the modern iteration of the game.
Which is also interesting, too, because of what the Mavs have developed in their lob. And so it creates, 4 or 5 different options for Luka or Kai whenever he's around the bigs. Because if he can get the 2 points, he's willing to settle for that. He's willing to take that because he knows they all add up.
And I think that's one of the reasons I'm so fascinated to see, maybe it's just game one, and obviously there's going to be adjustments from there, the defensive matchup, because Boston switches a ton, but they also have Derek White and Drew Holiday, who are second team all defense, but they're very good individual defenders. The movement you're going to see across the court, I am just really curious to see how effective the Mavericks are against it. And to your point about the Minnesota defense, I'm inclined to have a good deal of faith in the Mavericks offense because they're familiar with these types of switches. They're familiar with excellent one-on-one defenders, especially what you've seen in this postseason, and they have excelled against it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where, man, the PJ Washingtons, Kevin, the Derek Jones Juniors, that's those 3-pointers, their faith in that, them quickly finding those shots is gonna be a big factor early on in the series.
I'm just writing something down about the 3-point shooting. I'll give you right now.
Okay.
The Celtics only have 2 losses. I'm not going through all their wins. I don't have enough time right now. Since you brought up the 3-point shooting. So when Miami won game 2, 111-101, Miami shot 53.5% from the 3-point line, and the Celtics did shoot this one pretty good. I'd say above average, 37.5, but they lost that game. I need to go through their wins to see if this correlates. The one loss they had to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that was their only other loss in the playoffs so far in game 2, 118-98, was the Cavaliers shot 46.4% from 3, and the Celtics shot 22.9%. So they lost the 3-point battle pretty bad in both of those games. Now, because the other team shot so well, 37.5%, I'm sure the Celtics will say, if we shoot 37.5% from 3 for the series, we'll win the championship. But I'm just looking at that, and I need to go through and see how much better did they shoot the 3 on a percentage basis in their wins? Because in their losses, they got creamed in it.
That's a good question, and that should be simpler to find than the other thing I was going to suggest. This will probably take a lot of time, but if people only want to watch basketball, go check this out. One of the things that Boston's defense has, if they have faltered in the postseason, is sometimes straying away from shooters that they're covering, especially when they get caught up in transition. You go back to the Cleveland series. Now, obviously, they've made it to the NBA Finals. They've trucked their way through the playoffs, but you can look at the Cleveland series as a perfect example of plenty of opponents getting open shots. Now, then the next logical thing becomes, well, yeah, do you hit that open shot or not? And I don't want this whole segment to boil down to, well, can the Mavs make their open shots? But there is going to be a lot of opportunity, I think, off of the transition more than anything else to catch Boston potentially switching or whatever else and have some open looks.
I want the Celtics to play Luka and Kyrie one-on-one. Maybe I'll regret saying it after 2 or 3 games and go, shoot, our other guys aren't scoring at all or doing this. I think, and I don't care about Drew Holiday, I get how great he is and how great some of their other defenders are. Drew Holiday is outstanding. They have other guys that are very good. I think if you play Luka and Kyrie one-on-one for a whole game, like Minnesota tried to do at times, you're going to give up 70 points to those 2 guys.
Right.
And now if you look at the pace that the Celtics play at, if the Mavericks can get 40 points from their reserves, from their role players, I should say, not reserves, from their role players, I think the Mavs will win the majority of those games. If the Mavs get to 110 against the pace that the Celtics like playing at, I think the Mavs win the championship.
Do you guys think Derek White will spend a lot of time guarding Luka? And since we've talked about who he can bully more than others, do you think, Derek White's a really good player, but do you think Luka can bully him?
Well, Kevin, I'm just looking at Iztok Franco's stuff. He's from D Magazine, I believe. And he said in the regular season they put KP and Horford on Derek Jones Jr., PJ and Maxey, and Tatum on Lively and Gafford. and
because they wanted that switch.
Yeah, so that they could do that. So I think Derek White's that likely option. And we discussed yesterday the physical. He's a more physically gifted.
He's 6'4" and strong.
Yeah,
long and skinny, has never worked against. Like, I'd love for the national people doing it. Kendrick Perkins, Austin Rivers, Stephen A. Smith. I'm not smart. I might be smarter than Stephen A. Smith, to be honest, when it comes to basketball. Like, my opinion.
Woo!
I'm not going to say I'm smarter than former NBA basketball players with 10 years in the league.
Sure.
Listen to me on this one. Long and lanky does not bug Luka that much. It's the strong guy that bugs Luka. They can be as tall as Luka. They can be 2-3 inches shorter than Luka. The guys that Luka struggles to bully is the guys that give him, it doesn't shut him down, but those are the guys that give him more issues than the long, lanky, skinny guys.
So I do. Does that mean that Brown and Kai is the matchup that they're going to try and keep those two?
Don't forget Drew Holiday.
Yeah,
okay.
And I was going to say keep is a tough one because I do think you're going to see a lot of variations off of that very quickly. One more thing I wanted to throw out there.
Can I throw this out real quick with the guarding Luka and guarding especially Luka, but Kai a little bit, here's the thing that kind of sucks. The Celtics have a built-in reputation. Holiday's been doing this for over a decade. Anthony Edwards hasn't. Jaden McDaniels hasn't. Rudy has. But there was little reputation with Minnesota and the referees. There's a lot of reputation with allowing Drew Holiday to do whatever he wants, and it's not a foul because he's great defensively.
Well,
so I do think that at times there's going to be complaining. But the tough thing is the refs go off a reputation, and at times the Celtics are able to do things based off of their reputation that other teams would get called fouls on.
And Mike, I don't think you're going to love this number then, because that actually works exactly with what you're saying. The Celtics are number one in limiting opponent free throw rate. So when you talk about reputation, the stats are there to back it up as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's continue the basketball discussion, the important questions looming over the NBA Finals. Feel free to send in your own. I've got a bunch as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking hell.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And T.J. Washington has emerged as their leading scorer, and this is for the third game in a row. Washington has been that guy.
Williams to the cup. Denied. Gafford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Been happening. Got a lot of stuff happening today. Joe Pavelski will not play next season. Didn't totally announce his retirement just yet, but clearly if he's not going to play next season, that feels like the direction we're going in. And if we go to the Corey news desk, I believe we have even more information.
Adam Schefter said reigning offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey, reset the running back market again, signing a 2-year extension with the Niners, averaging $19 million per year. He'll receive an additional $8 million over what he was scheduled to make the first 2 years, while adding $24 million in guarantees. And that's all I got.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. I really appreciate that.
Man, that is a lot of dang.
For running back. But is he not like?
Oh, he's amazing. Yeah.
When we discuss this, there is a lot of he's the exception to the rule, and that he's a valuable piece to what their offense is.
I agree with that.
It's keeping them from doing what they really want to do with Ayuk, though. And so I don't know, but I again. He is a receiver, a running back, and a lot more, and the dude just gets into the end zone a lot. So, not in the Super Bowl, but...
Now, I have some NBA Finals questions for you, key questions for you. And if you have any questions as well, feel free to send them in. Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. You can also hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. My first question, will Celtics fans learn the lesson opposing fans haven't thus far and stop actively booing Luka? Because they are currently selling green and white shirts that say Luka sucks and Kyrie sucks. Will they learn?
They're going to sell a lot more Kyrie sucks jerseys,
you think so?
I believe so.
Yes.
Dude, remember when Luka first got into the league and the Celtics fans were going insane for him? They loved watching Luka play up there. Obviously, it's going to be different in the finals.
Doesn't he have 2 game winners against the Celtics in his career with like no time left or 0.3 left on the clock after he hit it? Like I feel like 2 of his regular season greatness shots have come against the Celtics. I know one of them for sure.
Okay.
Can we go to cut 23, Reggie? Because when Scalabrini was on this morning with Sean and RJ, they asked what should we expect from the Boston crowd when Kyrie returns.
I mean, he's heard the boos before, and I'm not in the business of lecturing fans on what to do and not. I'm not going to tell the Dallas fans not to boo Porzingis for whatever reason. I don't understand how the media guys or former players or anything take those stances. Like, you're not. Fans are going to pay a lot of money. They're going to drink a lot of alcohol. They're going to do what they want, what they're going to do. If they go over the line, get them out. There's things they throw on the court. If they say things that are inappropriate, get them out. But Kyrie's definitely going to hear the boos. The question I have, and maybe you guys would answer this, does Luka take that personal? And he might. Like he's a bona fide savage, right? So if Kyrie's getting booed, does Luka say, "No, you're booing my brother right here. I'm going to go out there and destroy you"? That could be a big problem for Boston.
Especially if they're selling the Luka and Kyrie suck shirt.
He's Michael Jordan petty, right? Like we all agree he's the pettiest player in the NBA right now.
Which is good in this instance.
Tom Brady was a petty player in the NFL. And he was looking for something, just finally somebody would talk the smack or not give him the basketball or say something that finally goes, all right, now I'm turning.
I feel like the combination in Oklahoma City who have aged over the years, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden seem more petty than Luka.
Oh.
Like, as far as I'm going to beat you now that you've done this to me?
No, just petty on everything everybody says.
Okay, that's fine.
Picking fights with fans before the game even starts, and I get Luka does that too. But I think petty, I understand. Looking for an edge, Luka looking and finding that edge, the best in the NBA today, probably.
Okay, and that's what I'm talking about.
But being a little B at times, if we want to use that as a definition of petty, boy, those Oklahoma City kids that have grown into men are pretty petty.
But he is looking for, you're booing me? You paid all this money to come cuss at me and come talk to me like this. Thank you for paying to come watch me play basketball and beat your team. That's what Luka wants, to embarrass the whole arena. He wants the entire arena to know, I just did this to you tonight.
All right, so I'm going to ask you guys this question based off of that. I think the Mavs want to win on the road more than at home.
I mean, they have a better record on the road.
Scalabrini talked about winning at home is so awesome. I don't think Luka and Kyrie like winning at home as much as they like winning on the road. I think most players like...
Because everyone's cheering for them?
Yeah,
And they're like,
I think they have a lot of Reggie Miller in them.
Interesting.
Where they need more hate than love. I don't think they want the MVP. I think Luka's like, no, I don't want MVP. I want the other terms you can say to me on the road. I don't think he wants that. I think he wants the booze. He wants the cussing at. He wants all that more than he wants the cheering.
That is an interesting
and I think
point.
Kyrie might be the same way too.
In this instance, I might not hate that. Now, Mike, I think you kind of already answered this question. So, Corey, I'm going to pose this to you and Reggie. Can Boston slow down the Luka-Kyrie duo?
I think they can slow it down, but not by much. I mean, I think they're still going to figure out ways to get theirs and still also do what they do, and that's distribute so well, too. Kyrie, there were times during the last series where we were like, man, he's being really passive in that he's taking the appropriate thing and saying, that's a wide open shot. I might as well give him that because I have two guys in my face right now. So I'm going to give him that. And you're like, well, why isn't his stat line a little bit better? Well, I mean, he was a connector on some of those too. So I think those things, they'll continue to play basketball the right way offensively and get theirs.
I think that they can. I mean, obviously the question is always, will they be able to? But will they be able to slow down the important parts, right? I think when you talk about Luka and Kyrie ends up being the question because of the size thing. And we've talked about how the Celtics have size to be able to put on him, even if it's a one-on-one situation. I think the big thing that the Celtics are probably going to try and do is limit the effect of Luka and to a different degree Kyrie's passing, because if you take that away, if both of those dudes combine for 60, how much are you getting from your other guys, and are you going to be able to get to the number that's necessary for a Celtics team that's high-powered offensively?
How healthy is KP? I know they said he's going to be good to go, back for game one, but what do we think from there?
Kevin, I have a quote from KP from 32 minutes ago.
Oh.
KP is asked if he's...
Hold on, best shape of his life?
No, if he's 100% right now. After a pause, he said, I don't know, we'll see. And then he says the plan as of right now is to play game one, quote, every day gives me a bit more time to get better.
Okay, Mike, so we haven't even gotten to game one, but he already said the plan is to play game one, and then it felt like we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, dude. I said 8 minutes before he's out.
He's great as a fourth player on a team. Like Reggie said it, and not in this way, but as long as you have three guys that are more reliable than him, you're in great shape. If you're counting on him, he has the talent. I want to make this clear. Porzingis has the talent to be the second best player on a lot of teams. He has the talent and ability to help a team win a championship as the third best player on a team. But when you get him to the fourth best player on your team and your third or fourth option offensively, and he's cool with that, that's what makes him very valuable in this situation. And so it does give you confidence as a Mavs fan that he's going to play game one. The ability for him, there is 2 days off in between. So you play Thursday, then you have Friday, Saturday
all the
off.
games except for 3 and 4 have.
Is maybe that helps him. I think it helps the Mavs more with Luka than maybe Porzingis, because I think when Porzingis is hurt, he's just hurt. And it just takes him a while to come back. Who knows if he's going to play game two? Who knows how effective he'll be? Reggie gave the stats. He's much more effective coming off of injury with Boston than he was with the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah. The thing about KP too is you always said Darvish was a Lamborghini. Everything had to be perfect. KP is no Tanev. If he goes out in the middle of a game because his knee collided with somebody, He's not coming back. He's not saying just pull the tooth, I'll be back out there. He is not coming back out. He's like, you know what? We really probably should check this out more, guys.
If a lot of these NBA Finals games come down to crunch time, which team do you think is more clutch?
Mavs.
Is that just because I've got numbers that backs that up, but is that because you're like, who has Boston had to face in the clutch that can close a game?
Yes, they haven't had any close games that they've lost. I'll give them that because they won all the close games against Indiana. And I thought that, I can't remember who said it, but it might have been the bald-headed guy who does ESPN after these games.
Mike Wilbon?
Scott Van Pelt?
Oh, Scott Van Pelt.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. And I know you're talking about too. And it might have been Michael Wilbon. I forget. But there's pressure on the Celtics to close. There's pressure on them. In a way, there's a little bit more pressure. The Mavericks would say there's pressure on everybody. But to win this championship. And no team was able to put pressure on the Celtics. We have no clue how they're going to handle adversity in 2024 playoffs. They haven't had any.
Yeah.
I've seen the Mavs come through in the clutch against other teams that, besides the Clippers, because they were missing Kawhi Leonard, that were healthy, ready to beat the Dallas Mavericks, favored to beat the Dallas Mavericks, and the Mavericks beat them and came through in clutch situations. The Celtics still have not had pressure adversity in the 2024 playoff run. Maybe they're going to handle it great, and I'll eat my words, and the Celtics won the championship, and good for them. But I think that there will be a lot of questions. If the Mavs steal game 1 and win by 4 points in kind of that final minute stretch, there's going to be questions on how come you guys suck in the finals? How come you guys stink when it's on the line and you're actually playing a good team? Like, I think that they will then be hammered with a lot of tough questions.
So here's the question I have to you guys. Whenever the Mavericks, doesn't feel like you can go to either or in those clutch situations. And I'm talking about final shot clutch. Because you said Kevin Dirk was far more effective as a clutch shooter than Kobe was.
That's facts. Look at the numbers.
But I'm always fascinated by this because there was a time when we would have conversations of, man, Nash, is it him that takes the shot, or are they trying to get Dirk the open shot? And then it became immediately, we all knew it was going to Dirk. Like we're trying to draw up a play for Dirk. When Jason Kidd's drawing up plays, he has so many good options with Kyrie and Luka to go through, and then they can also figure it out. If there's 7 seconds left on the clock, they can figure it out themselves because they understand so well. So I have a lot of faith in what they can do on final shot. Last 5 minutes, I've seen them do it plenty of times too.
And the numbers back that up. Dallas is ranked second in clutch win percentage in the regular season, while Boston was fourth. But in the playoffs, you have seen, obviously Boston had the comebacks against Indiana, but you've seen the Mavericks continually go up against significantly more players that are able to close a game, and I think that will give them an advantage. I also wonder about like a slow start for either team. I don't just mean in terms of we had all of these days off, but in terms of the Mavericks have all their players and they're ready to go, and the Celtics have, fortunately for them, dodged a whole bunch of bullets in terms of those marquee players. Will it take them a second to really, really get going?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Their minutes rotation with Porzingis. Obviously, he's a very valuable player. I'm not saying they shouldn't play him, but you throw him back into the mix, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the kid from Frisco Liberty, I believe, who's kind of a backup center who gets limited minutes for the Boston Celtics. He's 7'2". He's a nice player. He's a nice young player, Halleck or something, whatever.
Oh, Sam Hauser?
No, is that his name?
Are you talking Luke Cornett? Those are the
Luke
two
Cornett. He's from here. Did you guys
Didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
He went to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, but he went to maybe Frisco Liberty, I believe.
Nice.
I can't remember which one, but he's from here. He's from Lantana, I believe, and then went to a private school here.
Liberty
Lantana,
Christian School.
Texas.
Liberty Christian, thank you. I get those two schools mixed up.
So how do we not root for that guy,
What are you doing right now?
Texas boy.
But
what? He was born in Kentucky somehow.
Oh, okay.
Though.
He won't play if Porzingis is healthy throughout this series. They've had to at times. Not that he's been bad. He's just a young, inexperienced player. Put him out there and play him some minutes. And it'll just be interesting how they use their minutes. Do they feel comfortable? I'm just asking this question. Game 1, let's just say it's tied at 95 with 5 minutes left. Porzingis has had a nice game, but nothing special. Do you go, we're going to go with the 5 guys who's been closing out all of these playoff games we've won, or we're taking who off the court that we've had success with? Obviously, Holiday, Brown, and Tatum are going to be on the court no matter what.
Yeah.
Do you take off Horford off the court, your veteran guy who's been on the court for, I'm just throwing out scenarios, and keep Derek White in because he has to guard Luka in these situations? Do you take Derek White off of the floor because you want Porzingis and Al Horford out there for rebounding and size? Like these,
I don't think I would pull White off the court in this situation, but I'm intrigued by your question. So then it would be
Porzingis and Horford that you're pulling one off the court.
I think that's the way that they're going. In fact, Mike, I know that it seems like you've kind of been in the mindset of Horford and Porzingis playing at the same time. I think that those guys are going to be a lot more akin to what you see with the Mavericks when it comes to Lively and Gafford, where you have 2 guys playing center minutes for that 48 as opposed to 2 guys that are playing a ton of minutes at the same time. I think there might be some overlap, but I think that they'll do more of a platoon at center than playing together as much.
When they were healthy, did Horford come off the bench?
Yes. Yeah, Porzingis has been their starting center.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
And then I wanted to throw this out there, unrelated to basketball, but Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter officially pled guilty to fraud charges. He won't be sentenced until October, but he faces up to 33 years in prison. And so he pled guilty to stealing nearly $17 million from Ohtani to pay off sports betting debts. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. How about some Mike Likes It?
I want to continue basketball talk, get in a little baseball talk here, but I did look up, these are only 3 games. I'm not going to give you all the wins of the Boston Celtics right now. 3-point percentages in the closeout games against Miami, Cleveland, and Indiana for Boston. Miami shot 10% from 3-point in the closeout game.
Yikes.
And the Celtics shot 40%. It was a blowout for the most part. And Cleveland, 44% for 44.2%. I'll give you the 0.2% here. And 41.9% for Cleveland. So they barely outshot them in that. But when we go back, if I was talking about 53.5% and 46.4% in the losses so far for the Celtics at the 3-point line for the other team when they've lost their 2 playoff games so far. And then Indiana did outshoot them 34.5% to 31.8%. Very close in a very close game. Remember, Indiana, the last 5 minutes, we figured out all of these games. They had nobody to close out these games. And so
they really didn't.
It's like Boston. It didn't matter how they played. As long as they were within 5 points with 3 minutes to go, it was over.
Their win percentage was less than 10% twice in those first 3 or 4 games.
Which I do think is a stupid percentage when you're like, and they're giving the ball to Pascal Siakam or like TJ McConnell, that's his name, right? Yeah, I just call him, I know this isn't fair, but I call him the white JJ Barea for Rick Carlisle because he just reminds me of kind of not the exact style that he plays, but the way Rick Carlisle used him.
Okay.
And so just like they didn't have anybody to close the game out. Like this is like saying, oh man, name a crap team in the NBA.
Rockets.
Well, they were better than that. The Spurs, for example, right now, the Spurs.
Okay, gotcha.
Who are you giving the ball to the last 4 minutes of the game to win? Like, I don't care they're up by 6 points. And he's 19 years old and not ready to do it, right? And so you're just like, there should be a percentage based off of you don't have a good player to give the ball to. Yeah. You're screwed in an NBA basketball game the last 4 minutes if you don't have a good player to give the ball to. And the Rockets ran into that issue late in the year. For example, Corey just gave that. It's because you're giving the ball to young Jalen Green. You giving the ball to Sengun was hurt. But like you start going, well, these guys are inexperienced in closing out games, like controlling the tempo, the flow, whether they take the shot or not. That guy has to be on the court for you. All right. Now, I go to baseball. We mentioned it, but we didn't mention who made it. I go to the Super Regionals are set for the NCAA baseball tournament. I'm not going to bore you with all the matchups and everything. I get it. 90% of you listening do not care at all.
So you don't want me to tell anybody the betting odds either?
You can if you want.
This is Cosmic Baseball again? Is that
no, not Cosmic Baseball.
But here's what I find interesting. 10 teams out of the 16 left are from 2 conferences. In the SEC, Tennessee, Kentucky, A&M, Georgia, and Florida all made the Sweet. You want to call it the Sweet 16 or Super Regional?
Yeah.
They have made the Final 16, 5 SEC schools.
Kentucky, A&M, and Tennessee are all in the top 4 of odds to win the College World Series as well.
The ACC has Florida State, Virginia, North Carolina State, and Clemson.
Florida State is the other team in that top 4.
So I just found it amazing, as you can't really predict. I guess basketball's tough to predict, especially now in the tournament when we get to March Madness, because there's not many seniors that you can really rely on, or juniors that, it just gets a little bit tougher to say these top schools that are the top tier teams are going to make it. But when I look at it and I go, wow, this was really this year, it feels like these two conferences that dominate baseball right now, SEC and ACC, they dominated in the regionals. And 10 of the 16 spots are for them. If you're looking at the Big 12, it was a bad Big 12 tournament so far. You're left with Kansas State, Reggie.
Baseball school.
And West Virginia. And when you think Big 12, you think West Virginia.
I don't.
So Oregon and Oregon State made it. I find this interesting. California, no schools. And if I can remember this correctly, they did have UC Irvine. One school in California. Let's face it, it's in whatever order you want to put it, but I'm going to put it in this order. California, Texas, Florida.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 hotbeds of baseball in the United States of America. There's other great places. There's other players that come from other places. But what I found interesting is no California team made it, and it's not even close. UC Irvine was the only team, if I can recall, that even made it to the round of 32. And that's just crazy with so much talent in California. They can't figure out how to put together baseball schools anymore.
What the hell happened to Long Beach State?
Long Beach State,
Was
Cal
another
State
good
Fullerton, Pepperdine, UCLA, USC. There's been so many great baseball
Michael
programs.
Young go to Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara?
UC Santa Barbara?
I think so.
Okay.
The Gauchos?
Yeah.
Ooh, since you brought that up, the team with the longest odds, Evansville, do you know their mascot? They're going to play Tennessee in the Super Regional.
All I remember is that the color is purple.
Is it Barney?
They are the Purple Aces.
That's right.
The Evansville Purple Aces.
I feel like they've had to change that over the years.
What does that
Has
mean?
that been their name for a long time? I feel like they might have been a Native American name or something, and they because
I'm not sure of.
That sounds like the let's say St. John's Red Storm.
Yeah, so you think they changed
or the
it?
Syracuse Orange?
Yeah,
they don't grow oranges.
I am not sure about that. We will have to look into.
I don't know. That just sounds like a name change over the last decade.
Yeah.
Okay, now back to basketball. I go to NBA.com. Some of these we've kind of gone over, but this is a good article to read if you want to read it. It's at NBA.com. 8 things Mavericks have in common with past champions. Number 1, we've kind of talked about it, a scoring champion. So you have Luka as a scoring champion. They say the last teams that have done this, similar to the 2000 Lakers with Shaq and 98 Bulls with Michael Jordan. The only thing extra in here that we didn't give you before, the last scoring champions who've come up short. In 01, Allen Iverson. In 12, Kevin Durant. And in 16, Steph Curry. Those are the last 3 champions that have come up short winning. They made it to the finals, just didn't win the NBA Finals. Number 2, having an international superstar. Where is this similar to with Luka Doncic? It's similar to in 2023, Jokic. In 2021, Giannis. In 2011, Dirk Nowitzki. In 2007, Tony Parker. And in 1994 and 95, Hakeem Olajuwon. All of those players won the NBA championship and were the MVP finals. So we go to 3, mid-season acquisitions. Obviously, we know about Gafford and we know about P.J. Washington. They say, who is this similar to who's won a championship? They say the 2019 Raptors, who acquired veteran center Marc Gasol from Memphis. Ooh. He averaged 9.4 points, 6.6 rebounds, and 3 assists in the playoffs. They closed the season 34-16, the Raptors. So after making that trade, they played much better regular season basketball and obviously led to the championship. The other one they compare it to is the 2004 Pistons, who acquired Rasheed Wallace from, I'll give each of you guys one guess, and I would bet money there's no way you get the team that he was traded from.
What were we talking about?
Rasheed Wallace.
Portland
Trailblazers.
All right.
Is that not the...
Yeah, wasn't it Trailblazers?
If I gave you 100 more guesses, I guess you'd get it because there's only 30 teams.
Yeah, I would just guess every team.
The Atlanta Hawks. After playing one game with the Hawks, he was then traded to the Detroit Pistons.
I don't remember that at all.
She'd averaged 13.7 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 block shots in the playoffs to help the Pistons oust the Lakers in the finals. So they say there's two teams that the Mavericks are similar to. This trade deadline has helped out tremendously. A high-scoring backcourt. We've kind of talked about this. I'll move past this one quickly, but who are they compared to? The Splash Brothers of 15, 17, 18, and 22. Now, they averaged 45 points combined in each of their 4 title runs. Those numbers don't come close to Luka and Kyrie, who are averaging 59.5 points per game together. In the playoffs, they're averaging 51.6. So it just kind of gives you this backcourt is reminding them of the Splash Brothers, who I say won 2 championships somewhat together because...
So you're not counting the Durant ones?
Well, once you added Durant, it really wasn't those 2 guys now. It was Durant and Curry.
Yeah.
And heck, I don't even know if Klay Thompson was healthy for all of those championships.
I gotcha.
To be honest, I just can't remember. All right, 3-pointers made. We've been talking about this quite a bit. You talked about how many both of these teams shoot. It says between Luka's stepbacks, Kyrie's pull-ups, and then the catch and shoots from Washington, Jones Jr., Kleba, Josh Green. The Mavs have a variety of 3-point attackers. Now, when it comes to who is this similar to, the 2021 Bucks and 2022 Warriors. Obviously, you're going to have to be recent history on this. How about this? There are only 2 teams in NBA history who have won the title, making at least 14 3-pointers per game. We just mentioned them. The Bucks at 14.4 and the Warriors at 14.3. There will be a new champion to this because the Mavs make 14.6 3-pointers per game. The Celtics make 16.5.
Wow.
So when you look at 3-pointer shot, you are going to see not only a lot shot, you mentioned that earlier, but the makes are very high. In fact, whoever wins this championship will be considered the team that makes the most 3-pointers per game in NBA history. Number 6, beating 3 50-plus win teams. The Mavericks did that with the Clippers at 51, the Thunder at 57, and the Wolves at whatever it is. They have 164 combined wins because then they don't give me their record there. So you can do the math. 51, 57, 164 overall. 56. All right. This is similar to the 2010, 2008, and 2001, I hate this, Lakers. It has been 14 years since a team took a path to the finals that required beating 3 50-plus win team. The last team to do it, the 2010 Lakers. And they beat a 50-plus win Celtics team in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
So, missed the playoffs to the finals? Who's similar to that? The 2022 Golden State Warriors.
Hell yeah.
And the 2021 Suns. The Warriors won, the Suns lost, but the last 2 teams to miss the playoffs and then make the finals. Recent history, Warriors and Suns. A full circle moment. Mavs coach Jason Kidd was Dallas's starting point guard in 2011, the only time they won a championship after leading the Mavs on the court for 13 years ago. He now leads them from the sidelines. This is interesting. I didn't know this. In 1982, 85, 87, and 88, the Lakers, Pat Riley played for the 72 NBA champion Lakers, then led the franchise through the Showtime era. Kidd is the 9th coach to reach the finals with a team that he won a championship with as a player. 7 of the previous 8 also won a title as a coach with the same team.
What? Interesting.
Which I would have just never guessed. So if for some reason Jason Kidd can win the championship as the head coach of the Mavs. That's very common that if you won a championship and then you become a head coach, you'd win the championship with the same team you won the championship with as a player. I'm assuming, I don't know this, Rick Carlisle won the championship with the Mavs, but as a player, he won it with the Celtics?
The Celtics, yeah.
But then Steve Kerr never played for the Warriors, did he?
I don't think so.
It says 7 of the previous 8. So I'm guessing Kerr would be the most recent.
Yeah, out of those,
because it does not give the list of the 7 other coaches. As Kevin gave me another look, like, figure it out, dummy.
No, the look was I don't know.
Oh, okay. Those are my 8. Really not my 8. Those are on NBA.com. Deal with it.
We're the KNC masterpiece. That my look was just I don't know. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't know how I deal with Mike Bassett.
You're going to give me another spanking.
No. What?
You spank him?
No.
You like put him over the knee?
Coming up next.
It's old school in here.
Go bend over. I'll be back with the belt.
No AC again.
I don't know. I was just asking.
It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
We'll discuss more of that. And
no, please, God.
Kyrie does his best Bane next on The Fan.
That ball is history. It's on Green.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate the introduction. Mike asked the question moments ago. We should ask it to the Twitch, to the fan text, and the YouTubers. Are we having a great show or a perfect show? That's the question.
Oh, my gosh.
You, Kevin, I said great. I've been a little off today.
So much pressure.
But you guys have been really good. So,
Good.
Kevin, your thoughts?
I will say great. I don't know if I believe a perfect show exists.
All right. Mike, sounds like you're getting a spanking afterwards. So, sorry about that, man.
I feel like we're Scooble. Yeah, we've given up some hits. So what?
We're winning.
Yeah, man.
Only
Got a
one
2
home
ERA, dude. Relax.
Is that relaxed to me? Is that okay?
I don't know. It's a Scooble, I guess.
If y'all are concerned about Luka's health, he has spoken.
Oh, my God. I am now.
It's been forever since they've played. He's good.
It's about the same. It didn't get any better. I'll need a good amount of rest to get better. But it's been great to have some rest. So there we are.
That didn't make me feel any better at all.
Well, I mean, he's won, 3 series in the playoffs so far injured.
Good point.
So
never mind.
I think this is the way he just is. He kind of, I love him, but I get that he kind of wants more drama around the situation.
I could see that.
He also pointed out that 2020 run, they had great chemistry, but they stayed together throughout. He said this team, 4 or 5 months, they've developed fantastic chemistry.
2022?
2020. I don't know, man. That's what he said.
The run of losing to the Clippers in the bubble?
I don't know.
Maybe he meant 22.
Maybe he doesn't know years like me. Maybe he's like that. And he's just like, oh, man.
My wife's like that, too.
And
he's
he
only
also
made one run. This is the second one.
He also said, me and KP have a good relationship. I don't know why people say otherwise. And he said, and Chandler.
Go listen to the podcast that Porzingis did with J.J. Redick, Luca. We've heard it. We know what happened.
He said, Chandler Parsons talking about that. We've talked like twice. I don't know why he would say anything like that about me and KP. So there you go. Ooh. There's your Luca update for the day.
All right.
Take that for data.
Okay.
In your face, Chandler Parsons.
Kyrie Irving is a very interesting character.
Agreed.
But I never knew that he was an impressionist as well. Kevin, have you heard of the comedian Pete Holmes, who does Batman characters sometimes?
No.
You haven't heard of Pete Holmes, huh?
Pete Holmes is funny.
Katie Holmes.
I might recognize him if I heard him, but not offhand.
He does some very funny Batman bits.
Okay.
He did have his own show for a while. Is that what this is from? And this is Kyrie Irving, and it looks like he's 19 on this. I mean, it looks like he's very young in this time. But here's Kyrie Irving on to the Pete Holmes show.
Since we met a few years ago, you've made the All-Star team twice. How much do you think I had to do with that? 1%? It's the lowest percent. You make a lot of serious faces when you play basketball. Yeah, that's the face. I was called the Dark Knight. Really? Mm-hmm. Well, it's because you were scoring so much. I was taking care of business in Gotham City. I'm not the basketball player Gotham needs. I do what? Batman. You fight like a younger man. That's a good Bane.
That's really good.
Over and not be in the paint too long. Because I finish it. You now have permission to shoot free throws. Hey, just one. One is not enough, Batman. That's not a bad Bane. I like Bane. He's awesome.
So that was Kyrie Irving doing his best Bane.
That was pretty
impression,
good.
Who I've always sounds kind of like Dr. Seuss. 1 foot, 2 foot, red foot, blue foot is the way I've always heard that.
Do you feel in charge?
Yeah, exactly. But he threw out the line, and I want to know more about this. And he threw out that line of, I give you permission to shoot free throws.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what he said to Derek Lively in the Oklahoma City series when he was trying to run from Chet Holmgren. He
Pretty
was
much.
like, hey, I give you permission to make these free throws. And then Derek Lively went out there and did it.
And so, just for a little information, this was in 2014. So, I guess in the midst or at the end of his third season.
Okay, there you go. So we need to know more about his Bane impressions down the road. We'll get to
Absolutely. I also like that Pete Holmes was like, that's the lowest percent. I mean, he gave you 1%. That's
how much. That's one of my favorite questions. How proud of we asked? Was it?
Yes.
We've asked multiple players. Hey, we've known you for a long time, and now look at us. How proud of us are you at this point? And a lot of players are like, super proud, I guess.
That's why whenever Mike's not here, we ask how he's doing on the road.
Who asked that?
As like Bochy and
Rangers
stuff.
players.
Yeah.
Oh, Bochy.
Well,
Just
we're always
checking up on 'em.
concerned.
Yeah.
We're very concerned if you're being professional when you're out on the road. And a lot of times they give good responses.
Super professional. I just need to learn how to pack better.
Oh, okay.
What's the big issue with packing there, Mike?
I packed some shorts to work out in, and I think they were double XLs that I haven't worn in like 8 years. So then I'd cinch them up to like make them fit. And I was just like, I gotta throw away clothes that don't fit anymore.
You're just wearing
because then you just throw it in the bag going, yeah, these are workout shorts. And they're like, these don't fit.
You out there looking like TJ Ford?
So I went to the workout room a few times, and just wore my like golf short, my Under Armour like golf shorts that I would just go out like to a restaurant with. I was like, I had to wear those in the workout room.
You ever see people wearing like jeans at the gym, and you're just and I'm always like, hey, they're here, baby. You know, they're here doing their thing. It doesn't matter what they're wearing.
That's a warning sign. It's like a frog that has red on their back. That means do not mess with that person. They're
focused.
dangerous.
Yeah. They went out of their way to get to the gym wearing jeans, maybe a button-up shirt. I've seen a dude in a button-up shirt come in there.
What?
Yeah,
Not a sane person.
Look, they're older people, all right? The older people don't care, all right? They're going in there.
It just feels like they'd be uncomfortable.
Lifting the 5-pound weights for a few minutes.
What if that's them dressing down? They typically wear like a tuxedo every day.
Yes.
Okay.
And they're like, I guess I can just wear a dress shirt.
That could definitely be it. Police finally arrested an 81-year-old serial slingshot shooter, Kevin, in California.
What?
This is a story we didn't. Oh my gosh, there's an update.
Did you say a serial slingshot shooter?
Yes. And I did not know this update existed.
A lot of alliteration there, yeah.
81-year-old serial slingshot shooter was arrested. He'd been terrorizing his California neighborhood with the rudimentary weapon for nearly a decade.
What?
Yes. Azusa is his name. I'm sorry, that's the city. Azusa police caught Prince King. His name is Prince King.
That's right.
On Thursday, after learning he, and not a teenage boy, was the person believed to be responsible for various instances of vandalism caused by the slingshot over the course of 9 to 10 years.
Okay. So my initial thought was, what are you doing arresting somebody for shooting a slingshot? But then again, I thought, if people are just walking down the street and you just get like a little rock or a pebble chucked at your head, that's probably not legal.
Yeah, you'd be really upset about that.
How is this guy's name not Dennis?
His name's King, Prince King. He's accused of targeting dozens of residents through the years, breaking windows, windshields, and nearly striking neighbors with ball bearings from the handheld device.
It's all about ball bearings.
It is about ball bearings because it picks up speed, aerodynamic.
That's from the movie Fletch, like in the 1980s.
Very contemporary reference.
Yeah, it's all about ball bearings.
No injuries have been reported over the years, but residents said that the damage often cost them thousands to make repairs.
If not hundreds of dollars.
Well, I'm sure they're throwing thousands out there for sure. He was arrested in his neighborhood where cops were responding to a quality of life issue on their block. They found new ball bearings and a slingshot at his home and promptly cuffed him. The arrest is long overdue. Cops have been investigating since the first reported slingshot incident nearly a decade ago.
Please tell me you will track this story and see if we eventually get a motive for this person.
Kevin,
I want to know.
I don't think we'll ever get a motive.
Son of a gun.
Because
he's escaped from prison.
There's no way.
He died one day after.
What?
81-year-old man. They took away his slingshot.
And that was keeping him alive.
And then he passed away.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
The police say that he used his backyard for shooting practice. Police did not have a motive for the bizarre, drawn-out crime spree.
Man,
they were not aware of any kind of motive
on.
other than just malicious mischief.
Boo.
He did, however, target his shots. They were not at random, the police said. So there was some sort of connection that they did target for sure. But yeah, man, he was a serial slingshot shooter. He's no longer with us. Prince King.
Look, I
died
get
of heart disease at a private residence.
No, he died of heartbreak because they took away the one thing that he loved. I realize if you're creating hundreds or thousands of dollars in damage, that's probably not okay. But I also am like, we have other more important crimes. But if that happened to me, I'd be pretty mad. So I get it.
This is the thing, Kevin, that I think that always stands out in these situations, because you could have ribs with this guy, and still not know what's going on in his world. His neighbor said he was always nice. He would declare break time and then come over and chat. So I'm assuming he had just broken something with a slingshot. Yeah. She would then say that he would bring dog treats over, and they never had any problems. She said, I'm honestly surprised. I never thought he'd be terrorizing a neighborhood like that. And that's always the thing, Kevin. You never know who that person is next door to you.
All right. And I hear you. If I ever am on the news in some scenario like this, I hope my information is, yes, I did think this was going to happen. I reported it to multiple people. I told everybody in the neighborhood about this. Nobody would listen.
Wait, hold on. Let's play this game. Corey and Mike, if there's one day where you're watching the news and Kevin's mugshot comes up, what did he do?
It was a rage thing.
I can see that.
He got very mad and threw something at somebody, and it would.
Headphones? It'd be headphones, right?
Or a bank robbery. But I'm pretty sure he's convinced that he won't get caught in his bank robbery, so it's definitely the violent rage.
Yeah, I asked my wife once before if I just beat someone to death, if we would get a divorce. And she goes, it depends on why you beat them to death. And I was like,
that's a ride or die. I like that.
I know. And I was like, they tried to kill one of our kids. And she was like, yeah, no, you're fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh,
that's fine. Like they attacked the wrong kid.
Wait, why are you in like a Taken franchise at this point? What is happening to people trying to get
on
kids?
all the
I watched
time
them all
in this
last
room.
Friday. I saw every single one of them.
all I heard was you said plural kids.
I have multiple kids.
She doesn't.
Yes, don't you dare tell her that. She does not agree with that at all.
What about when Brandon does something bad? Does she say that's your son?
Oh no, we definitely have a talk about that. I've told her before, talking about Brandon. I was like, your son is an idiot.
Oh man, shouldn't say that about your son.
Well, you know what? Sometimes he is an idiot, and I dare say
Can't
every
read,
parent
poops his pants
who's
consistently.
that's Noah. I dare say that every parent who has a kid that's more than 2 years old has thought their kid was an idiot at some point.
They do things that you're just like, why would you even think to do it that way? How did that make sense to you to do it that way? But then every once in a while, they'll do something like they load the dishwasher, and that top rack that like rolls at the very top, they'll put the forks and stuff in there instead of that basket. Now you save yourself space. You're like, hold on, how did you know to do this, but I didn't? And they're like, I don't know, Dad.
Your kids must be smart. My kids can take 3 cups and fill up the whole top of the dishwasher. And I'm like, can you guys figure this out? Because you guys go through 3 cups each a day. We need to put these a little bit tighter in here so we can fit more things in the dishwasher, which literally, we run the dishwasher every day. Once a day, we are running that thing.
Yeah. Making sure the dishes are clean for the environment.
From the 817, Kevin kicked my window in when I was borrowing a movie. How did he not get
borrowing?
arrested?
I saw another person who texted in and said, if Kevin goes to jail, there's no question Mike is the victim. So he won't be able to. Oh, my God.
Just spanking too far.
And then lastly, I just saw this today. Kevin, I don't know if you've seen it. Connor McDavid he's
good.
He's very good, right?
Better than all the stars.
Have you seen the video of him like picking up beers for the boys on the way home? He's in his suit.
You see what Michael Finley did to Luka?
We discussed it.
He ripped the beer out of his hand.
After
beer,
the game, Connor
drinking
McDavid
Coke.
went out there and he's wearing
sugar.
the suit that he wears for final games, closeout games.
Okay.
So it's right around after that game, and he went and got. It looks like about 10 cases of beer, and he's walking out. And there are people just walking over to him, taking videos with him and everything, and he looks very flustered by it all. Like, I can't believe people know who I am. But he's loading up his trunk with Coors Light and Molson because that's what they drink up north. And I didn't know, do the star players do that? Do the star guys go out and say, hey, I'm going to get the beers, guys. I'll be right back.
It feels like it'd be logistically complex to carry 10 cases of beer.
He had about 4 in his hands, and then
wheelbarrow.
He had some other people behind him that were helping carry. And
Gotcha.
Yeah,
it's beer valets.
Beer valets. Yeah, that's a good one.
That does sound fancy as hell. This is my beer valet.
Also, Kevin, the Purple Aces.
Yes.
They used to be the Pioneers, and then they changed their name to the Purple to the Aces.
But that was like in the 20s, though.
Yeah, in 1926.
Oh, okay. But if it changed in 1926, does that go along with your same line of thinking, Mike? That was 98 years ago.
In 1960s, they changed it to Ace Purple, the riverboat gambler, and he was fashioned by a local sports cartoonist, and he looks like a riverboat gambler. And so they went and said, hey, we're going to call it the Purple Aces from here on. So that's how we got that name. Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, yes? What do the Mavericks do well? What do the Celtics do well?
Basketball.
And we have started...
He's not wrong.
I agree with that other
Next
text about you, Mike. And also, we have started to get predictions.
Tell me who that number is right now.
4. Next, right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Jaylen Brown moving to his left. McDermott slows him down. Shot clock down to 3. How fitting would this be for Jaylen to finish his perfect night with a 3?
Man, put the ketchup on the French fries.
It's done. I guess. KNC Masterpiece.
What?
Right here.
I've never heard this before.
Why are we trying? Why
if I'm
are we
on the
trying
Rangers
so hard?
broadcast and somebody hits a home run and after
Put the ketchup on the French fries.
I feel like I want to say this now. And so everybody can go, what the crap did Bassick just say on the Rangers broadcast? Like Dave Raymond says, it's a long one. El Bombi goes deep. And I say, put the ketchup on the French fries.
Man, put the ketchup on the French fries.
What?
You think Dave Raymond would ask for you to be removed from the booth immediately?
Yeah. I think I will get a lot of looks like, what the crap did you just say?
Oh my gosh.
I loved it. That was awesome.
It's amazing.
We're trying too hard though, right? At this point, everybody's trying too hard to come up with their whatever calls.
I want to say that so bad on the broadcast. I brought that up to Sandler in Miami, and I was like, I'm not going to do it yet. I don't feel that comfortable, but I do want to say, and boom goes the dynamite.
French fries.
I kind of want just that.
If the score's 11,
yes,
that's a good time to use French fries.
Perfect. They got the French fries. All right.
French fries.
Let's talk. Let's talk a little bit.
Where did we find that audio?
I don't. From the Celtics.
Okay.
Celtics Radio Network, I'm sure. Let's talk about some things that the Celtics do well, then some things the Mavericks do well, and we already have our first batch of predictions. Jaylen Brown shooting 65.1% in the paint thus far in the playoffs. That's the best mark among any player that's had at least 100 paint attempts in the postseason, and it's up from the regular season when he was at 60.7%. So clearly, when he gets in the paint, he's been very effective. The Celtics take, let me just ask you this. What percentage of the Celtics shots, all shots, do you think are three-pointers?
80%.
That is too high.
82%.
What? You
40.
said a higher number, Reggie. You said 40%?
Yeah.
83.
47.4%.
I can get you 84.
Of their, I'm not trying to buy a car or sell a car.
About 85.
If somebody shoots 80, if somebody shoots 100 shots and 80 of them are three-pointers in a game, I feel like you're in big trouble as the other team because they're going to keep shooting them if they're going in. At some point, a coach would be like, after 40 attempts in the first half, you're like, dude, guys, I get it, but we have to stop. But if you've made 22 of 40 at that point, you're like, dude, I get it. Keep shooting threes.
Absolutely.
So how many do they shoot?
47.4%.
So how many is that per game? Close to 40. Like, don't you shoot about 80-something shots a game?
So probably
40?
38, 40. Yeah. Now, here's the interesting part to go against that. The Celtics rank first in field goal percentage in the paint in the playoffs, but last in percentage of their shots that have come in the paint. So while we're talking about they shoot a lot of three-pointers, they're really efficient in the paint, but they think shooting from the paint is stupid.
Yeah, and that might be a detriment to the Mavericks, who perform pretty well in the paint defensively.
Well, nobody rolls. I'm just thinking, if Horford were to set a pick, if Porzingis were to set a pick, they're pick and pop. They don't actually have a roll guy, do they? I mean, I'm thinking of the dude.
No.
I'm sorry, I forgot his name again.
Luke Cornett.
Yeah, he's the only dude who would be a role guy, and he's not going to play as long as they're a healthy team.
And he's not a strong enough role guy for that to be something that changes. Yeah, no, they're not really a pick and roll team necessarily, more pick and pop. And I guess if you're talking about isolation, the guys that will slash and get to the rim and Tatum and Jaylen Brown, I imagine.
I know a lot of discussion about matchups is player for player. But whoever can impose their will at this feels like it's going to go a long way in deciding the series. The Celtics are excellent at shutting down corner three-pointers, all right? They have the lowest percentage of opponents' three-point attempts, which means they prevent them from even shooting three-pointers a lot of the time. And then you go to the Mavericks, who lead the playoffs with 4.6 corner threes per game in the playoffs. So the Mavericks make more than anybody else, and the Celtics are the best at preventing that and getting a low shooting percentage on that. This feels like a battle that will go a long way in deciding the title.
I don't want PJ and Derek Jones Jr. to rush the shot, but they are going to have to pull the trigger a little quicker. And if they don't, the good thing, and we've seen it with PJ enough, Derek Jones Jr. kind of needs a little more help on this, but they both can do it. They can put it on the floor and then go to the basket instead. So that closeout, that's why they're so good at stopping it, Kevin, because they do have lengthy guards that can guard out on the wing like that and get to that three-point shot. So whenever those guys come to contest, they have to be either pull the trigger fast on the three and still get their shot off, or do what they can do, and that is put it on the floor, go to the basket, or make a pass along the way. But more likely than not, you want them to go to the basket than pass it.
You mentioned Derek Jones Jr. and P.J. Washington. P.J. Washington leads all players in the playoffs with corner threes with 28. He's 5 back of Bruce Bowen's playoff record set back in 2007.
You remember that just felt unstoppable.
Yeah.
You can't let Bruce Bowen be in the corner to shoot the three. That just felt, or get underneath you when you're shooting a three.
Yeah.
So, gosh, it's not as basic as whoever wins a three-point battle wins each game, but it's starting to feel this way. Like, there's going to be other things, turnovers.
You're right.
You talked about the defensive rebounding earlier in the show. There's other things.
The mid-range to long defensive rebounding feels big, too.
X factors, but this is starting to get to as simple as, dude, if they're making – they average 16 three-point makes a game. If they go above that number – you're probably going to lose. If you hold them, and this is a high number too, if you hold them below 16 3-point makes, you have a good chance of winning the game.
I will tell you something potentially positive if maybe your 3-point shots are not falling. I understand what you're saying. That could easily decide the games. Available offensive rebounds. In the regular season, the Mavericks got 25.7% of those, which was 25th in the league.
Okay.
Not good. In the playoffs, up to 31%, 4th best in the playoffs. So they have increased more than 5% their ability to grab offensive boards. So I'm just saying, you're right. If your shot's falling, good. But if it's not, you have seen the Mavericks more effective at picking up the offensive rebounds.
Well, I don't know how much you can crash the boards against Boston, but I felt like the last 2 teams you've played, help me out, Reggie, you know pace of play better than I do. Boston is more of a walk-up offensive team. They like isolation basketball. They obviously like then throwing the ball to somebody for a three-pointer. We've just documented that. But I felt like going after the boards against Minnesota and Oklahoma City could hurt because they could get out and run on you and wanted to, and Boston doesn't seem to want to as much. So I'm wondering, in the pace of play that we've seen the last 2 series, and we know LA was the worst, right? Weren't they 30th in pace of play? So I'm just wondering, how much more did Minnesota and Oklahoma City want to get out and on a transition, on a defensive rebound, want to get a shot off quickly by pushing the ball? And how much will Boston get the ball and then just hand it to Tatum, hand it to White or Holiday, and then them just jog the ball up the court?
Yeah, it's a good question. At least when we talk about half court, it's one of the Celtics kind of, I don't know, one of the places where they feel a little unserious, if you could find those, is that they'll wait very long into the shot clock before they start getting to actions. I'm talking with 13, 12 seconds left on the shot clock. And so they do like kind of slowing that pace down. I'm having a tough time remembering how they do transition-wise, but they do like to slow the pace down, at least in the half court. So that, to your point there.
Now, I've got our first batch of predictions from NBA.com. There's 9 people making their predictions.
Are they saying Anthony Edwards is the face of the NBA?
They are not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to approve or not approve each voter. Greg Anthony.
Yeah, I like him. UNLV.
He picked the Mavs.
I approve even more.
Steve Ashburner.
Don't know who it is. Do not approve.
Do not hit.
Charles Barkley.
I approve.
Yeah.
But he's also really terrible at predictions.
He picked the Mavs in the
Potentially
last
good
one.
news. He picked the Celtics.
He picked the Mavs to win Game 4, and then the next night he picked them to lose in the blowout.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right.
That's confusing. Sam Mitchell.
Yeah, he's a former coach. We kicked his butt multiple ways.
Yeah, he had his brother, Kevin Mitchell.
He
was on the Timberwolves the last time we played him in the playoffs, and we beat their booty 3-0.
Shaquille, he picked the Celtics.
Yeah, figures. He doesn't.
Yeah, nobody likes that guy
Shaquille
anyway.
O'Neal.
I
That's
like
fine.
him.
Yeah.
I like him.
He picked the Mavs.
Yeah, he did.
Heck yeah, because
2-2.
Best big man ever, man.
Yeah.
Sean Powell.
I don't know him.
Dwight Powell's brother?
Let's say yes. John Schumann.
Then he would pick the Mavs if he's Dwight Powell's brother.
Shoeman.
I don't know. I know Shoemaker is the manager for the Marlins.
Skip.
Okay, does that mean you do approve him?
No, I don't know him.
Okay, Kenny Smith.
Yeah, he's the
I know
Jet.
that guy.
He picks the Celtics.
Figures.
And
Not the real Jet, though.
Hey,
you
he
know?
picked the Clippers. He picked Oklahoma City. He picked Minnesota, and now he's picking the Celtics. He's literally picked against the Mavs in all 4 series.
And Michael C. Wright.
Oh, yeah. Talladega Nights.
Yeah, 'cause he'd be
Step
right.
Brothers.
He's a good guy, by the way.
We wanted Michael A. Jordan.
No,
not
that's
Michael B.
John
Jordan.
C. Riley.
Oh.
But if you approve him?
Yeah.
He picked the Mavericks.
He's my
That
favorite,
sounds like
dude.
a 50-50 situation.
Exactly, except for the 3 people you didn't pick, all picked the Celtics.
What are you doing right now?
NBA.com goes 6-3 Celtics, but if we filter out
It's only a 7
the experts we did not approve of, it's 3 for the
3-3.
Mavs and 3 for the Celtics, because Michael C. Wright, I definitely remember, picked the Mavericks over the Timberwolves as well.
We'll have Danny Green Thursday.
That's right.
He picked the Wolves. Picked the Mavs, though, against Oklahoma City.
He did.
And I
And
think
the Clippers.
he picked the Mavs over the Clippers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's 2 for 1, 2 for 3. 2 for 1's even better.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
That's buy one, get one free, Kevin.
Yeah.
I guess. Right here
It
on
is.
105.3
That's true.
The
2
Fan.
for 1 is you bought one, but you get one for free, so it's 2 for 1.
It's good value.
That used to be how they did free throws at one point.
That is how they. That's technically correct, Kevin. You can't deny
What
that.
point?
Like back in the 60s and maybe even into the 70s, you would get 2 free throws. And if you made the first one, then it's good. It's like the and one. But like if you had an and one, it was really an and two. You had 2 free throws to make one. I'm not lying.
That's real.
No, I believe you. It's just your encyclopedic knowledge of things like that, but then other things you're like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Like Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, who's the kicker for the Cowboys? No
I
clue.
know it now.
Did you
It's
know in the
Aubrey.
1960s, here's the free throw structure
Aubrey
for the
Huff.
NBA.
I gave up a hit to him when he was on the Tampa Bay Rays, and he became like a kind of a crazy person on social media when it came to politics. Aubrey Huff.
You have to like,
Brandon Aubrey.
connect things for Mike. You know, just like his middle name and how it's spelled.
Jose PH, not F.
Come on, Kevin. Tease the next segment,
Yeah,
man.
because if you spelt it Jose F.
Stop it.
This is at this point.
Stop
This
it.
is really on you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Fair. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
So the 39 by the two Mavs, and only 38 is a team from the Wolves, and Irving three.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. We started to talk about this earlier, and then the news about the pseudo-retirement of Joe Pavelski came in. Have you guys seen any clips, or do you care at all about cosmic baseball, a.k.a. glow-in-the-dark baseball?
Man, I don't know how much I care about this. I think it could be kind of cool. I've seen a couple of clips. I didn't really know what I was looking at. Is that safe?
So
they have an L screen in front of the pitcher.
Okay.
And then the player said because of all, they've invested about $100,000 into blacklight technology, I guess is the way I'm going to put it, or accessories and memorabilia. They said, the player said it's pretty much as easy to see the ball as it is during a day game.
Oh, cool.
Which I would not have guessed. Their jerseys are awesome. The fans love it. It's
the jerseys
sold
do
out.
look great.
Yeah.
I do think it's not good on when I watched on YouTube. As in, like, if you were really watching a real game, the Rangers were playing Detroit right now, and it was going to be this game. You'd be like, I can't see the game.
Yeah.
You know, that would be the only. Being there might be really cool in attendance. But television-wise, I'm sure the television people would be like, this is really tough to get this where the people are seeing the action of the game properly.
Did you ever have one of those hoops and basketballs that glowed in the dark back in the day? Because I had, what was it called?
I think I did.
The Dirty Dunk. I had a Dirty Dunk in my room, and so it was one of those. It was a hamper. It was a basketball goal that hung on my door, and then the net was like 3 feet long, and it tied at the bottom, and I used to put all my clothes in that.
See, I thought about it from the perspective of like blackout bowling or whatever you called it.
Yeah.
And I see Mike's point about if you're involved in it or at the stadium, You probably think it's awesome. If you were watching it elsewhere, you might be like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool just looking at it now. I had seen like a still shot of it, I guess, yesterday or the day before, but now looking at some clips, I mean, it is cool, but how long does the coolness of it last? And you're just like, okay, and I'm kind of over this. But upon first sight, I'm like, dang, there's something cool about this.
They got 3 more games for this scheduled in the next month, so we'll see.
Okay, that's good. Like, as long as you're not overloading it, I feel like as a one-off, it'd definitely be cool. It does kind of make me think of the MTV show Room Raiders.
Yes.
Where they go in there with the black light and God knows what you're going to find.
Like what?
Just make sure that you wash the clothes. The guys who have to wash the uniforms, their job is even more paramount.
I do. So yesterday we had the highlight of Matt Hicks after I think it was an Adolis home run. He goes and he hits another circuit breaker. In my mind, I was like, "What's he talking about?" Well, that's what they do in the stadium, right? They turn the lights on and off.
Put the ketchup on the fries.
Put the ketchup on the fries. Do they turn the lights on for this? If somebody hits a home run, is it one of those? Is it in reverse and they flip the lights back on?
Everyone's just like, oh god.
It's like oh, I didn't want to see her.
It's like when you walk out of the movie theater during the day, like
yes.
That's the worst.
I felt the same way whenever we would cover like triple headers of playoff games at the old Texas Stadium and it's freezing cold, but you forget about it because you're just sitting in like this room temperature room for the longest time. You walk out, you're like, good Lord, it is cold out here.
I think the NBA All-Star game should be glow-in-the-dark style.
Yeah,
Ooh, that would get me to tune in.
I mean,
I love that idea.
Is that any less serious than it is now?
Nope.
I think I can score. I literally think I can score 100 in the NBA All-Star game.
I heard you say that earlier, and I was considering it, and I think you got a point. If you could get him to give you the ball constantly.
Yeah, if I get the ball and they don't contest your layup. So as long as, and they don't try to guard you. So if you wanted to be really selfish, you could just dribble and then just lay the ball up. And I think I would be 50 for 50 on uncontested layups. I only need 50 shots.
As long as they didn't say, hey, guys, Mike Bassick is about to score a hundo. Let's shut him down.
Right. Then I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even going to get – after I wonder if I could dribble it 3 times, if not 4, without it getting stolen. By like an NBA All-Star, like I'm going to get the ball stolen every time. I'm never going to get a shot off. But I've watched enough NBA All-Star action the last 8 years.
You could go Wilt in that game. You could have your own 100.
I do think somebody's going to. I wonder this: if there's enough of the NBA players to go, let's not have a player score 100. Like that'll really put. I want to say David Stern, but Adam Silver over the top. Like, guys, you son of a gun! Like, stop letting them just lay it up for 100 points on an individual person.
Hold him to 99, damn it! Come on.
Especially this goofy, unathletic guy. Why are we letting him dominate?
I do think in the next 5 years somebody will score over 80 as a player in the NBA All-Star game. And I guess
did you say in the NBA or in an All-Star game?
In the NBA All-Star game.
Okay.
Maybe even in the NBA game. But I do think in an All-Star game, if they wanted to, like LeBron says, this is my last year in the NBA All-Star game, I could see him going for over 80. Because all you got to do is give him the ball every time, and you get a layup, dunk, or an open 3. And if you want to be really aggressive, you can get an uncontested layup or dunk 40 times.
I want to see Mike go like off the glass to himself though, like layup style.
Hell yeah!
He's like, and I got the assist too.
I do too.
100 points and 1 assist.
What did you guys think of the Joe Pavelski said he's not going to play next year? Didn't officially call it a retirement. I think we all think it is though. What do you think about this departure? Does it feel right, about time?
Yes, it does. I mean, at the age of 40, it was weird how he dropped off so significantly in the postseason. Because he was still a very good player in the regular season, over 20 goals, but did just not look like quite the same player. Did have his best game in what probably is going to be his final game. And he started off on the 4th line, ended up moving up to the 1st line with some shifts there by Pete DeBoer. But it did kind of just feel like watching him play this postseason, he was on his last legs. And I do think the timing makes a lot of sense. It's sad. And, I mean, him to not ever win a Stanley Cup, I really thought this would have been the perfect scenario for him to go out as a champion, but it just wasn't in the cards, unfortunately, for Pavs.
As a washed-up man myself, I know what it looks like.
Oh,
no. And I was like, ew, time to go. Why can't we do our own, like, Golden Knights thing where we just shelf him until the postseason and, he's magically ready to go?
That's not a bad idea.
Now he's just fresh legs, Pavelski, regular season feel, but now he's in the postseason, you know, but his body's like, we're regular season fresh.
Maybe that's
Let's go
what
Mark
he's
Stone on him.
considering. Maybe that's what he's. We could circumvent the salary cap just like anybody else.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Come on, Pavs. If you do it that way, you still have another like half decade worth of playoff hockey in you.
That's true. Yeah, he could try. He could just bounce back every playoff run.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. We have Corey Seager at 3:20.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
You guys
Yep.
snagging Derek Jones Jr. and now Corey Seager. Y'all are definitely the favorite show at
Now
the
that's a
station.
whale.
That was such an epic interview with Derek Jones Jr.
I love
guys.
it.
Y'all missed out.
I love
Says
it.
he loves being here.
And that was about it.
I'll have more questions for you about that off air. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Corey Seager coming up. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So let's go Rangers, Kevin.
Let's go Rangers.
Put the ketchup.
rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Welcome in. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, that is right. Corey Seager's coming up in 80 minutes from right now, 3:20, the Rangers player show. He's on fire. I fired up to chat with him about that. Of course, I probably won't bring up the 16-game hitting streak that he's on, but we can talk about the 8 home runs in the last, or in the 8-game stretch that he was recently on, and just how amazingly dialed in he is right now. So we're excited to talk about Corey Seager. Really wish he'd had another opportunity there in the 9th inning last night. They just could not get anybody on, or the 8th or the 9th. So you kind of petered out there at the end of the lineup. You open the game with a Marcus Semien solo shot. That's all you get. All you get there for the Rangers. So they fall 2-1, but it was great that Eovaldi was awesome.
He was dialed.
Okay, of course, we got to talk about the Mavs and all the other big stories happening. But, man, Micah Parsons is chatting, and that's going to be first on the Fan. General at your service. There's Broadus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Shia following Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. I mean, a number of topics. The most polarizing Cowboy by far here at this stage in the game. Even though he's a superstar, Cowboys fans are lining up to not like him. And I don't think this is going to change that. On criticism that he should have attended voluntary workouts, there was a time when Aaron Donald didn't even go to camp, and he won Defensive Player of the Year, and he led his team to the playoffs. Are we forgetting these times? He said. You're talking about the best defensive player, wasn't even in camp, and we're in minicamp voluntary at that. I'm just looking at it as time for my body to heal. I'm an undersized rusher who gets banged up every year, so I'm just letting my body heal. I'm just trying to grow, strengthen, and really just get better for the year. I think he makes some good points in here. Wolchuk, Broadus, what do you think about that so far for Micah Parsons?
I mean, I do think he makes good points where he wants his body to heal, and he's right. I mean, he's certainly at times. I mean, the last 2 years we've seen he's gotten banged up. I do think. I mean, it's just interesting where he talks about the voluntary workouts, and he didn't miss much. I mean, if that's the case, then why have him?
He says defense is defense. I'm pretty much caught up on everything. Paul Gunther was meeting with me, the run game coordinator. I feel like I was just getting better, getting stronger, and getting faster. Is that what you're talking about, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's interesting. Like, if it's fine that I'm glad he's there now, but if these things aren't important, and then why do we have voluntary mini camps? Why did Mike McCarthy seem a little bit annoyed that you weren't there? And again, all of this is fine. Micah is a badass. He's one of the best players in the NFL. You have no doubt he's going to show up on Thursday night, Sunday, Monday, whenever they're playing, and he's going to be one of the best players on the field. The only issue I have with it is when he wants to talk about changing the culture and being a leader. You're not doing any of that, and you're not really doing any of that with what you're saying here. If guys are going to follow you and none of this stuff matters in the offseason, then that's the tone you're setting for them. So why should I try and put in extra work? I don't need to do that, and that's okay. I don't need to have those expectations for you, Micah, but you gave me those expectations for you.
Yeah, I just think he's one of those Larry Allen type players that's built totally different, and he's not somebody that you want to, I think, turn your back on as an organization. But I think you make a good point that it's clear maybe he's not the team leader, because I think that team leader type of guy would be there trying to soak up all the details and making sure he's on the same page, not diminishing it. You can't diminish the need for off-season work and be a team leader. I think that's definitely a fair point.
It's all things that you deal with, but today he lines up in the A gap and they have to stop the drill because he was in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you're...
Nah, dude, defense is defense.
Defense is defense.
I don't need it. I don't need to put the work in.
As he's saying all that, I'm just remembering they're down on one end of the field, and they're literally, he's lined up in the A gap, and they're talking about running a blitz, and they have to stop it, and then they move him to another spot.
You got to go reteach it to everybody. Yeah.
But
Could
what?
be onto something else.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking that, to me, I understand the healing and all that, and the trying to get your body right and stuff. He comes in shape and all that. Those are things you don't have to worry about. But I just feel like this one time with the coaching change, that to me, how important is it for you to come in and learn the defense? Defense isn't just defense. Man, I had a chance to talk to Mike Zimmer today. defense ain't defense. This is different defense.
We played the sound of Eric Kendricks, who's been in the Zimmer defense for most of his career, saying, the other day was, it was a little bit confusing. We're getting a lot of stuff thrown at us. And that's from a guy who's been in this defense for forever. So D is not just D.
No, it's not. And that's the thing about it is if Micah Parsons would have shown up just working, like with everybody else, trying to learn, just trying to get a little bit of a jump or a little bit of insight on what they were going to do scheme-wise, you're fine. The other times, if it's Dan Quinn or if it's coaches if it's the same defensive coordinator you've played for 4 or 5 years, maybe I understand what you're saying, but everybody else is here trying to learn this defense too, and so unfortunately, though, like I said, I was just watching him and he's lined up in the A gap, and no, you're supposed to be over here, bro. And like, oh, okay. So move him over there, and then now we run the play. So yeah, it is that until everybody else is lined up in the right spot, but you're not.
Yeah.
And then they have to stop the drill to kind of move you over and let you rush from the outside instead of the A gap.
Yeah, I believe it's frustrating as a coach. Players weren't there. You could be using the time. You have a very finite amount of time that you can practice, and when you have to go back and reteach it, that could be very frustrating. Yeah. This relationship with Mike Zimmer is going to be interesting. Now, it's written on X that this was all said in a joking tone, like he was joking about it, but he says it's going to be a compromising relationship with he and Zim. He's had a lot of great players, but he's never had a Micah before, so it'll be fun. And I think it'll be unique.
I do like that line.
Says
he's never had a Micah before.
He's a very quiet person. All I keep hearing from the coaches is that Zim likes it this way, but I like it this way. I can't wait to have my true sit down with him. I think it'll be pretty cool because obviously old school mindset, old school mentality, and all that. So that's something that Mike's going to have to work on and make sure is good. I think as the coach, you got to try to figure out what's going to be the best interest of the team. What do you think about that, Brian? I mean, you're coming into a situation with a lot of established stars that are used to having it their way, and Mike Zimmer is a my way kind of guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that in just visiting a little bit with Zim and saying hello to him, his attitude has always been about he believes in coaching and teaching and all that. So yeah, he's had star players before, but he also is really big on having everybody on the same page. And so he'll do whatever he has to do to make sure that Micah and Tank and all those guys everybody's where they need to be and lined up the right way. And so I really don't see this as being a problem at all. I think Mike will do a good job of adapting to whatever he has to deal with. That's the way it is with scouting with him. Mike's always been, just bring me guys.
Guys that can play.
I'll coach guys. You just bring me. And so
that's awesome.
But his idea, though, too, is if you're out there busting assignments, he ain't going to play you. Ooh. So, that's the whole idea as well. You have to be able to come in there and know what you're doing and not make mistakes out on the field.
Well,
that would be juicy. Yeah. All of a sudden, something happens.
Well,
Mike Zimmer says, "You know what, Micah? You can go ahead and sit down this series."
I
wonder how he'd react to that.
Yeah, I was hearing some whispers that maybe him and Tank weren't seeing eye to eye, but standing right out there by Mike, who jogs by, Tank jogs by, they dap up, and I'm like, oh, there didn't seem to be any problems with these two guys. They're just kind of, and Mike could be that kind of guy. Mike is a very passionate coach. He's not gonna put up with a lot of BS from you. So,
but he's also the guy that follows up and has a conversation so you can get on the same page for the future, right?
You will never know you will always know where you stand with Mike Zimmer.
Yeah,
you will always know. He ain't the guy that's kind of not letting you know where you are. I mean, Mike will, if he has a problem with you, Mike will tell you he's got a problem with you.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I really appreciate about him. He's very honest about that.
Well, it's an awesome opportunity, I think, for the Cowboys to be coached by Mike Zimmer, and if he can get the best out of them, I hope missing off-season practices doesn't set him back too much. Obviously going to have a lot of practices in training camp, and he makes some good points about, Aaron Donald missing. A lot of greats have missed, can miss. I don't know how physical OTAs are. Like if you say I'm taking care of my bodies by missing OTAs, I'd say, man, I don't think it's a grind at all. Mm-hmm. It shows you can be there for your teammates. Sean Lee tore an ACL at an OTA. Yeah, crazy freak injuries have happened.
He had a freak injury wrestling that sumo guy.
Absolutely.
I just don't think Micah Parsons likes classroom stuff. I don't think he likes him. I don't think he likes the let's sit down and watch tape. This is my opinion, okay? I think that Micah Parsons, and when you start to talk about off-ball linebacker, you got to learn fits, you got to learn coverage, you got to learn. Micah Parsons putting his hand on the ground and rushing passer is a God-given talent. There's some things he has to be able to do. Hopefully they'll help him. Greg Ellis help him a little bit more with his hands, getting off the ball. But he's got God-given talent to do this. When you play off-ball linebacker, you have to study. You have to prepare. You have to sit in the classroom like Sean Lee did and Leighton Vander Esch and those guys and watch tape. So when they line up in certain formations, you know exactly where you need to be. I don't think Micah Parsons particularly likes the classroom aspect of football. I don't. I think he loves to play the game. I just don't think he likes to do all the other things. What did he do his last year at Penn State? The COVID year.
He didn't play.
Yeah.
He didn't play. He's like, F this, I'm not gonna have to deal with all these COVID procedures and all this crap. I'm not going to deal with you jamming a Q-tip up my nose every day.
Man, I cannot blame him for that. That happened to me.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm so glad that never happened to me, dude.
But
I hear horror stories.
But that's what those guys
things.
were dealing with to have to play.
Yeah.
And I just don't think. I think Micah Parsons loves game day. I don't think Micah Parsons loves everything leading up to game day.
I think you're 100% right. I think we get a little taste of it out there at Oxnard. I think he loves the actual scrimmages that they go through, the goal line periods.
Yes.
Otherwise, everything else, he's kind of jumping into this position group, that position group, just seems bored. He's just going through the motions. I think you're absolutely spot on with that take.
Yeah. To me, it's when you have to come to OTAs, the voluntary OTAs. What do? They take you to a classroom and you sit down and watch practice tape and you talk about this and do that. And he's like, I wish he would just be honest, because his body he works to get himself right. The thing about it is, though, I don't think he likes watching tape and doing all the other things that you have to do to get ready.
You should just have so much disgust about yourself and your team and your defense with what's the last thing that you left on the field, which was just crapping in your helmets in the playoffs. That should still be angering you so much you can't wait to get back in there. And if you actually were somebody that cared enough, then okay, it's not my favorite thing, but as a leader and as trying to be a defensive player of the year and Super Bowl champion like Aaron Donald that he's referencing, these are the types of things you have to do. I don't want to gloss over just how funny that sentence is, though, that Wolchuk had to throw out there when describing the offseason that Micah just had, saying you could have had a freak injury when you were wrestling that sumo guy. I mean, that's
great line.
It's incredible, and it's because it's that wasn't even a made-up thing. That's describing the Micah offseason. You're more likely to find him at any given time halfway across the world wrestling a sumo guy than you are at practice trying to figure out the new defense for the team that you allege that you want to win a championship.
So then the question becomes is that in the best interest of the Cowboys to lock him up to a long-term deal?
There's some people that would say no. There's some people, but it's not Jerry and Steven.
You could get out of your cap problems real quickly if you traded him and got picks. You
could.
You have to spend $30 million on what? An edge rusher and a wide receiver. You got to spend 22. It doesn't have to be the guy you drafted.
It does.
You could try to make a trade for somebody who needs a rebuild. The Bengals guy was available. There's other ways of finding edge rushers. Is it in your best interest to just pay your guy if he's not going to be a great team leader? I would ask all my players that come on to the team, are you prepared to follow the example that Dak Prescott sets? And if you're not, we're going to look at you differently. Then we're not prepared to give you an extension. When it's year 4, year 5 for you, if you're not holding the Dak standard as far as being a teammate, that's just not Cowboys to us. Cowboys are guys that love football and don't want to miss any OTAs. And if you could actually build that kind of culture, I think, maybe you'd get better results in the postseason pretty dang quickly. But instead, Jerry falls in love with the shiny object that's going to make the TV ratings go through the roof, and that's, Micah blitzing off the edge. I think CD follows enough of the Dak example. This
CD
guy is a hard worker.
CD works his ass off.
He's missing out of a business decision.
Yes.
This is a negotiation. That's different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, in fairness, your best players don't always have to be your leaders. I think we saw that with Tony Romo. I think Tony Romo, as the quarterback of the Cowboys, from everything we've heard afterwards, and Brian, you were in that building, He wasn't exactly a leader, quote unquote. He wasn't exactly bonding with the teammates. And that's
tried
why
late.
Dak,
he tried to rally late.
Yeah, Dak was able to kind of turn that locker room really quick because they saw the difference there. So I don't need that for Micah Parsons. It irritates me, though, when he talks like he is going to step up and he wants that responsibility and wants to change the attitude and the culture and do something about the lack of playoff success. But then the actions do not reflect that. And that's not a media-driven narrative that we got it texted in. That's his own words that I'm holding him accountable for, and that's why I'm annoyed. And if he doesn't want to do that, then that's fine. He's a badass on the field. That's all you really need. But if you want to try and act like you are going to be that guy, then act like it off the field as well.
Super Bowl week was very interesting. Micah talked. Remember, Tank Lawrence talked. We had on Gilmore and Cooks, and there was just a lot of talk about the narrative of why they came up short. I felt like there was finger pointing. I thought it was the beginning of some pretty significant toxicity as well. The fact that so many of those, people were talking about it as openly as they were. Frustrations had to be very, very high. And, maybe that's in the, 2 or 3 week aftermath of the season falling apart in the way that it did. But I think once you let that cat out of the bag, it's difficult to put it back together. Okay, when we come back, we have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30 for you. Best audio from the world of sports is coming up right around the corner. But coming up next, we got the mixed bag with Woolchuck. Where's that going, dude?
Yeah, let's talk about some of your Dallas Stars. They're doing their exit interviews, and no Mike Tyson replacement. What's next for that Netflix fight? That's next on The Fan.
Fellowship.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Sorry.
512 says, well, being a leader like Prescott, you mean until it counts and then you disappear? My leader needs to not choke away playoff games. That's from the 512. I'm talking leadership just as far as what you can control. You know, you can't control if your front office is going to give you a running game or your coaching staff is going to give you a running game. And you can't control if you lack the arm talent and the vision to complete passes against defenses designed to take away your passing game and not respect your running game. You know, if you those things you can't control. You can control your focus, your sacrifice, your attendance. You know, there's your effort level. You know, those are the kind of things that you look to team leaders for. You need to find the guys that do that on your team that are unbelievably talented. You know, as talented as possible. And I think because Dak isn't the absolute apex of performance, you know, people that aren't as good of leaders are robbing the narrative. You know, I would look for Dak to be a little bit tougher here. You know, but it's tough. You know, it's tough to tell another man, hey, you need to be here. It's voluntary. You know, what does voluntary mean? They're going to throw that right back in your face. And at some point, you know, you have to respect other grown men's decisions. But, you know, this is where I think Dak should pull rank, if you ask me. But as far as what he manages, if everybody on the Cowboys was as great of an individual leader of themselves as Dak is, leading by example, we wouldn't have you know, nearly the problems that this organization encounters. That's what's right with this whole deal. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214-817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk with that mixed bag.
Yeah, we'll start with the Dallas Stars, and the big news is Joe Pavelski today during their exit interview saying, this is it for me. He said it's not official, but it was known for a long time that this was probably his last go. His, quote, plan is not to play next season. And, I mean, that's certainly one that we expected, but it hurts to see. I mean, I know we got a new Spits and Suds podcast out. The Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle just came in here, actually sent me a little quote from an article that was written last year, and it was the Stars in that Kraken series. They lose Game 6. They had a chance to close out the series. Kraken forced Game 7, and Stars assistant GM Mark Janko was on his way to his hotel room when the double doors of the elevator parted. He saw Joe Pavelski. It was 11:30 p.m., and Janko was curious why the Stars veteran forward was still awake when he and his teammates had the sort of long day they likely wanted to forget. Pavelski told Janko that he just spent 30 minutes talking to Jason Robertson inside his hotel room. He wanted to check in on Robo and make sure he was okay. Pavelski wanted to be a sounding board who could provide Robertson a sense of reassurance after a difficult loss in a series that would see Robertson go goalless. Hearing this led to Janko inviting Pavelski back to his hotel room. That's when Janko mentioned that he heard Stars defenseman Esa Lindell was also having trouble with the loss. Pavelski texted Lindell to find out his room number and then left Janko's room before going to spend another 30 minutes talking to a teammate. That's leadership. And that's what the Stars will now be missing without Joe Pavelski. And that's a guy that didn't win the ultimate goal. Played in numerous conference titles, played in 2 cup finals. It's hard to win. but you don't have to not be a leader just because you haven't won. But that right there is one of the best U.S.-born hockey players in the history of the sport, and he will be missed, and congratulations on a fantastic career. The other conversation here is now, where's Wyatt Johnston going to live? Poor Wyatt's out of a home.
Well, I mean, just because you stop playing hockey, it doesn't mean that you have to rid yourself of all your teammates living with you.
Right, I would
think Pavs, especially with the type of leadership that
Joe
you
might
just
stay in
illustrated.
Dallas, huh?
I think he does like it here. Now, Wyatt did joke, maybe one of the older boys will let me stay with them.
Why can we not have Pavelski do the Mark Stone Vegas Golden Knights thing?
Yeah.
We'll see in the playoffs.
Maybe that's what he's planning right now.
That could be.
I would love it. And listen, if he's trying to go a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge on me, I'm with you, and I see you, Pavs.
I'll see you in April, boys.
I will say this, though, and I know you tongue-in-cheek that one a little bit. If you watch Joe play, he knew it was the end. And I think there was some times in these games where it was clear it was the end. And I always hate the guy that hangs on too long.
Yeah.
You know, this is a 40-year-old guy. Hockey is a difficult sport to play, even at a young age. But you could tell there were things that were happening in these games that Joe Pavelski of 3 years ago would have made that play. He would have done this or he would have done that. This looked like to me, the playoffs looked like to me that it finally had come to the end for him. You know, the quick hands and the thing. We saw, I mean, he had a nice season.
He did.
But when it came down to it getting tough and tight, and he didn't falter, his abilities faltered. And, you know, that's the thing. And I admire him for knowing that.
Yeah, and salute to the Stars. Hopefully they know that as well.
Yeah.
You know, only the Cowboys would keep a man around in this kind of shape.
Yeah, this is when you talked about, we laugh about the Ezekiel Elliott's and the Jason Wittens.
Yeah.
And
he's a fogey.
Yeah, and why? Why do they keep playing?
Mm-hmm.
I think Joe knew in the playoffs that there were probably some nights that Joe went talked to his teammates. Joe probably wishes somebody to go talk to him.
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair, man.
He had some nights where pucks were on the tape and he just couldn't get it home.
Had a couple breakaway chances, just didn't have the legs.
Didn't have the speed to kind of carry it out. Yeah,
I would be a little bit embarrassed if I was Essa Lindell and the other gentleman in this story.
And you had to be talked to for 30 minutes. Jason Robertson.
I'm good, man. It's a game.
This is their lives.
I'll be fine.
Don't you dare come knocking on my door tonight, Pabs.
Matt Duchene and Chris Tanev, who are both going to be free agents, both expressed their desire to return to the Stars. Tanev did talk about his injury. He said in Game 4 he got hit by the puck. Next shift, he stepped on the ice, felt something pop in his ankle. Thought it might be something big like his Achilles, and ended up just being some tendons behind his ankle is how he described it. Did say he doesn't have to have surgery, expects to be fine in a couple of weeks. So that's probably good news for Chris Tanev. And Jake Ottinger also is looking forward to having a summer of training where he doesn't have to deal with surgery and then rehabbing from that surgery. So hopefully this is a strong offseason for your netminder, and I'm hoping they can find a way to get Tanev and Duchene back because they need both those guys. They were huge pieces.
They need at least multiples of that group back. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Corey Seager's coming up at 3:20. We'll talk with Mr. MVP. Here's Lucius.
I woke up for some money. What's up, y'all? Hey, y'all know this is the Godzilla sample, right? That's what I say. Godzilla's coming. Godzilla's coming.
No. When he showed up in
this is the Godzilla
Bay.
sample.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Sometimes you think everybody knows, but they don't. They
Just
don't.
a show within the show, man.
On the same page.
I like when he makes the sound too when he shows up.
It's Godzilla. It's Godzilla. Hey, so I said that because I seen Godzilla -1. Oh my God, bro.
Okay. I can't wait to watch
this.
this,
Bro. That's it. I think that might be the best Godzilla movie I've ever seen.
I believe
and
it.
I've damn near seen all of them, especially on TXA 21 back in the day. They used to show them Godzilla movies, bro. So yes, man.
He had some battles.
They had some battles.
Him and Mothra.
This feels like the 1950s vibes of the Godzilla. You know, Godzilla's a metaphor, right?
No, did not know that.
Atomic bomb, the nuclear bomb that
makes
we dropped on Japan.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you guys are.
I thought it was called The Little Boy.
Yeah. Well, they have their story about it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of metaphors. You know, King Kong's metaphor. How about Planet of the Apes metaphor? All right, let's see. Day 2 right here for Dallas Stars head coach Pete DeBoer. He went 10 toes down when talking to Tim Cowlishaw. Kept it real, stood on business.
As much as you're praising the Oilers, did you not think it was kind of a lifeless second period for your team after falling behind and just kind of putting no pressure on them at all?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's always things you can do better. You know, I'm not, you know, you can sit here and question our character if you want. You haven't been around all year. I haven't seen you here all year. Wow. So, yeah, well, you are. That's what you're doing. So, you know what, I'm not going to do it. You know, you go ahead and write whatever the you want.
Yeah, buddy.
Right, whatever the F you want.
However you feel, dog.
Angry Canadian. I mean, that accent is just fantastic. When you sprinkle a little anger in there, you hear him going off like that's awesome.
Let's see here. I have dueling Texas Ranger calls. Texas Ranger calls. Now, I don't recognize these guys' voices right here, so I'm not going to act like I know who they are, what side of the microphone they're on, what team or whatever. But I was sent this a lot by a lot of people, and I'll just play it for you. You tell me later.
Well, what's the deal? But think about it, right? They come here for 9 innings, they're just sitting back, getting stroked all night long. Pretty comfortable, huh? Fed, you know, kind of like I'm the king. Just feed me. Feed me some grapes, some pepperoni. I mean, come on, look at that.
Holy cow.
What?
Sitting back getting stroked all night long and feeding me grapes.
Talking about the bullpen?
Didn't that happen in the Oakland A's? Wasn't there an Oakland A's fan situation took place
too long
ago?
Up at the top, yeah.
I think that was more of a
less grapes though.
Third base or home run situation.
Yeah, that was last
That
year.
description was more
not just a base hit.
Doble, maybe.
But think about it, right? They come here for 9 innings, they're just sitting back, getting stroked.
Yeah.
Was it was dog it was dog night at the ballpark,
Oh, my bad.
right?
He said all night long. Hold on. Is that what he's talking about?
It was bark at the
All night.
Oh, yes.
Maybe that's what it
I was
is.
going to say, I thought Robert Kraft got in big trouble for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes more
Bob
sense.
Kraft at a Bo Sox game here.
Wondering why we saw Watson there, Deshaun yesterday.
Okay, that's pretty good with the context clues there, you guys.
Yeah, well done.
Put it together. I think. I don't know.
I hope. I don't know.
I think you did. It sounded good. I'm convinced. Do you know who those are? They like Detroit broadcasters?
Yeah, that's got to be Detroit.
Okay. Because I don't know who's our TV guys.
Yeah, those aren't our
I don't
guys.
listen to the TV. I know Rangers calls by radio.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I say that respectfully to the TV guys. I turn you down.
Yeah.
I listen to my podcast or something while I'm watching the games. Dueling, I said. Here's one right here. Big ups to Patrick Morgan on Instagram. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you, dog. He was Toloing and caught this gem from the great Eric Nadale.
Green, the number 2 batter, a left-handed hitter, to be followed by Mark Canha and Gio Urshela. Green with 10 home runs this year. He hit 11 all of last year. And he stands very straight up and down in the box, barely even bent at the knees, holds the bat almost straight up and down. He is erect.
That is a line that Eric will use from time to time, and Jared actually uses it as well.
Yeah, Eric's very descriptive.
He paints a picture.
He's going to tell you everything that's going on out there, whether you want to know about it or not.
Loves a fisted foul.
So unless you know. Hey. I've been doing my own thing. Love has always had a way of having bad timing. Last one right here. What's this guy's name? Chi-Town White Sox.
Yeah.
Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham.
He was talking real big after that game against the Brewers.
Yeah,
talking real big in the locker room, son. Real big. Get big, dog.
1-run ball game, close play at the plate, and actually it wasn't even close. There's a shallow fly ball to left field. You would expect the left fielder to throw the base runner out on that play, but the situation of the game, third base coach sends you got to go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah shit. So I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the off season, because I'm prepared to somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
Yeah. They don't want that. They don't want to catch that heat from Tommy.
They don't want that, bro. He was standing up there, too.
He was.
He was saying with his full chest.
He was. Yeah.
He said, you don't want any of this, and then double flex with both arms.
Please leave me alone, bro. Please. I'm praying to God, leave me alone.
I need to go.
He's walking back to the dugout.
I told people I wouldn't go back that way.
No, I thought we were just sports arguing,
man.
like they do.
Oh, that got real.
I let that part of my life go, dog. All right, that's it.
There it is. Is it DeBoer just bodying Kalasha? Is it the dueling baseball calls, the bark at
I
the
never
park?
even seen you around here. Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah. Did you check in before you got here? You wipe your feet off at my front door?
Or is it White Sox slugger Tommy Pham on that tough guy catcher? Third base coach caught a body there, or got bodied as well.
He got bodied as well,
My goodness.
for sending him.
Right under that bus.
Yeah.
Tommy was not happy. I want to vote for Tommy, but man, I feel like if you're going to diss Kalasha that hard, I got to vote for you. What kind of a precedent would I set if I don't?
Stay true to yourself.
I'm
going to
go with DeBoer.
Go with your gut.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the call off.
All righty, Lucius.
Yeah, Eric Nadale.
We're at 2-1, Wolchuk. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the dueling Rangers calls.
Oh, we're putting them both together? I was going to separate them. But, hey, we can do that. We can do it.
If they're separate, I might have to go with the stroking.
I'm going to go with the Hall of Famer, Eric Nadale.
Yeah.
That was 9 full innings of that stroking.
Brian.
A long stroke.
The one time I hate the pitch clock,
I am going to vote.
They said it was our TV broadcast, guys.
That's not our TV, bro. That's not Dave Raymond.
They said it's Dave.
Was it Dave Valley?
Yeah,
I think it was Dave. I think it was a Dave and Dave special.
But I didn't hear Dave Raymond's voice in there, or else that would have given it away for me.
Somebody said Tommy Pham looked like Ghost from Power. That is hysterical. That is hilarious, bro.
I'm going to vote for Ghost then, for Tommy Pham.
All righty. By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champions, the dueling baseball calls. You have Eric Nadale on the erect batter, and apparently Dave Valley on the bark at the park description. It was quite a visual.
It was.
Brian, we're Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I had a chance to watch a little OTA practice. We'll talk about that next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Corey Seager's coming up at 3:20. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Yeah, I had the opportunity to go out and watch. We got today and tomorrow that we get to go out there and watch some OTA practices and stuff like that.
And then you said it was TBA for Thursday?
TBA sounds like Mike McCarthy's going to give everybody the day off. That would be the fact that it's TBA.
I thought it was TBD. Yesterday you said it was TBD.
TBD.
To be determined. To be determined.
To be determined, yeah.
We know it's been determined, though.
You think so?
Meatball sandwiches have been determined.
Yeah.
You think so?
A day off.
They'll bring an ice cream truck up there, and then they'll go bowl together or something, and then they'll be like, guys, great work, great work.
Way to all bring it together kind of a thing.
We really brought it strong this year for OTAs, especially you, Micah.
Did you see this about, you're talking about Micah and his sumo? He described what it was like to wrestle this guy.
What was the description?
This description is incredible. Now, remember, this is on the heels of him saying he missed voluntary OTAs so he could keep his body fresh and heal up for postseason play next year, right?
This is why I'm bringing it up. I just wanted to read this. Quote, imagine a zero technique. Okay, that's just like a head-up nose or a guy that size.
A monster
like
beast run stuffer.
320-pound guy, right? Maybe bigger. Imagine a zero technique in a center doing an Oklahoma drill every play without pads. Okay, an Oklahoma drill is a one-on-one with offensive lineman, defensive lineman, and then there's a back that runs wherever, the defensive lineman has to get off the block to make the tackle in the hole. So
otherwise known as spring break for some folks.
Yeah. Isn't that the drill that you and Jane Slater did on the beach that one time?
We did. Jane's going to join us at 5:20.
To reminisce
about the Oklahoma drill?
Yeah, she's going to talk all things Oklahoma drill and Micah Parsons.
Okay, and then she said also, too, she's got some CeeDee Lamb stuff.
Can't wait for that.
Some contract stuff she can get into. So anyway, but imagine zero technique and center doing Oklahoma drill every play without pads. It's so violent. It's a walking concussion.
Yeah.
Their technique and style is so mind-boggling. There were a couple of things that were very challenging.
Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty physically challenging there.
He only wants to risk his health on his terms, Brian. Why can't you respect that?
His body, his choice, Broaddus.
I just was like saying, I think the last thing I'd want to do would be to battle a sumo dude.
Yeah, it did not look easy.
No, hell no, it's not easy.
I wouldn't mind getting some of those guys out here for a little tryout action.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
But there's an I in Micah. I think we should all remember that.
What an incredible sentence, though, describing that. Literally,
I think it's
I missed voluntary OTAs so my body could heal, and then I was doing the most violent thing, and I was doing walking concussion drills with sumo wrestlers.
Still has to heal from the sumo. I mean, come on, dude.
It makes sense. It does.
I can't do sumo and OTAs in the same 2-month span.
I want to believe everything, man. I just do. I want to believe. He's right. We need to stop these OTA practices is what we need to do. Mike is right. All right. Interesting today at practice, though, by the way.
What'd you see?
Well, I'm into this mode now where I want to see Trey Lance get every rep.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. I'm worried about Trey Lance's arm strength a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that a concern coming out of college?
I don't think so.
I saw him throw some long ones.
Yeah. And if you watch, I'll tell you what happened today, too. And the Cowboys, by the way that Jerry has built the practice field there, practicing outside, he does his players no favor, especially his quarterbacks or punters or kickers, because he's got a huge building to the left of the field and a huge building to the right. So it's a big wind tunnel in that, and the wind was going pretty good today.
I'm sure they accounted for all that on the front end.
Yeah. Well, Trey Lance didn't throw the ball particularly well today.
Yeah, I saw Bobby tweeting about that as well. Just something about being a little bit behind receivers.
Well, there's times where he will hold the ball. And I wonder, when you hold the ball, is it you're trying to read? Are you trying to see? Are you trying to wait and kind of wait for the guy to get open? And I'm wondering about that, but he had some throws where he really, really wasn't as accurate as he needed to be. Crossing routes underneath and stuff like that where guys are on the move. And this offense requires you to be able to make that pass. It's one thing that Dak Prescott does really well, is able to hit these guys on the move and give them a chance to get up the field.
How often can you have an off day like that as a good quarterback, as an accurate quarterback?
You know what? I don't need Trey Lance not to have good days. I'm trying to figure out, but I just didn't feel, I'm not feeling the last couple of practices that I've watched, I'm not feeling really comfortable right now.
Oh, so we're looking at multiples now.
Yeah. I was, the sample size of quarterbacks, you have to be careful on.
Yeah.
There were some things in the indoor practice I saw the other day. I'm like, listen, I ain't bringing these things up right now.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
You'd
only seen it once.
I'd only seen it once.
Yeah.
So we're out there watching practice today, and some of the throws were not where they needed to be. And I'm thinking, okay, is it something that he's going to deal with all summer? I hope not. But I've got to figure this thing out with Trey Lance.
Yeah.
And I was expecting him to, when given opportunities, to be sharp at this.
Maybe we're seeing why San Francisco was so willing to let him go.
Well, the holding the ball was an issue there with San Francisco.
Yeah.
And to me, I think the guy needs to play.
I do too.
And that's going to help with that. But certainly, you'd like to hear a better practice report.
I just felt like, though, that were some throws that he needs to make. And it's not like guys are in his face.
Sure.
It's like he's got a clean pocket to make a throw. Nobody's going to hit him. Just be accurate with the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sail it. Don't throw it wide. Don't throw it in the ground. So, hey, it's a couple practices now. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully he has a little bit better practice throwing the ball as well. All right, man, they are really, really getting Turpin involved in this offense.
Ooh,
Turpin's talking. He wants to have a Pro Bowl year.
Ooh, he's got the juice, man.
Yeah, and we talked about.
He does have juice.
We talked about this. They went first 2 snaps of practice today on the offensive side of the ball. Both plays designed to go to Turpin.
Through the air?
It was third and short. So I can't get into scheme or how they did it, because we'll get in trouble for that. We're not supposed to talk about how they did it, the scheme.
The dirty deets.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do that. We get in trouble. But just know that they're trying to get him involved.
As they should,
in some
man.
of these short yardage situations. They're trying to get him involved.
How did my guy Jalen Brooks look?
Jalen Brooks, good player.
Good.
Jalen Brooks, Bobby and I did the Love of the Star last night, and we were talking about, Bobby thinks that Jalen Brooks is going to be the third receiver on this team.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, that he's going to play over
Tolbert.
And Turpin.
But
Turpin's going to be a Pro Bowler with Brooks as the number 3 guy. We are going to have an amazing year.
Turpin, wide receiver 4, Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
Kick return Pro Bowler, and then you just sprinkle him in with that offense.
6,000 yards,
a couple
passing.
80-yard touchdown bombs.
Yeah, well, that too. I'll tell you, and our guy, our Notre Dame linebacker, Leofau.
Yeah.
Maris Leofau got some work with the ones today, with him, and then with him and Eric Kendricks. And they really, really like Leofau with his ability to cover. So, and by the way, I stood next to Overshone.
Yeah.
He's gotten a lot bigger.
Yeah. Weighing in at like 235, 240 or something like that.
Talked about was an emphasis
I was
for
down
him.
there next to Britt Brown, was working with him, and I think, I'm going to go down there and see how big this guy really is. He's not this thin safety guy that they've made a linebacker out of.
No, a post-ACL bulk is real.
He looks like a legitimate NFL linebacker now with his size.
Well, he's finally had time to focus on one position. He was being moved around all over the place in Texas.
Yep. A lot more, but like I say, Leofau playing the linebacker. You had DeMarcus Lawrence was out there at practice. The defensive line looked in better looked better because of the additions of having guys like Lawrence back and stuff, and Chauncey Golston, those guys playing a little bit more.
Right
So
on.
it wasn't like a group that was like you're playing with the backup dudes.
Was Golston at end? Did they move him back to end now?
He was playing back at defensive
Okay,
end.
I think that's
they-
important.
I think it's important too.
Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon, 2:40 right here on The Fan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Corey Seager's coming up at 3:20. We'll chat with the MVP. NFL News of the Day's next. Chuck, where are we going?
Shots fired at Aaron Rodgers, the latest CD contract buzz, and let's talk some tight ends, shall we? But before that, we got to talk about Trajan Wealth. That's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington at her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are now 20 minutes away from Corey Seager joining us here on your home of the Rangers. It's time now for Woolchuck's NFL News of the Day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Yeah, we had Adam Schefter yesterday on with Pat McAfee after we had the news of Justin Jefferson getting his big contract. Schefter said he does not believe that CeeDee Lamb will get more than what Justin Jefferson is going to get. So I know Mike, part of what he was talking about today, you know, he was fighting for his guys. Like, look, if I'm CeeDee's agent, I'm getting $36 million a year. I think CeeDee's the best receiver in football. But Adam Schefter, as of now, and Jane will probably have more on this coming up at 5:20 when we talk with her. He does not believe that CeeDee is going to reset the market and get more than what Justin Jefferson signed for yesterday, which was $35 per year.
Yeah, I believe that if he really wants a deal, you know, I mean, if he's in the ballpark of where that deal is, then by all means, you know, you got a shot. But if you're going to go out there and try and reset that thing by $2-3 million, that's going to be hard. I think the Cowboys they're interested in doing a deal with you if they feel like that. Yeah, hey, you're one of the best receivers, but we'll put you in the same category as, you know, as Jefferson. That's what I see the Cowboys doing, and I think Lamb would be smart to try and think of a number that's at or slightly below that number. It's still an awful lot of money for a wide receiver. And I got that confirmed. That's $35 million a year real. That ain't like, you know, when you start talking about others like Hill and guys like that you know, that they've done it. You know?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement. We're going to have to continue NFL News of the Day coming up in about 20 minutes because it is time now for the Texas Rangers Player Show.
All right.
It is brought to you by Golden Chicken. It is brought to you by Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? The guy who just had 8 home runs in 8 games for the Rangers, having an unbelievable season after another World Series MVP award. And the line of the year on stage, by the way, at the parade. 2 for 4 last night. He's got 6 hits in his last 3 games. I could go on, but it is time now for Corey Seager to join you here on your home of the Rangers.
Corey Seager! Corey Seager! Or MVP chance, either way. MVP, champion chance. MVP!
Corey, how the hell are you? Welcome on to 105.3 The Fan.
I'm doing great, guys. How are y'all?
Man, we're doing great. We're having so much fun in this world of sport. How you feeling right now? Is this like being in the zone for a hitter, or what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, maybe just getting a little more lucky than in the zone. So I'll take whatever I can get at this point, though.
There was an amazing article. I'm sure people showed it to you April 19th about you and your battle for the perfect swing. And when you think of the perfect swing, Corey, is that the same every time, or is it different depending on the situation? What can you tell us about your perfect swing?
I think it's more of just like a body position thing, whether if you can get in the right position, the right sequence, and just basically be able to swing when you want to. That's kind of my whole goal to hitting, is being able to swing if I want to.
Corey, I was kind of curious about, you know, your perspective when it comes to having been a young hitter, and then even now maybe there's still slumps that happen because baseball is really hard, but with guys like Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter and the adjustments, and when you're going through maybe a slump, how to work yourself out of that and adjust to maybe how pitchers will attack you differently.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly when you said baseball is really hard. I couldn't be any more of a true statement on that one. But yeah, you know, it's just it's a constant battle. You know, it's the cat and mouse game. Like everybody always says, you know, they're making adjustments off you, you're making them off them, and you're just trying to do the best you can.
Hey Corey, everybody talks about how beautiful your swing is, and you know, and I know you are always adjusting on it and tinkering with it and working with it. But when you watch, do you watch other hitters, and do you take things from other hitters and apply them to things you're doing in your everyday work?
I definitely did when I was younger. I'd say the older I got, the more I've, I guess, just realized what I do well and what I do, and have gotten kind of away from that. But definitely early, you know, I was picking people's brains on how they thought about things and how they manipulated things and how they changed angles and all sorts of stuff like that. And you just kind of grow into involving who you are and really learning yourself.
It was awesome to go get that inside, in-depth look at your bat and offensively. But how much time? I mean, Gold Glove finalist at shortstop. Like, what type of defensive routine do you bring to the table every day?
Yeah, same thing. It's just kind of working on the craft, right? It's both sides of the field. In today's game, you got to be able to do both. And it's same thing. Knowing my body, knowing what I can and can't do and how I can make things easier and better, and just constantly trying to manipulate those and positioning and knowing your pitchers out there and where they go and like how they like to attack people. And then as the years go, you start learning hitters and their swings and making adjustments off it. So it's just a learning curve all the time.
By the read of that story, Corey, they painted you as a guy who has a unique mindset towards these kind of things. Do you think you're that different compared to other big leaguers, or how would you describe that?
I don't know. I think everybody's different, right? Everybody has their individual thing. That's one good thing that this clubhouse has been able to accomplish, is letting people be who they are. To get the best out of any of us, we need you to be yourself, and to have the freedom to do that, and the freedom from my teammates to be able to do that, that's something special we've built here.
Do you have any other interests or hobbies that you apply that kind of passion and mindset to?
Probably not, just of how competitive this is, right, and how much effort and time goes into it. All the other hobbies are more leisure and relax and kind of get away from the game things for me.
Well, word is that nobody wants to get you in a card game. that you're a guy that could play some serious hands of cards.
No, you can't let that information out. I gotta try to sneak up on some people.
Who's the worst card player in the clubhouse right now?
Oh man, there's a couple of them. We don't want to start that list though.
Corey Seager here with you on The Fan. When your Hall of Fame career is over, what would you imagine that would be an interest that could get that level of passion from you?
I've started playing a lot of golf. I think that's something that right now I've gotten to a point where I can hit it around and I'm not going to lose balls and I'm going to have fun. But I could see that eventually turning into the same thing, something I really try and manipulate and try and really figure out. But right now it's just such a fun thing for me, and it's a way to get away and kind of just relax the brain that I haven't gone down that path yet.
Can you share with us maybe your handicap or your best round so far?
Ooh, I don't know my handicap. My best round's an 81, I think.
Ooh, pretty solid.
I just can't putt. I'll shoot between 85 and 95, depending on how I putt.
Corey,
I got stoned for hands when it comes to that.
Oh man, I'm sure you'll get it figured out as soon as you got the time. Corey Seager with it. Is it difficult to get locked back into the grind after the peak of the World Series, and exciting as that is?
Yeah, definitely. That's the hardest part about April when you play deep into the playoffs, is just relocking it back in. Those games are so important and so detail oriented and so just high emotional and intensity that, not saying the normal big league game isn't, but it's trying to just get back in the flow of every day, repeat.
So being as routine-oriented as you are, we got the finals coming up with the Mavs, and Dirk was famous for always bringing his own food from home with the foil wrapping on top. Do you have the same pregame food routine every day, too?
I use the same times pretty much every day, but I wouldn't say it's a superstition on what food I bring in.
Is there anything about your game that you would say is superstitious, like any type of slump busting technique that you're like, okay, this is it's gone on too long, I got to pull out all the stops?
See, I would never call it superstition. I call it routine.
Yes.
But,
Okay.
it's pretty much all superstition at this point, right?
What would you call Jared Sandler's hair? Is that routine? Does he get that? If you look at Jared, do you feel like, he's doing TV now, and I know you have interaction with him. Is that something that you feel like with that hairstyle he has now, he should be doing TV?
Hey, I'm proud of him for him. He said he's never done it before, and he's given his best go at it. That's not an easy task to take on. So
not at all.
It's fun to see him go through a couple of those awkward stages and get through them, and I feel like he's on the other end of it now.
He gives pretty incredible analysis as well. I actually have 3 seconds of analysis describing one of your teammates. This is Jared Sandler describing one of your teammates. See if you can guess the teammate by the hint here. Take it away, Jared Sandler.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Got work in there between the knee and the waist. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what Jared said. He's in that clubhouse. He knows everybody.
It's pretty
in there
impressive.
Pretty good. We could play it for you again if you want that hint one more time.
Yeah,
what
will
he's
you
got
give it to me again?
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Is he talking about Kisner?
Ooh,
dude,
man,
okay,
what
Kisner-
a great guess.
Kisner's getting a lot of respect for the quad game. He's obviously your one seed in the locker room or a clubhouse when it comes to most impressive thighs on leg day. Kisner's the man?
Yeah, I mean, knee to hips are incredible, and then knee to ankle are about the exact opposite.
Do catchers have an unfair advantage with that, or is Jonah not really great in that department?
Yeah, Jonah's just too long, too big and long.
What would be Corey say if you had like a group of spectators in the weight room and they were like, Corey, impress us with like your number one thing? What would be your go-to weight room move to impress us all?
Oh, God, I don't think it would even be in the weight room. That's the problem.
More of a cardio guy?
Yeah, I wish. That'd be nice, too, wouldn't it?
Oh, no one's questioning your
We're going straight
stamina.
to the batting cages. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna steer clear of that one. We get our work in there, but it's nothing that's gonna impress anybody. That's for sure.
Corey Seager here with you on the Fan. Corey, I have to thank you for giving me the best sports watching moment of my life. My parents came to town. They're from out of town. I'm sitting there and jumping up and down with Dad there in the ninth inning of game one. I'm sure you've heard lots of stories like this. Does it get old hearing them?
No, not at all. That's the cool thing about sports, right? Is you can bring everybody together in a single moment, and everybody's feeling the same thing. That was definitely a special moment to me. It's something I'll never forget, and it's always fun hearing people talk about it.
What went through your mind the split second after hitting that home run, and you're wielding that bat like it's a two-handed sword or something?
Honestly, the moment is a blackout, right? Like you hit it, and you don't even know what you're doing. It's so emotional and so much fun, and it doesn't even settle in until you're through the dugout and kind of calm down. So it's one of those that you wish you could remember a lot more than you actually do.
Last year there was a story about how you wanted to give, Texas and this organization the experience that you went through with the Dodgers that hadn't won in a while, and they break through. Has this been everything that you imagined it would be?
Yeah, absolutely. Just winning a World Series in general is fun, but always winning a first, that's something that people will never forget. People won't forget that team that did that, and we'll be bonded forever. It truly was a really cool moment.
Well, thank you so much, and best of luck to you for the rest of the season and beyond. Again, congratulations on everything that's coming together for you, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all having me.
There he goes.
MVP, MVP, MVP.
Yeah, buddy.
Mount Rushmore guy.
What a badass.
DFW.
Corey Seager brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
Yeah, and Corey gets gets a $100 gift certificate for some wings from Pluckers. We got 8 of those locations in the DFW, so hopefully Corey can go out and enjoy him some wing. And thank you so much for him and the Rangers for allowing him to be on today.
Yeah. And pretty cool, the All-Star voting starts tomorrow afternoon. So guys like Corey Seager, the voting is, there's no question about it. But tomorrow it begins.
Let's go. All right. So we'll drop that NFL news of the day in there next, Wolchuk. An updated tease for us?
Yeah, sounds perfect. We got a fun story about Larry Allen in a camp fight. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing before we get
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. If you were tuning in for the Corey Seager interview, you just missed it, but the good news, you can go back with the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, 1053thefan.com, however you want to do it, and listen to the interview. It was great. It was wonderful. It's time now for NFL News of the Day, and that's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach with that NFL news.
You guys ready for a stat of the day?
Yeah.
Is your mind, body, and soul ready?
You know my body's always ready for something
I'll
like
wrestle
this.
a sumo dude if I have to.
I know you will.
We'll have a stat of the day off because I think I got 1 or 2 for football's finest.
Okay, I hope I'm not taking one of yours.
No, you're not taking one of my stats, dude.
I mean, although this is from the internet, so I guess it's all of our stats.
It's not gonna
this
be
is a butt
low-hanging
crack
fruit
thing?
stat. I go digging for these things.
Okay, this is via CBS.
Oh, no. Look out.
Todd Gurley.
Oh, wow. Okay. We might actually be.
Okay.
Is he still getting paid?
Todd Gurley is
Should be.
7th in the league. 7th
That's
in
right.
touchdowns since 2015. He hasn't played since 2020. Can you believe
incredible,
that?
dude.
That is unreal. He hasn't played in 3 years.
It's a great stat.
And he is still 7th in the NFL in touchdowns since 2015. That is unbelievable, and it really just goes to show you his dominance when he was playing.
I wanted to ask Eric if the 49ers spent money well today.
Okay, yes. So,
on McCaffrey.
for those that don't know,
Well, hang on, dude. 88 games, Todd Gurley, 67 touchdowns.
wow, he's a touchdown machine.
Gosh.
He was crushing it. It's unfortunate. He had didn't he have like a degenerative problem or something?
Yeah, his knee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
knee got
knee.
bad.
Bad
Man,
knee
that's
coming
one
out
that
of
got
Georgia.
cut too short.
Yeah.
He was so freaking
He
good.
had geriatric knees, but he was still scoring. I mean, 17 touchdowns in 2018.
Unbelievable.
Well, that was just on the ground. He added another 4 through the air that year.
So speaking of running backs, yes, reigning offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey. He has once again reset the running back market. He's signing a 2-year extension with the 49ers, averaging $19 million per year. He receives an additional $8 million over what he was scheduled to make in his first 2 years, while adding $24 million in guarantees. So shout out to CMC, Christian McCaffrey. And Eric, I think we've talked about this. Like he's the exception to the rule.
Yeah, he's definitely an outlier.
Oh, here we go.
Being in San Francisco, the way he gets used for sure, and they have the quarterback on the rookie contract, so you can play by some different rules
That's
there.
true.
And you're ready-made trying to win a Super Bowl now team. You're not worried about anything in the future. If you win the Super Bowl this year, and if you're the Niners, you feel absolutely like a team who can do that, then you just throw everything into the mix. And so if it's to make Christian McCaffrey happy, now this could backfire on you. We know how quickly guys, and he's been an injured guy in the past.
He has.
Now,
Last year was a rare season for him.
He stayed pretty healthy for the most part, but I believe he limped into the playoffs a little bit. They were like thanking God that they had a couple of weeks, in the bye week or whatever in the postseason.
And that final game, I don't think he played against the Rams.
Exactly. So it can get away from you real quick. But yeah, he is the outlier, and they're trying to win right now.
Yeah.
This is the first time, though, I feel like maybe they feel like our championship window is closing. We're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. This is our all-in shove before we totally nuke the cap. Because at 27 years old, with his injury history, $20 million a year, the ways this could go wrong, I could get close to it if I just have serviceable running backs. I think this is insane. I would much rather spend the $20 million on a better offensive lineman, a better wide receiver. Well, Brandon Ayuk's holding out. He's wanting to get paid still. He's not there either. This is actually great news for the 49ers no longer kicking the Cowboys' ass. The end is near.
Okay, well, speaking of the way that Christian McCaffrey's used, Brian.
Yes.
How about a running back that we
Ballsack.
talked about a lot last year, Bijan Robinson?
Yeah.
Apparently out of the Falcons camp. He's preparing to be used in a Christian McCaffrey-like role there with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more of a runner that does everything else. They're going to use him as a receiving weapon as well. And look, they should have used him like this last year. That's why Arthur Smith got bleep canned.
Why is this news? Why did you not look at the tape and see that he can do all that stuff?
Absolutely.
And he's even probably more explosive than even McCaffrey is.
Yes, and then we also have Jahmyr Gibbs, fellow rookie first-round pick from his class. The goal is in their offense under Ben Johnson, they want him to take the next step as a pass catcher. He's getting some work in the slot like Deuce Vaughn is.
Any chance Ben Johnson's your next coach here?
No, the Cowboys I don't think would hire Ben Johnson.
I think there's certainly a chance. He's on the short list of names that you would want.
I don't think they'd even interview him.
That would be disappointing, man. It would be, but it wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah. I mean, I want McCarthy to keep his job. Trust me. I want him to keep his job.
Let's see. So I saw this from Ian.
Changing heart from me.
Ian Hartitz on Twitter.
Making up names over there.
No. And I said that with a different emphasis than I could have.
It was like a questionable, like Ian
Hartitz.
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 How's it spelled?
Hartitz. All right, what is it? What do we got? What's Hartitz giving us?
Bijan Robinson had 300 combined carries and targets last season. That was 9th most of any running back in the NFL.
Yeah, she should have been like top 3 in touches.
I understand that, but
that dude deserves to get. That guy deserved to get fired for what?
Nothing. It sounded like you're about to say something else.
Was about to drop an F-bomb.
Yeah. I was like, wow.
No, I mean that. Arthur Smith.
What you say?
Seriously, what? I mean,
talk about the all 9 innings of stroking, Brian.
Yeah, Atlanta has a top 10 defense last year, and Arthur Smith. It's criminal what he did.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you watch the Falcons,
he's supposed to be an offensive coach.
There's times he's just off the field in situations where it's like, what is going on here?
Gosh.
So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he was even in the top 10 there, but still.
That was still
no
surprising.
excuse.
That was surprising.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a great story. This is actually an oldie but a goodie. You'll like this one, Brian. And if you don't, then I don't care. Delaney Walker was on the Raw Room podcast.
Room?
Yeah, Raw Room.
What do you mean by raw?
Very raw dog.
That's weed. That's weed.
He was talking about Larry Allen and Vernon Davis. This is when Larry went to the 49ers.
Yeah.
Vernon Davis at the time, alpha, absolutely ripped and chiseled as well as a tight end. And he gives a great story about his buddy Vernon and maybe getting into a little altercation with Larry.
Welcome to the league moment. It probably have to be Larry Allen and Vernon Davis fight. It wasn't. They happened to me, but Vernon Davis was my homie, and he was about to fight Larry Allen, and I had to choose. Like, am I gonna help this man, or am I sit back and just let that happen? I had to let it happen. No way. I had to let it happen. Man, my man was the strongest man in the NFL. See my man grab my dog by the hair. I'm like, he didn't even care that he was grabbing the hair. I'm like, this a dirty fighter right here.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think Delaney made the right decision. Like, I'm going to stay out of that one. Larry, you do your thing, man. I love you, Vern, but I'm not. I don't want any piece of Larry Allen.
Yeah, man. Who am I to get into y'all's business like that?
You guys go ahead and hang out, and then you can be besties afterwards and sit together at lunch, right, Lucius?
Yeah, you could have the strongest guy, but the strongest and the quickest guy at that size. I don't care how uninterested in learning how to fight you are. If you have those two traits, you're going to be immovable.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the 49ers and tight ends, they actually added former Washington Commander tight end Logan Thomas. He's a veteran and
good player.
I don't think there was any overlap with Logan Thomas and Kyle Shanahan there in Washington when Shanahan was the OC. I think Logan Thomas was afterwards.
The rare quarterback turned tight end.
Yeah, he got to start in Arizona. So he went to Arizona
and then Washington. But he's actually a pretty darn good player. He's just had injury issues. But now that as a number 2 tight end to George Kittle, that could work.
I thought he was always a problem when I watched that Commander tape.
That could work. Now let's get back to C.J. Stroud. We played some of this audio yesterday on the $1 Million Worth of Game pod. But he was sideswiping Aaron Rodgers. I love everything C.J. Stroud said here because Aaron Rodgers can go bleep himself. I hate that guy. But let's start with cut 27. CJ talking about Eli Manning. Like, whose career would you rather have, Eli's or Aaron Rodgers? What do you think, CJ?
I ain't talking about Tom Brady. If you had to pick a career to have, I'm going to have Aaron Rodgers' career or I'm going to have Eli Manning's career. Who career are you taking?
You want the rings, dog. You don't want.
That's all that matters is the rings.
Eli got 2.
Guess what fans don't celebrate? MVP trophies. We don't give a about that. That's for you, buddy. It's your crib.
Yeah, I feel that.
We give a about rings.
That's a good point. We absolutely do. And Eli Manning is going to be in the Hall of Fame because of those 2 rings.
Well, man, to me, Aaron Rodgers, no-brainer Hall of Famer.
Yes, he is.
Eli Manning, you're going to have some discussions about that. That man is a 500 quarterback.
Yeah,
with 2 championship rings.
But he's got those 2 titles, and those playoff runs were really good.
I saw something the other day on
Twitter. And a million turnovers.
I think one of them he beat Rodgers.
I think for his career versus the Vikings, somebody had this where it's like Eli Manning has thrown more interceptions for touchdowns to the Vikings than he has thrown touchdowns versus the Vikings.
You want Aaron Rodgers.
That's incredible.
Career.
Damn right.
Yeah,
you want Aaron
because he
Rodgers.
won. Now, what if he was ringless? If Rodgers was ringless, would you still want that? Because I think the one
Aaron
ring for
Rodgers
Rodgers is enough to say, I am a champion. You cannot take that away from me.
Multi-time
And I'm a
MVP?
multi-time MVP, first
Yeah.
ballot, unanimous.
Come
All
on.
Fame.
Still
disappointing.
Talked about
He
as one of
should
the
have
ones.
had more.
Yes, agreed. He should have had more.
I don't
but I
like
would
Aaron
still rather
Rodgers
that.
at all, and I'd still take his career over Eli Manning.
I like the C.J. Stroud mentality.
There's
of I want the
times
Super
where Eli
Bowls.
Manning was a liability to his team.
He was, but I think CJ's thinking I'm better than
A
Eli anyway.
liability.
Give me the 2 rings.
Yes, but I would.
So from CJ's standpoint, I would agree. I would give the same answer here. I'll take the 2 Super Bowl rings.
If we could have got my defense together in Green Bay, I'm in the GOAT conversation. That's what I put up there for about 5 or 6 year stretch. I think I would rather be one of the greats to do it in my era than be a passenger on a great team.
Okay.
And you have the championship. And
Yes,
it's not even close. Yeah, you've got the one.
Aaron Rodgers has made almost Brett Favre forgettable in Green Bay.
Well, that's saying a
Think
lot
about
there,
that.
Brian.
Think about that. If you look at the numbers and wins and all those things, there's more people that
He had
were,
a much more efficient run of things.
Yeah.
I
mean, and like
when
I said,
he was at the top of his game, I thought I was watching the best guy to ever do it.
Okay.
His escapability, his accuracy, his cannon.
I
it was
never
all
want
there.
to play against him.
Let's
Never.
pivot. Let's
Never.
pivot and carry the Rodgers conversation on.
Eli Manning, play against him all day.
And I'll answer to the Brett Favre thing that you did here in just a second. I know we're going to get texts in, and I will pay that off.
Yes, you will.
But C.J. Stroud continued. Matthew Stafford, what would he have done if he was in Aaron Rodgers' situation?
Stafford a dog.
He is a dog.
No, you don't understand, bro. You saying that. That's all I watch. I don't watch nobody else. I watch Mahomes at times because Mahomes does some stuff that like you can't coach. Stafford, dog, he will beat you with the same thing every time. All that no lick stuff, I got that from bruh. Like, look, that's one of my big. Like, I'm a fan of his. Like,
And
when I
he's
go
a
to
great
LA,
quarterback.
I be trying to find, bro.
But
Like, we
it's
got
the
the same
levels of
trainers. I
greatness.
be trying to like go to where they working out and just watch.
That's all I'm
He
saying.
elite, dog.
Like Charles Barkley.
If you hold on. If you give Matthew Stafford a chance like Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee he might have had more rings for sure. I think Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford had more rings than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he have another ring probably.
No,
yeah.
I'd say he had like 3, 4.
He might. It's
Yeah,
possible,
bro.
He good.
When you
But what
talking
I'm
about
saying is
tough
it's
as
levels
nails,
of
dog.
greatness.
I don't know. I don't know that Stafford is having
That's
3
crazy,
or 4
dude.
rings there. I do think Stafford is underrated when we talk about him. The dude's fantastic, and he was in a dumpster fire there in Detroit. But I do like the Aaron Rodgers when it comes to him not being liked, and him and the relationship with his teammates. I mean, we've heard some of that stuff. Stafford, apparently, he also did come out and say he's had some issues with some of the younger players, right? How is he going to be able to talk and vibe with them? But, man, I don't know. I mean, that was one where I'm okay with the first one. Give me the Super Bowls, but I don't know that Stafford, if put in Rodgers' shoes, is getting 3 or 4 rings. And I love Matthew Stafford.
I'll tell you what, competing against Matthew Stafford in Detroit, they're right. He's a dog.
Damn good.
He's a dog.
Damn, and tough as hell.
He is tough. Plays with separated shoulder.
I mean, first year he gets put in with a good team, they go and win the Super Bowl.
yeah,
and last year he was playing like an MVP the second half of the season.
Yeah, he'll do some crazy things with the ball, though. Sometimes you get him pressured in the end zone. He'll throw it.
He will.
Sidearm
somewhere.
somewhere.
That no look, that sidearm, different platform throws. There's no question. But some interesting views there from C.J. Stroud. And Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. And Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're talking finals with you. We have a rim session coming up. The C-Note is next. And do the Cowboys have the steal of the draft? It's next here, the G-Bag Nation of The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius, and welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're talking finals with you. We have a proper rim sesh scheduled, so hope you enjoy that. It's time now for a little C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening, as it was minicamp day, and the big story, Micah Parsons was there and spoke, and he has some quotes. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. I think Jane Slater's going to join us at 5:20.
She is.
Right on. So looking forward to catching up with Jane from the NFL Network. She was reporting on the scene today, and we'll get her takeaways and perspective on this story. The first story, though, for the Cowboys, they get some cap space here from the Michael Gallup June 1 designation. Unbelievable how this career was just on a rocket ship, and he got paid, and he was hurt. They thought he'd come back, and after the first year, it was like, okay, I guess it's going to take 2 years. Then after the second year, is that where it went wrong, Brian? Did the injury just take away the explosiveness needed to do what he does?
I think the injury took away his ability, the explosiveness you talked about. I think it killed his confidence, too. I think there were some things that Michael was dealing with. Just always had a pleasant demeanor on the field, his smile, and just people love being around him. But I think there's some things that he was really, really dealing with, and that affected the way that he, played. And, he was able to try and put some things behind him, but his lack of confidence after the injury, and Britt Brown and him did the best they could to kind of get everything, together and get him as healthy as possible. And they worked hard together, but it just didn't play out the way that it needed to play.
And I don't feel like he had much of a changeup after physicality. So it's not like he could require or, lean on running great routes or something like that.
Right.
And I think this hurt the offense a lot. You talk about his ability to high point on the sideline and get 2 feet in. It was just supernatural.
Yeah, he had the ability for a long guy to play very small. And I mean small, and not in a shrinking way, but with his ability to get feet down and get body contorted to catch the ball.
Yeah.
He never was just a great hands receiver.
No.
And the more that, and some of the times the scheme changes, I think, hurt him. The routes that he had to run hurt him. He's better when the ball is going away from him. When anything that's going inside, it's just he didn't have the confidence to catch a 8-yard drag.
Yeah.
Or catch a 7-yard slant. It just was hard for him. But you throw the ball away for him where he has to go up or play along the sidelines.
He was magical at times.
He could play.
All right, joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get back to the Cowboys, but it's time now for Robert Horry, NBA champion, to join us and preview the finals. And a good afternoon, Robert. How the heck are you? Robert Horry joining us in just a moment right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Robert with us now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Man, I'm blessed, man. How are you?
Yes, we're feeling blessed as well here with these Mavs in the finals. Tell us that you like their chances here to bring a Larry O'Brien back to DFW. Robert, how do you like this matchup?
I'm not going to tell you I like it. I love it. I just think, for me, they're playing with a loosey-goosey attitude. They're playing really well together. And let's give it up. They made some big moves to me. It wasn't like no splash move or this guy has, this many championships or this guy has this many All-Star players. But the P.J. Washington move was huge to me. And I just think he's brought a different type of attitude to that team is exactly what they needed.
It's Robert Horry here with you, courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA Finals series and MVP odds, along with game-by-game lines and props. A 7-time champion. Robert, we've seen these Mavs take their game to another level since late in the season. Can you talk about that and how different it is to be able to play on both ends of the court at this stage in the postseason?
Everybody looks at the regular season and like, oh, you can do this to the regular, but you got to take it to another level when it comes to the playoffs. Jason Kidd knows that from winning the championship there. Kyrie Irving knows that. And so for me, those two guys have got these guys in the position to be successful. And the way Luka's playing with Carefree, Luka's been great since he's been in a Mavericks uniform. I just think the way he's playing now, the way he's able to knock down daggers and put his teammates in a position to be successful. And Kyrie, kind of being that guy that's able to read the situation and say, what do you need? I got it.
With somebody as clutch as you during your career, how impressive is it to watch Luka and Kyrie and how clutch they've been in fourth quarters closing out some of these games?
The way they're able to take advantage of the opportunities. You think about that, the way Luka put the quote-unquote defensive player of the year on skates, and he had looking so crazy, like he was breakdancing, that he was able to get to his position. Luka's so smart in the sense that he already knows what he's going to do, and he can map it out and make you do exactly what he wants you to do so he can do what he wants to do. I know that sounds crazy, but he's that creative and that masterful when it comes to getting his shot off. So Lucas is playing. He's playing at a level right now that's like, Kobe or Shaq, a Dream of a Clyde, guys who've won championships before when they take it to the next level.
Okay, so you brought up some names there. When you watch Luka play, does he remind you of anybody else, or is his game just so unique and different? He's one of one.
He's one of one. His game is so slow. It's like you look at everybody talks about it's so slow. How does he get it off? It's masterful. It's not slow. You don't have to be the quickest guy on the court. You got to be the guy who knows the efficiency of the movement and how to manipulate you to get his shot off. I think if you watch him, he gets guys in the air. He bumps guys off. He's able to get his shot off anytime he wants. I think he would be the first person in the league history that probably going to score 100 points like Wilt. He's able to do that in the game.
Hey, Robert, 7-time world champ, as Gavin mentioned. What's the one trait that one of these teams is going to need to have to be a championship team? What is it when you watch? It's like, man, they don't have that trait. This team doesn't have. They can't win it. Or what's the one thing that they're going to have to bring this thing home?
They're going to have a lot of luck. And we talk about the Celtics. They've had bad luck. Think about one of their stars is hurt for Zinnis. You think about Luka, he's able to, get bumped and get up, and he's been lucky not to have any major injuries. So I think it boils down to luck. And I'm not, when people say luck, lucky shot, lucky, I'm talking about, the luck of injury, because injuries is a major part of that. So you're going to have to be lucky not to get injured, or, lucky to stay healthy. So, and for me, that's the biggest thing, because at this point in the season, we all know who has the skill set to do certain things, but it's the luck of the draw when it comes to, are you going to come down on someone's ankle? Or are you going to bump knees and your knees swell up where you can't play? Yeah. And it's so many things like that come into play. So they need to stay lucky, not bad luck.
It's Robert Horry here with you on 105.3 The Fan. You won titles with the Rockets, the Lakers, and the Spurs. I'm not forgetting anybody, am I?
No, that's about it.
Okay, so then my question is, you win it with Olajuwon, Shaq, and Tim Duncan. Who's the best big man ever?
Well, the best big man is Dream. But if I could take the 2000 championship Shaq each and every year, I'll take that each and every year because he was so freaking dominant. But the way, Dream annihilated David Robinson back in, in 95, and the way the moves he had, you look back and everybody talk about the crossover. Dream had the crossover before any big was crossing people over. He was able to do things like no other. And I just think, everybody in San Antonio gets mad when I don't mention Tim. Tim was great. He had that boring game that got the job done, but he's third on that list. You got to do Dream and Shaq, and the Shaq would have, put in a lot of effort like he did in 2000 to win the MVP. It'd be Shaq by far, because you can't teach size, and he's the biggest dude outside of Yao Ming that can just play the game as gracefully as he did.
And Shaq is known for being a bit of a prankster. We've heard some ridiculous stories about some of the stuff he would do.
Oh, he was a big prankster, but most of his pranks I can't talk about. there's a locker room code that you don't want. I think lately everybody shows what he does and how he's putting popcorn in people's cars or it's other things I don't want to say. But,
tainted mouthpieces, literally.
He took AC's green little abstinence bear and put it on his penis and stuff like that. It's like, this bear ain't a virgin no more. So it's crazy shit that he used to do.
But he never actually pooped in a teammate's shoes, right? That didn't happen.
No, that was Najee Davenport.
He might have did it with someone else, but he didn't do it when I was with him.
Which of those championship celebrations stick out to you the most? Because 7 of those things. Which team celebrated the hardest? Which one of those championship celebrations is most memorable?
Well, I can tell you when I celebrated the hardest. That was in '95 because we went back to back. And for me, I felt like I had an incredible series against Orlando, so I partied like a mug. Let me tell you, I partied so hard, I almost missed the parade next day because I couldn't get up.
Yes.
But all the parades were different. I think the Rockets and the Lakers parade was similar, but it's something about not having to worry about the heat in San Antonio because you're going down the Riverwalk and it's shaded. It was kind of cool too, so it was a little different.
The Laker ones were pretty funny with Shaq doing what he did and Mark Madden, was that his name, dancing? A Mad Dog?
Yeah.
That was crazy. How many times did you battle Dirk? What do you remember about taking on those Mavericks teams?
I remember that, I talk about this all the time. If Manu Ginobili does what he's supposed to do, the Mavericks don't win a championship. Everybody forget, Dirk goes to the hole. Manu tries to block his shot when everybody said don't foul. He fouls Dirk. Dirk gets the and one. They win in overtime. They're going to win a championship. I'm like, what were you thinking, dude? That was our championship to win that year. But Dirk was so masterful, tall, graceful guy, could get his shot off at any time. I love playing against him. When you play against guys that are tall and athletic, it makes you feel good because there's not too many of us.
Yeah, and I think the Mavs, fortunes took this turn when they acquired P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones Jr. They got tall guys who could shoot the ball and play defense against a variety of guys. What do you like about those wings for the Mavs now?
Well, P.J. Washington, he reminds me of myself a lot, not just because he wears 25, but the fact that he's a filler. What you need him to do, he does it for the team. He doesn't complain. You need someone to knock someone on their butt, he will. You need to knock down a big shot from the corner, he will. And whoever, this is a credit to, Jason Kidd and that staff and Luka and Kyrie. When did we think Derrick Jones Jr. was a three-point shooter? Never in his career. We just saw him as a high-fly dunker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's looking like he's one of the best three-point shooters, and that's the confidence that teammates instill in you. And I think his teammates get the ball to him, they get out of the way, and they let him do his thing. But I want to give Jay Kidd some credit, though.
Yeah.
You look at coaches who are afraid to make adjustments during the playoffs. The only thing they do, they'll change their lineups. But you think about let's take Tim Hardaway Jr., who's been one of his key players all year, and all of a sudden now he gets no burn because Hardy is outplaying him.
Yeah.
That takes some guts. You really have to give Jay Kidd and his staff, so we're going to go with the hot guy. And a lot of coaches wouldn't do that because they're so loyal to players. But for me, if you're playing good, you play. If you're not playing good, you come sit by me. And let's give Jay Kidd a lot of credit for getting that team right. And also Nico for doing those, Nico doing all the picks and the trades. And, of course, Derek, my old teammate, I won a championship win in San Antonio. So, yeah, good job by the Mavericks.
Well, it's been an honor to chat with you. Final question, do you prefer Big Shot Bob or Big Shot Rob?
Well, my podcast is called the Big Shot Bob Pod, so I guess it's Big Shot Bob.
Let's go. What about the key?
Rob, but it's Big Shot Bob, and I think that it just sounds better than Rob.
Basketball Reference also throws out the Key Man as one of your nicknames. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that one.
Didn't know that at all, but yeah.
The Key Man.
Hey, sometimes when I look at some of the stuff that people come up with, I'm like, how in the heck did you come up with that and why?
Love it, dude. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the finals. And again, it was an honor and a pleasure to chat with you. Have a great night.
thank you guys, and good luck to the Mavs. I think they'll win it in 7.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Cheers, buddy. I'll drink to that. There he goes. Robert Horry, man, a guy that was pretty much in like every dang finals from about 95 to 2009. Every time he turned around, there he was playing defense on the other team's best big man and draining corner threes. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time for a rim sesh, Chief. What we got?
The Celtics coach with an all-time ball sacking, plus Kyrie makes history, and LeBron weighs in next year in the nation.
I'd love to chat about windows.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to Big Shot Bob. Robert Horry just joined us. You can go back and listen with the Odyssey app or Twitch, YouTube, something like that. Instant rewind functionality.
Dropped a P word and an S word in there.
He did, man. He was getting loose, having fun.
Sure the was. Trifecta.
Just the Shaq stories got crazy real quick.
Oh, yeah.
But then he said heck at the end of it all. After cursing twice, I'm going to go ahead and say heck. The hell, man?
Golly. What the F? The top 10's coming up here in about 15 minutes with Wolchuk. It's time now for an afternoon rimmer. Here's the Jeep.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut those lights out and put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that finals rim.
Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Nico Harrison gets a contract extension for being a super beast at the general managing position for the Dallas Mavericks. And it's always a special occasion when Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving makes history by signing the first signature athlete for his Anta shoe line. His own father.
Hell yes, I loved this. This is awesome.
Derek Irving. This marks the first time in pro sports a player has signed his own father to a signature shoe deal. That's what Kyrie is doing right there. Business and family,
Let's
boys
go.
and girls.
Had a baby, Kyrie.
It's pretty awesome.
Over 50 league, you're going to have your own shoe line.
Yeah, I mean, you think about these things
Have you seen the shoes he's wearing?
Yeah,
Like
with the fringe.
Yeah,
with the fringe.
moccasin look,
My wife called it a fringe thing, but yes, it's like the Peace Pipe 7s or whatever the internet was calling them.
I like
They
them.
looked amazing. He wore them all throughout. He busted them out, I believe, for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
And then just wore those the whole time. I look forward to seeing what his final shoes look like. Those, I mean, maybe you run those back or you have a different flair, but
superstitious.
they
He
look
did play
awesome.
damn well in those conference finals.
He did.
Oklahoma their lady softball team just walked off Florida to get to Oklahoma and Texas.
That's years.
That's
Ooh,
huge.
Texas. Here we go.
Yeah, furious comeback from the Lady Sooners in this thing, by the way. Anyway, back to you, Eric.
Thank you very much. Broadus reporting live from the studio here as
Oklahoma
our
City,
softball correspondent.
We watched this though.
Our
This is
highly
Dawson.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studio.
We get into this.
Right?
We were sitting back here and watched this thing, man. But yeah, Oklahoma just walked them off. That next year will be an SEC matchup, by the way. Florida and Oklahoma.
You don't say.
Good reminder. Good reminder. You know, you think about all those awesome things that you like projecting forward of like, man, I would love to be able to do some cool things for my mom and dad at some point. Like when you think about all the investment that they've done in you over the course of your life, you're like, man, it'd be awesome to do something cool for my parents one of these days. But that's the first of its kind right there. Making Pops your first signature shoe athlete with your own shoe line. Like that is about as cool as it gets right there.
Yeah, that's a power move right there.
It is. It absolutely is. And Kyrie's getting a lot of love right now. He will be getting a lot of hate in the TD Garden. Will he do a game 1 of the finals saging of the TD Garden? That's been asked on the internet.
I'd be doing it right now.
I don't believe that he will be.
You don't think so?
No.
Shoot around, huh?
If you listen to his press conferences lately, he seems like he's matured and moved on. That's old Kyrie.
Still got bad energy there. I'd go up to the 300 level. I'd be saging the hell out of this thing. I'd say, guys, I'm catching the early bird to Boston.
I'd love to see it.
I got some shooting and ball handling to do. Private session.
Yeah.
I'd be saging my balls
Just
off
go ahead and
up
leave
there.
me the keys. I'll lock up. I'll stay get some extra shots in.
I think I would be too, man. I think I'd be doing the Gavin Dawson thing of saging my balls off at the TD Garden.
That's right.
And lead up to the finals. Why wouldn't you?
You're playing ballless.
You pull out all the stops, man. Now, here is LeBron James on the Mind the Game podcast that he does with his future head coach, JJ Redick. Listen to him talk about still longing for Kyrie as the Robin to his Batman and just 90 seconds of him fawning over the greatness of Kyrie.
Yep.
Listen, I will call Kyrie the wizard all the time. Like, all the time. Like, there was nothing on the basketball floor that Kyrie couldn't do. And sitting here watching it, you know, I'm playing like so f***ing happy and so proud and to watch him and continue his growth or whatever the case may be. And at the same time, I'm so f***ing mad at the same time that I am not his running mate anymore. So I'm like, I just remember those times. And to back to what you were saying, JJ, like to have a guy like Kyrie Irving as the ultimate wild card, what he did in game 1, it was like at the Western Conference Finals, that was like, oh shit, Dallas may be able to not only win the Western Conference Finals, they might be able to win the whole thing because of that wild card. I have so many words to praise Kyrie that I end up with absolutely none because he's the most gifted player the NBA has ever seen. He has the best gifts I've ever seen of any NBA player. I've never seen a guy in my NBA life that feels better at times shooting with his offhand than he does with his primary hand. If Kyrie's off in a game with his right hand, he will literally go exclusively to his left hand. I've never seen nothing like that.
It really is crazy, and you can hear him longing for the days of. I mean, I can't imagine Anthony Davis is made to feel good when hearing that LeBron is missing Kyrie as his running mate there. But everything is fair and it's right, and that's one of the things that's been so beautiful of watching Kyrie, his ability to go left and finish in any way with his left hand. And LeBron ends up referencing that game winner versus the Nuggets from a couple of months ago in the regular season.
Unreal.
Which was as crazy of a shot as anyone's ever seen, and he did that with his left hand. But yeah, Kyrie getting the flowers from the king.
Incredible repertoire. I think you put him up there with the Kobe's and the Magic Johnsons, Larry Birds, as far as guys that just kept adding stuff to their game and were maniacal in their preparation throughout the year, and it's paying off. I think it's fitting that for LeBron, the man that invented meeting up with friends in other cities to win championships and really resented what the Warriors were able to do there when they added Kevin Durant and probably boxed him out of at least one more ring. I think he now has an opportunity to piggyback a championship in Dallas if the Mavs do in fact win it.
He does.
And maybe there's enough respect for Luka and Kyrie inside of there for him to think, well, just let me know what you can pay me. Okay, what you can pay me will be enough. I'll make up for it in endorsements and maybe catching Jordan for 6 rings here, boys. What do you say? Can we do a 2-year deal for 2 rings?
Hell, he's talked glowingly about Luka, and now it seems like that relationship with Kyrie is repaired. I mean, last year that was the big rumor, was Kyrie going to go to L.A., try and reunite with LeBron, and then obviously, fortunately for us, he stayed a Dallas Maverick.
Now, we have some sound. This is a little bit of throwback sound. We discovered this last year about the Celtics head coach, but I wanted to revisit it because I believe
the former one or the new one?
The current one, Joe Mazzulla.
Okay.
And this is shortly after he took over for Ime Udoka, and we were being introduced to who Joe Mazzulla is. And he's apparently just a Boston through and through guy. At least that's how he's selling himself. Now, he might have a little Mike McCarthy in him. Because he's alleging something here about the movie The Town, Ben Affleck,
Oh, yes,
Jeremy Renner.
Yeah.
It's
a fantastic movie.
It's a Boston sort of heist-ish.
Yeah, they rob Fenway Park.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And listen to what he is saying about how much he consumes that movie.
Obsessed with the movie The Town, watches it 4 times a week. How does that relate to the Celtics?
I mean, it's just a mindset, a Boston mindset.
That's what it is?
Mindset, yeah.
So you're saying if you have the Town mindset,
we'll be in good shape.
You'll be in good shape.
It's just a mindset. That's all it is. There's no possible way.
Just don't be Jeremy Renner in that movie.
He's watching. Is he kind of a backstabber in that one?
He gets killed.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for ruining it for the rest of us.
Is that a Night Robin movie? No, for like 14 years, Brian.
Whose car are we going to take?
Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
think 2011.
Really?
This is Mike McCarthy saying he watched every snap of the Cowboys that one year before he got the head coaching job. Like, there's no way Joe Mazzulla has the time, I hope he doesn't, to watch that movie 4 times a week.
He's channeling.
That's running up some serious numbers right there, and I'm going to go, and I'm just going to say it. He's ball-sacking all of us.
He's capping.
I have watched parts of 4 different movies since the Western Conference Finals ended. Rangers get over. I don't know what to do at 9. I'm like, what do we do? So I watched The Martian with Matt Damon.
Get some Love Island UK in your life.
Good movie. I opened up Prometheus last night.
Good
movie.
Prometheus is interesting. Yeah.
I tried to rewatch Blood In, Blood Out from the early 90s. Got about 15 minutes into that before Abby came to me on the couch and said she was scared, so I had to turn.
Turn it off.
I'm getting my movie on. Yeah.
Hey, respect to that. So is Joe Mazzulla. We'll see if that gets revisited at any point throughout the finals. But I was.
Is there even a movie you would watch once a week?
I don't believe so.
Freddie Got Fingered, Tom Green. Tombstone.
Other than Freddie Got Fingered, that's probably the only one.
I probably could watch Wedding Crashers once a week.
Once a week, every week.
I probably could. Like, those are easy watches, like Superbad.
You really could sit down, Dawson,
movie.
once a week and watch.
I get that way with movies. I think the same jokes are funny. That's probably why I like Tom Green, the king of repetitive comedy.
Hey, I think you go ahead and you make the bet for Luka to record over 6.5 assists in each game throughout these finals. That's actually his assist line, 6.5. You can go ahead and make the bet that he hits the over on that for every game in this finals.
And what's the odds? What's it pay out?
That's you're looking at a plus 185 on that one.
Oh,
I mean.
Oh, per game must be like 8.5 or something like that.
Per game,
so if you just do 6.5.
What's your insight on this?
I would take
That's just his line?
That's the yes, yeah.
Yeah, and he's hitting that.
He's hitting that.
I mean, I'd probably go over on the point totals too.
The point for Luka specifically?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't even know what those look like at this point for the finals.
They're
but
probably going to be different every game.
If it's
anything under 30, yeah, you're going
Celtics
over.
playing no defense. Is that what you're saying?
No, the Celtics do. I just don't think there is any defense for Luka Doncic. I think he is a cheat code. I don't think that you can contain Luka Doncic for 4 quarters of basketball, and that is with a lot of respect to what Boston does on the defensive side of the floor.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown will get the assignment. They do a ton of switching. They're the least blitzing team in all of the postseason right now, so they don't want to have to send the hard double there on Luka in a perfect world. But when he starts dancing on all 5 of the guys that you have switching on him from time to time here, and he starts putting it on them, how quickly are you going to be willing, Joe Mazzulla, to say, all right, we're going to have to switch things up here a little bit? And how much do you get? I mean, the importance of Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford has been paramount, but how much Maxi Kleber at the 5 spreading this thing out? Because with the 3-point shooting of everyone on the Celtics, they're going to be pulling Lively and Gafford as far away from the rim as possible, and they're the best rim protectors going. So that factor right there, I think, is going to be interesting. Will you get the small ball lineup of Maxi at the 5, PJ at the 4, and then Derrick Jones Jr., Kyrie, and obviously Luka? How much of that do you get? I think that'll be an interesting one. Maxi's going to have to be willing to pull the trigger, man. Can't have the yips.
I love that they have that option to go to now, though. You know, I think it just gives Jason Kidd another tool to, potentially put the team in checkmate. I love everything they have going on, though. If you just missed Robert Horry about 30 minutes ago, he picks the Mavs in 7. I don't think it's going to take that many games. I think with Luka's size and his ability to put his defender on his back and then play 5-on-4 from that point forward, I've never seen a player do that consistently and that efficiently. And I think this offseason, the story is going to be like, how do you stop the Mavs with this version of Luka? Because I don't see any team. Maybe we'll see what the Spurs can add in free agency with their cap space and their draft pick to what Wemby has going on. But I really think they're significantly better than everybody else in the association right now. When we come back, it's time for the top 10 at 420. Woolchuck, where are you taking it?
Gosh, it's a glorious day. It's National Cheese Day. The top 10 cheesy dishes, 877-881-1053. And who's on the cover of this classic Texas football magazine? That's next.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free.
Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
Flickering lights? Blown fuses? Got new electronics? Call Bacon and we'll upgrade your old panel and give you a free surge protector to shield your home from harmful power surges. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. 972, is this real? According to NBA.com, the Celtics have the 14th best defensive rating since the playoffs started. Wow, I got to Google that. In the meantime, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. I'm going to Google this up, let you know what I find. In the meantime, it's time here for Zach Wolchuk, his Top 10 at 420. The Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We'll get into the cheesy dishes here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite cheesy dish on National Cheese Day? It's official. We've got the cover for one of the best football magazines on planet Earth. Shout out to everybody over there at Dave Campbell's. Of course, Mr. Tepper is doing a great job. A couple of former North Texas Mean Green and Mallory Hartley and Ashley Pickle, who we went to college with. But we've got the rivalry renewed, boys. We are going to get Texas and A&M back this year with Texas moving into the SEC. So Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers, Southlake's own, is on the cover along with A&M quarterback Connor Wigman. So that's going to be awesome. I'm excited as we had the reveal today of the 2024 Dave Campbell's Texas Football Summer Magazine cover. Of course, if you love high school football, you will most likely be purchasing the Dave Campbell's Texas Magazine, and it's fantastic. They do great work every year. We also have some Rangers news, and we'll talk with Jared coming up here at 6 o'clock, but some of it's good, some of it's bad. Max Scherzer, through 2 20-pitch innings of live batting practice, hopes his next step is a rehab assignment. We have John Gray threw a bullpen yesterday, going to throw another one tomorrow. He could be an option to even start for the Rangers as early as Sunday, according to Boach, who's back there at the ballpark getting ready to manage tonight. And Tyler Mahle is going to face hitters tomorrow as the Rangers look to get some arms back. And we've been eyeing these dates, and we're pretty excited to hear that. But here's the bad news. Bochy, Evan Carter.
Oh.
His back injury is worse than we thought. He may miss a month. He classified it as a stress reaction in the back. And if anytime you have back issues, I feel like, I don't know, I'm just trending not optimistic with this. This could be a lengthy absence here from Evan Carter. I'm sure Jared will have more information for us at 6 o'clock.
Somebody get this guy some salon pause.
Oof.
If it's bad enough to keep you out a month, it could be really bad.
Like maybe you need some surgery. I don't know. But hopefully we're hoping for the best here. Evan's young. He's got that quick recovery time.
Vibrant.
Very, very hopeful here that maybe it is
right.
just a month, for Evan. We can get that back figured out.
Sometimes you just get a little flare-up, man. I mean,
flare-up.
Some people have had flare-ups that kept them in bed for days at a time, and then all of a sudden they get that thing moving again. You can avoid surgery.
Okay, you're all right.
He's going to be okay.
Yeah, no surgery has been discussed yet for Evan. So hopefully it is just a month, and we get him back ready to rock for a postseason run here post All-Star break.
Just classic bulging disc situation,
in his
perhaps.
back. Speaking of which, we'll have Jane Slater on at 5:20. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
'Cause, man, she is one of a kind. All right, let's talk cheesy dishes, shall we? National Cheese Day. It's a great day. Everybody loves cheese unless you're lactose intolerant. But hell, I think they even have lactose intolerant cheese these days. I mean, we're making plant-based meat. I think we can do that for cheese.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a way to circumvent the lactose intolerance these days. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we can just take a pill, and then I can go ahead and consume as much cheese as I want.
And a lot of people just say, to hell with it. Is that the most to hell with it sort of affliction? That
Just give me
people
the
will just
cheese?
say, I don't even care, whether it's the cheese or the ice cream or whatever it is. They're just
Milk
like,
for the cereal.
I understand what I'm getting myself into here. I know this is bad for my body, but
Unprotected sex? That's what I'm thinking, bro.
You know what?
Clinic's still open. Clinic's still open. They're still mixing amoxicillin or whatever.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, 1A, 1B
Babies are
situation.
everywhere. I feel like we're not getting the message.
Yeah, especially in the moment. That's definitely the hell with it.
Yeah.
You're not, and then afterwards you have that post realization of that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, the clarity.
Yeah.
A little PNC.
You're still looking at her like, well, she looks clean. I mean,
I think we're okay, right? It's gonna be all right.
you look good.
Should we
It
go
was
get
that nasty
one thing?
beef from Sacramento, wasn't it?
Oh man! All right, Todd, your favorite cheesy dish on National Cheese Day, Lucius. Where are we at with the cheese, my friend?
Lasagnas.
Lasagna.
Yeah, lasagna. That's my favorite.
Shout out to Garfield. I hate Mondays.
Yeah, 100%. I love lasagna, man.
Dude, lasagna's gonna be in the top 10.
Give
no
me a
doubt.
cheesy ravioli.
Ooh,
Yes.
Just cheese
Big
that
hit.
ravioli up,
Maybe a four
dude.
cheese?
Yeah, stuff it with the cheese, layer it with the cheese, lather it with the cheese. Just cheese me.
Man, stuffed shells is absolutely divine. You can't go wrong with that.
I'm going to go with the Mott stick.
Ah, yes.
I'm a purist.
Shout out to
Yes.
Peyton, a.k.a. Preston Russell. He hit me up on the Twitter, said, yeah, mozzarella sticks. That's his number one seed for the cheesy dish.
Beautiful, man.
Where you at, Brian?
But just mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. You can't go wrong.
Grilled
Holy,
cheese
holy
sandwich.
mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Ooh, that holy mac is really good. A grilled cheese sandwich, no doubt. Maybe add some brisket in that bad boy. 100%.
A Bidia quesadilla.
Uh-huh. That's
Man,
cheesy.
Dawson, I give you so much credit for trying yesterday.
You
That-
did.
I
you
did.
did. You gave it your all. I really
A man can
appreciate.
want.
You know, we were. Oh, hey, by the way, real quick,
Real quick.
Eric.
Real quick.
Dawson and I were getting to the going to the
Yeah.
car. We're going to
Yeah?
the car, walking together. Dog took a crap right in front of us on the concourse.
And what was what did you see ensue afterwards? Did the person whose dog it was immediately get to clean up?
Dawson goes, look at that S.
Seriously.
And we
Look
just
at
kept
it.
walking. I mean, we
Okay.
just kept walking.
So I did
Brian-
notice they block off. Like they have a certain designated area
They
where
did.
the
They
dogs
blocked
are
off.
going.
They'll dog
We were
block
not
you?
to that zone yet.
They
Okay.
wouldn't let him in the concession areas.
Yes, that's right.
Which was probably the right move. But Brian is cutting a path through the crowd that was quite impressive. I need to be in his wake a little bit more often in those situations. He was definitely taking charge as the alpha.
He's a bit of a bully in those
And
scenarios.
simultaneously, we hear, "Oh no!" This lady with her little like Pyrenees or something.
Yeah, the little one.
It's laying soft serve, like a difficult one to clean up,
right by the Bluebell station.
Yeah, and she's like trying to drag it away, like, no, not here.
Yeah.
And it's doing the full on. Yes.
Mind the schmear.
Dog is in brakes mode, like full lock.
Fully
Back
engaged.
legs, like she heard. Oh, like Dawson said, brake lock.
It's assumed the
She's
position.
dragging, and the dog is like trying to stop, but it's soft serve out the rear.
That's
Just a
not good.
tooing, no wanting accompanying.
No, she's like, oh, and I looked at Dawson, and that's what he said. Oh, look at that ass,
Man.
Yeah. I mean,
I got
how
to
often
stay
did that happen?
Back to you, cheese dishes. I'm sorry.
All good.
Was there a doggy bag situation? Did anybody try to clean it up?
I'll tell you what, it looked like to me, Lucius, there were people in the area with special equipment.
Yeah, they're
Like they
100%
had
clean there.
Rags,
Oh, yeah. I would hate
cleaner,
that night then.
sweeper things.
No.
Yeah, and
You
that
gotta
was
pay
gonna be
me
your
double
job.
that night to work on
That
dog
was going to be your
doo-doo.
job.
Right, yeah, bro.
They had the scooper with the broom,
No,
and
that's
then
dog doo-doo night.
Yeah,
You're supposed to be cleaning after your own animals.
Yeah, they should.
That lady,
they need
I'm
to make
telling
the
you
owner
what,
do that.
She was not ready.
She's not ready,
She
and I
should have had
guarantee you,
bags.
she's walking in your front yard and letting their dog do the business. And she
100%. I had the
she
same
ain't
read.
picking the stuff up.
Nope.
She's not
That's
picking
a
that
shame. You need to be better than
She
that.
was actually scanning around to see if anybody was looking at her.
up. No,
Oh, come
no, we
on.
saw it because
She
it
was-
happened
she was trying to
literally
get out of there.
I believe it, dude.
right in
I
front of
believe
us. Literally, we were, as Dawson says, I was cutting a path.
That's when the Rangers say,
Yeah.
sorry, you're not coming to the Bark at the Park next year. We're
Yeah.
going to write your name down and you're no longer allowed.
I don't think she was not looking to get that cleaned up anytime
Sorry
soon.
about you.
Yeah, be a nice neighbor, man.
Yeah.
You can pick up
Yeah.
after your dog.
I'm
Please.
surprised 0% about all of this.
Number 10 is the cheesy grits, and somebody did text in cheesy grits got to be number 1.
Cheese grits are good.
The cheese
Gotta do grits
grits.
the right way, though.
They're not as good as the Corey Majors cinnamon grits.
Not
though,
the cinnamon
right?
grits. Love a good cinnamon grit.
Cheesy bread, too, by the way.
Cheese fondue comes in at number 9.
Very 1970s.
It is
stuff.
good, man.
It's good.
It's
Gotta
pretty.
get the right bread.
Gotta
Go
get the
ahead
right
and
bread.
dip.
There you go,
Oh,
Dawson.
dip,
You know what
dip,
you're talking
dip.
about.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Rotel, bro.
Oh,
I love Rotel.
I do
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I do too. In fact, number 8 is queso.
Yes.
You can't go wrong with some queso, man. Number 7, Lucius, we got the lasagna.
That's my baby.
Good call.
Top 10 favorite cheesy dishes. Number 6, we've got the potatoes au gratin.
Potatoes au gratin. It's those,
Yeah.
it's potatoes in like a circular matter
with the cheese melted in and then
I've had
baked
them
on top.
They
yeah.
are good, but when you say I've also had some like overcooked one. Like maybe they're not cooked well enough.
They're too rubbery.
No.
Can make
they just weren't good.
It's kind of a steakhouse dish too.
Yeah, I have seen that at
steakhouse
steakhouses.
Maybe I've just never had the high dollar potatoes at Groton, but I just don't feel like they don't harness the glory of cheese.
Yeah,
yeah. You
can make that. You could bake that cheese where it gets a little rubbery, and
you can overdo it or underdo it, and I think either way you're bleeped in that situation.
Yeah.
Number 5. This is another one that's going to get an from Dawson, but it has been texted in as well. It's the cheesecake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love the cheesecake.
Cheesecake is good.
Yeah, it's one in my fridge right now, nice and cold, strawberry.
With the strawberries.
With the strawberries.
Okay,
Yeah.
some people go
That's
without.
delicious.
Yeah.
I tried several times to like the cheesecake and just finally threw the towel in at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you don't like the cream cheese, you're not
Crust has got to be good on that.
I feel like I'm
too,
missing
man.
out because people are like, "Oh my goodness!" It's
You should try the Oreo cheesecake.
There you go.
Oh my God.
The Oreo one's really good. Or they have a cookie dough cheesecake you can get. You might be into that one.
I'll give it a shot.
We can. Yeah.
I'll give home ec another shot.
I'll order you one. If you don't like it, I'll finish it.
Like
How
that
about
lady
that?
cleaning up that poop. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give home ec another shot.
Oops! I guess I don't have any bags.
Oh,
Better
what's
go.
going on? And I knew
Darn.
Dawson didn't even look back.
And I'll say this,
we kept going.
508's like, man, queso at 8. Get the bleep out of here. And Brian, you can attest to this. You go outside of Texas, people don't know how to do queso.
I'll tell you what, man. I was up in Wisconsin, and it's known for all the dairy and cheese and all. They F up queso up there.
They call it queso.
In a bad way. Like, they don't know how to do it. And it's cheese.
They call it queso cheese.
They don't know how to do it the right way.
In Texas, we do queso right. If you go outside of the great state, I don't know that people are really getting queso the way we get it, and therefore it's not going to be as high.
Don't you know? I want some of that queso cheese.
Exactly, Dawson.
Give me some of that queso.
No, they're
curds.
known for cheese up there, and I tell you, I've been up there many a time, and I'm like, this is horrible. It tastes like it's got sand in it.
That's
What are we doing here?
So upsetting.
Yeah.
4 is pizza.
Yeah.
Cheese pizza. That's kind of plain, bro.
Well, I mean, it's just pizza in general, but cheese is the number one topping. But then you add more. If you want cheese pizza, fine for the kids.
Don't you
or
think
if you want to
cheese
add.
kind of plain cheese pizza?
For sure.
Yes.
I mean, it is.
It's a plain cheese pizza.
The pizza is a vessel for meats.
Yes.
3 is the grilled cheese.
Boom.
Yeah.
2
With
is the
tomato soup.
macaroni and cheese.
There we go.
With brisket.
With brisket.
Number 1 is the cheeseburger.
Bang.
I'll tell you what, man. Are you still punishing those cheeseburgers?
Crushing it.
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
You got to be.
You're looking for one, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
One of these days.
I'm trying to decide how I want to bring it in.
Okay, let me know.
Because I think you got to assemble here. Otherwise,
in a bag would be good.
assemble here. Instead of,
Yeah.
that's probably smart.
Yeah, I'll get it taken care of though.
I know you will.
I'm gonna blow your mind. I think that's easily a $20 burger, and it's the best burger in DFW. I'll prove it to you. Okay, sports hodgepodge coming up next. Where are we going with it, Chief?
Turns out Luca's a bit of a cheese man himself, plus Scotty Scheffler, the troll, next in the nation.
I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because if you are suffering from the symptoms of what can be low testosterone, you owe it to yourself to check into the Men's T Clinic nearest you and get that.
77 Berkey's or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the G-Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20, presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Jane Slater's coming up at 5:20. We'll talk about a very eventful day for the Cowboys up at minicamp and, where their big storylines go from here. We have football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. It's time now for a little bit of a sports hodgepodge, Brian. What's going on?
Yeah, a show announcement, by the way, to the other shows that are listening. We have air. We have air on in our
air conditioning is working once again.
Yes, we're back at it.
Feeling good in here, man.
So if you're
feeling lit, feeling lit.
Guys out there driving around the show, you will have air conditioning.
First time in a week I've been cutting glass in here, man. It feels good to be back.
Man, these things are ready to rip.
Hey, the world's first drug that can regrow teeth has been approved for human trials this year. So by the year 2030, the researchers are hoping that this drug will become available for all forms of toothlessness. So just be on the lookout, man.
Shout out to a friend of the station, Bob Ryan. We can get him some new teeth.
Wow. Why'd you have to go
Mess
there?
around, have a whole shark's mouth.
Yeah.
No problem teeth shaming.
What's going
Those
on
things
there,
are
man?
They
those
look
are
like
some,
wooden teeth.
I am surprised that at this point in Bob Ryan's tenure, and I wondered if Choppy
He's
at
an
any
old
point was going to ask him.
man.
But it was a fantastic interview with Bob yesterday.
You don't want to go the Rex
here we
Ryan.
go. They just pulled a Dawson there.
You don't want to go the denture
Learn from the
route?
best, damn it.
Yeah.
Well done.
Bob Ryan, great interview. What's up with his teeth?
Hey, I'm just pointing out what everybody's thinking.
Hall of
All right,
Fame
Brian?
career.
You want to get butthurt over there?
I guess at some point you say I'm so old that why do I even care about that? But you would think he could snap his fingers and have the Rex Ryan denture mouth as quickly as possible.
I
Like
think if
everybody's
I was-
doing this.
Yeah, at that age, I'd probably feel that way, like bleep it. But if I was going to be on TV, like he's still doing Around the Horn, that's the only reason why I would consider it.
How's that good for ratings still, though? I mean, if you're the producer and you're talking around with your buddies, you're like, dude, he is literally like weeks away from just being old grandpa in the living room. That's what I'm getting ready for every time he opens his mouth.
I don't know, man. I kind of felt like, though, he had some sharpness to his game.
Oh, he's still fantastic.
I felt like
when
he
it
had a
comes
little
to
sharpness. The interview was
great.
It helps when you only have to hear him, you don't have to look at him.
I didn't feel like
Yeah,
that
it does.
I didn't feel like
It's
that he was losing his fastball that much.
No, I don't think so either. But when you see Lee Steinberg, who's still having a great pair of pearly
There
whites,
you go.
No, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know about you guys. I love.
That's the opposite. Right
I love
there.
when Woody Page and Bob Ryan go square off and Around the Horn at the end.
Mixing a little list with
two
Bill
corpses
Plaschke.
going back and
They're
forth.
showing like Lou Gehrig highlights and they're commenting on
spinning sports takes at each other.
I mean, their brains might be as sharp as the sharpest
Oh, here we go.
70-year-old.
Here we go.
right?
Here we go. Here we go.
The face says 95 at least.
Okay.
It's not good TV.
And the teeth say like 1700.
It must be because it must be on midday and the only people home are ancient.
Does anybody
So like,
see my
this is-
credential?
Look at this whippersnapper, Janie. Look at old Bob.
Oh, my credentials somewhere here.
It's in your back pocket, Lee.
Sorry about that.
We love
Sorry
you, dude.
about that.
Well, Chuck, what is today? National
Cheese Day.
So I saw this. This is
Charcuterie board
little,
too, by the way.
a little excerpt from a story back in 2018 that Mina Kimes wrote.
What?
I guess this is before she was full football. And so she did a write-up on Luka. This is when he was still in Madrid, being an 18-year-old super beast before entering the NBA. And one little portion of this describes where he leads them to his favorite restaurant. I guess Mina Kimes is accompanying him, writing a story about him. They go to dinner. It's him and some of his people, his agent, stuff like that. They go to the Hard Rock Cafe in Madrid.
Really
and,
expensive.
A waiter approaches.
Way expensive.
And Doncic, speaking in Spanish, orders the famous fajitas.
Nice.
I mean, you never go wrong there.
Never.
You never regret being the guy that ordered the fajitas. Oftentimes, you have
We've
a
determined.
bit of. You have some order envy.
We've
when
determined
you're the guy that didn't order the fajitas.
You always
and
just get
see
the
that
You got the
steaming
chimichanga, and they order that, and you're going, I got.
And there's
F on
nothing
this
wrong with
order.
the chimichanga or some enchiladas or some quesadillas.
Yeah, it is.
Push back.
It absolutely is.
The
When
fajitas
somebody-
are the best.
When somebody orders both both meats the fajitas, yes, there's absolute everything wrong with
I like that you mentioned the combo too.
Yeah.
I do like the combo fajita.
Well, Doncic ordered his order in Spanish. He ordered the famous fajitas. They're amazing, he says, and then also a plate of nachos, quote, con doble queso. So
double queso. Huh?
He's doubling up on the queso cheese.
Yeah.
And I think it explains a lot. You know, when you're, it's a damn good order.
Damn it is.
I mean, when you're going beef fajita and then you're doubling up with the nachos and we're going to go extra cheese on that nacho, that's a guy that you feel like can go toe to toe with anyone at the table.
That's somebody that had marry.
And have a big cigarette afterwards, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah. He was washing it down with a tall boy and a heater.
He's got a beer and then tap the pack and light one up.
Yeah. And then he goes, and now for dessert.
Yeah.
And he pulls out his his
Bring out another picture of beer, please.
Picture of beer.
Is Scotty Scheffler? We have some sound here. Scotty Scheffler.
He's a trolling man.
Is he trolling here?
Hell yeah, he's trolling.
Okay. Here's the sound. We know that he was arrested
for dragging a poor cop, right?
Louisville, Kentucky, and the charges have since been dropped. But this is still making a bit of an impact on him. It was a bit of a traumatic situation, so he's addressing the media here. Is he trolling, or is he just a bit of aloof?
I did not want to have to pursue legal action against Louisville because at the end of the day that the people of Louisville are then going to have to pay for the mistakes of their police department. That just doesn't seem right. And
Louisville. He's trolling.
I imagine
either that or he really doesn't know it's Louisville.
You got to think he knows. When you're playing at Valhalla,
accident, right?
You don't think you're playing in Louisville.
He's a local guy,
Yeah.
Louisville, an accidental.
Man,
I like the idea of him trolling.
I thought he might be trolling, but I think he might not know.
I think it was an honest mistake.
He said it twice.
Well, in the world of the WNBA right now, of course, there's a lot of topics going around, and a lot
Stephen
of it
A. getting drugged.
is Caitlin Clark. Yes. Stephen A. is being called out by members, I guess, of his own show.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark obviously having a huge impact. Some people pushing against the fact that she's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now in terms of bringing eyeballs and awareness to the sport of women's college basketball. And Angel Reese said something along the lines of, "It's not just her. It's because of me as well."
Yeah.
That a lot
She
of
said all of us.
Okay, she said all of us.
Yeah, that little clip cuts off when she says me and she says all of us. The media is funny, bro.
Yeah. No.
Oh, they're
absolutely.
cutting clips?
Yeah, they're cutting
Imagine
clips.
that.
I'm just reading the quotes.
Nah, I know.
No, because she did say that, but she did continue on to say,
she
and
kept
others
going.
that came before.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, she did.
And somebody just pointed out like the difference, like the attendance of a Caitlin Clark game right now. When you look at just from over the weekend,
doubled.
yeah, over the weekend you'll see attendance numbers for non-Caitlin Clark games being 7. Upward 10,000 would be the most for a non-Caitlin Clark game over the weekend, as low as like 3,000. Both of Caitlin Clark's WA games over the weekend had over 17,000.
Yeah.
So I mean, she's putting rear ends in the seats at the moment. That is doing a little bit more maybe than most. But it is definitely one of those conversations right now that's getting going in a big way. And yeah, Stephen A. did get called out for, I guess, not talking enough WNBA on his show over the last few years.
Yeah,
but it's
Monica
like
McNutt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If it's
he went after her.
This is
too,
the biggest
by
show
way.
in sports.
Yeah, I know.
So
he doesn't like being called out.
My job is to talk about things that people want to hear about. And I don't know that 3 years ago on First Take, many people were like tuning in to Stephen A. to hear him talk about the WNBA. Now you probably have much more than that. And how much credit you want to give to Caitlin Clark, I don't know. But the fact that you're talking more WNBA today than you did 3 years ago, I think is, pretty much par for the course. This is the evolution of where the sport is getting bigger. So, we're talking more about it now because it's as big as it's ever been right now. And you can credit whoever you want for that. But, 3 years ago today, are we talking about the WNBA at all on this program? Probably not. But I don't know that anybody should be called out for that. It's big now. Like, we're not talking about pickleball 10 years ago. We're talking about pickleball now.
Stephen A. tried to say that he has talked more about the WNBA and women's sports than anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
And so Monica countered and said, well, with all due respect, Stephen A., with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Yeah. It's not about what he wants necessarily. It's about what do I think the people want to hear. I'm
right,
here
but his
to
case
drive.
is he was
ratings.
talking about it.
And I'm sure he's not lying when he says that.
He might not be.
Maybe they did have some WNBA segments. I don't know, but I just like right now you're talking about something that it's
a big deal.
It's a big deal now.
Yep.
And the fact that it wasn't 3 years ago, you can't hold that against me. I'm talking about it now. 3 years ago, it wasn't a big deal. There's a lot of crap like that. So
I thought you were going to get into the Pat McAfee thing.
Well, there is also that one where he dropped the white B on her, and you knew he was doing it from a as weird as it sounds, a complimentary standpoint.
Yes, and he apologized, I guess, and Caitlin's representatives accepted the apology.
It is an incredible story. I mean, basically the Steph Curry of WNBA, coming in as the NCAA all-time leading scorer and trying to, continue that greatness. Can she pull it off?
She's got to learn to protect that ball a little better.
She's got to protect the ball and she's got to shoot the ball. I mean, I think it's 35% from the floor right now.
Yeah.
I think she had 3 points the other
Her
night.
teammates aren't helping her. Mike Peasley, who does a great job with Rangers pre and post, watches every game. And I was asking her, and Mike's like, listen, there's a reason why she's on this team in Indiana. They're terrible.
Yeah, they're really good.
I mean, terrible in not, their record's not good. And she needs help.
Yes, she does. Yeah. The only real part of this that bothers me is people that expecting basketball to change. Like, if you come in as a hot shot rookie, you are going to get knocked down.
Yeah.
Right? That is what the game does to
100%.
rookies. You have to prove that you're tough enough to survive if you want a fair shake.
Did we just play some audio talking to John? Who was it? Talking about Larry Allen, welcome to the NFL moment.
Delaney Walker.
We always talk about welcome to the NFL moments and stuff, or welcome to the game, rookie. So this happened to this person though. It's everybody's going crazy.
Yeah.
But you can't even do the Ghostface tour.
No, and that whole thing was
because then that blew up.
And
pay attention, bro.
She gets in people's faces.
She does. Like, that's why
she dropped some F-bombs
that's
on
why
you too.
I thought that the backlash Angel Reese got for that was so ridiculous. Like, Angel Reese is talking trash. Who cares? Men do that all the time.
Yeah.
Let Angel Reese. I love what Angel Reese did.
I think it's just making it more watchable because now we have a soap opera happening inside these games, and they've been playing a lot, like every other night. Thank you, Chief. There it is. Little sports hodgepodge for you. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. Jane Slater's going to join you to talk about the big Cowboy stories. Where CeeDee Lamb's contract going to go in light of Justin Jefferson's, and what about what Micah Parsons had to say today? We'll get to that coming up with Jane at 5:20. An edition of the Finest is next, Chief. Where are we going?
A quarterback is being shamed by his own teammates, plus the worst take in sports food history. That's next in the nation.
I want to chat about D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, maybe you're on your way home right now. I see traffic coming through Central.
with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking Cowboys mini camp with Jane Slater coming up in about 20 minutes. Micah Parsons with some interesting things to say to the media this afternoon. CeeDee Lamb not in attendance. Here's the Chief with an edition of the Finest.
Man, how about this? Just swerving over some lanes and catching a stray for Bills fans and Bills Mafia. You know how angry they are right now after the Edmonton Oilers coach, who can go bleep himself, of course.
You go bleep yourself, Coach.
Chris Knobloch.
The last name's Knobloch.
He was asked about how if there's an experience edge in the Stanley Cup final because they're playing the Panthers, who played in last year's championship. So, does your opponent have an experience advantage? How much does that help you? And his response was, I don't know. Ask the Buffalo Bills how important Super Bowl experience is.
Oh.
In reference to their 4 straight Super Bowl L's in the 90s.
Aren't the Bills the team of Canada?
Yeah.
They're playing games in Toronto every once in a while.
Kind of across the old Niagara
Taking
Falls.
shots at Buffalo, man.
Dude. It's a great line, though. I'm not a Buffalo Bills fan,
Maybe
so I'm
he hates
here
the
for
Maple
it.
Leafs, too.
I think it's
true.
Mm-hmm.
He might.
But they're trying to take on that badge of honor. We are going to bring the cup back to Canada for the first time since 93 or however long it's been.
Yeah.
Wow.
Been a while.
It's been quite some time. You have, of course, we go, this is usually about the time of year we go around the bodies quite a bit because everybody's alleging they're in the best shape of their life. Last year they bulked up. This year they're kind of slimming down. And that's been the case for Dolphins quarterback.
That's one of your best questions, isn't
to
it?
a T.
Don't you always ask players if they're in the best shape of their life?
Yeah, I do like to throw that out there.
That's kind of like, we're at training camp. It's Eric, you feel like you're in the best shape of your life.
Can you honestly tell me you are right now?
And all of them say the same thing.
Is there another time in your life where you felt? Some of them are honest. I believe we've had a couple people like, honestly,
can you name
I'm still kind of building up right now.
I can't think of one.
Zeke?
Yeah, Zeke is
I think Zeke would say, I just crushed some taco casa or whatever the heck you do.
I don't think so.
Best shape of my life since 12th grade. What do you mean?
I think it was the Del Taco that he was.
Yeah, the Del Taco. That's right. The 2 soft chickens. Tacos.
Tyreek Hill was asked about seeing his quarterback to a T right now and how he looks different. Walchuk asked me earlier in the show.
He doesn't look smaller.
He doesn't look smaller. Are you still looking at him?
I'm looking right behind you.
Oh my gosh, I saw side by side.
He looks way smaller.
You need a side by side photo of him from last year. He looks like a different person.
He was a bit thickums last year.
Like he had rib guards on. Without rib guards
on his face and on his waist and everything. He was a much bigger version of himself because remember he was bulking up to try and avoid
what you think?
being slammed to the ground so much.
I think he still looks doughy. So maybe he's decreased the mass.
I guarantee you he's down 20 pounds.
Oh, here he is. Okay, wait a minute. That's him.
That doesn't look like the same person.
I don't know. That neck's got some thickness to it.
The neck's got thickness to it, sure. The face looks slim, but so does the rest of the body.
I think there's only 1.5 chins now, not the full 2.
Look at the
Great
arms,
smile.
though.
He might have gotten some new teeth, too.
I think he did.
Well,
he got some sugar cubes.
They said, what are you seeing? They're asking Tyreek Hill, what are you seeing Tua here? Physically, he seems to be much more slimmed down. And he's like, what I'm seeing out of Tua, again, this is his wide receiver. He says, I ain't going to lie. When I saw Tua at the Pro Bowl, I was kind of scared. Dude was fat as bleep. He was fat. He was chubby. Yeah. I was like, hold on, bro. Ryan Clark said you were kind of thick. He wasn't lying because remember Ryan Clark called him out last year too, for being a little bit out of shape.
That's a body armor.
He said, but seeing him now, where he's come from and how skinny he has gotten, what's that stuff everybody is taking? Ozempic?
Oh.
He had to be taking that.
Oh.
I don't know.
No.
That's it. We are at a place now. Anytime you talk about or people ask you about your weight loss, if you haven't taken the Ozempic, you gotta just throw that caveat in there because that's rampant right now.
It's kind of hard to get, isn't it?
Ooh, I honestly
anybody has to hook up. Let a brother know.
Really haven't looked into.
We'll take some Ozempic.
The difficulties.
Yep. I don't know. I know South Park just did a whole thing about it. It was hilarious.
It was a great. Oh my God, it was fantastic.
Oh, it was so good.
They can get away with so much,
and they're always just so spot on.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man.
It's so good.
Rich people have Ozempic. Poor people have self-confidence or something like that. I don't know what it was. I messed it up.
Yeah,
I messed it up, but it was fantastic. How about the Ozempic smell?
Oh, no. There is one?
Yeah, there's a smell. There's a particular smell coming from the bodies.
Okay, so this is like the BBJs.
Like a horse?
BBLs.
The BBJs.
I don't know why I said J.
I know why you said
BBLs.
Yeah, there's a smell, bro. There's a lot of bathroom going on. Sometimes it's seeping out your pores.
Okay.
Real thing. Yeah, I've seen that.
That makes sense.
Maybe not worth it.
I'd take it to be
I'll
skinny.
stick to vegetables.
Sorry, guys.
You look good in photos.
Yeah?
Yeah, nobody can smell you. It's not a scratch and sniff.
Good point.
That's crazy though, man. I was not aware of that. I didn't know there was an Ozempic odor. But that's not, I mean, that's a good thing to know for the folks that are mixing that in here.
People are kind of standing away at the podium here to it, so maybe he does have the odor.
That's a post-practice odor in Miami. Humidity.
Maybe he does
the swamp ass is
have
rampant.
the odor.
There's a
Now
lot
we're
of
gonna
people
be-
kind
we're
of
gonna
like
be looking now.
Like Channel 6 in Miami's got this guy with a Stretch Armstrong arm that's trying to get some sound.
They just don't want to accidentally concuss him, Brian.
Okay.
We got the Tyreek Hill perspective on Tua's new slimmed down body, but his other wide receiver, Jalen Waddle, was talking about skinny Tua. He says, quote, "I told him I miss chubby Tua, man. I'm not going to lie. I didn't like it when I seen it. I told him I'm not bleeping with that. Eat some more or something." So he's being, I don't know, I guess he's being skinny shamed to some extent. You know, his friends want him to thicken up a little bit more. I don't know.
Little thickums.
But this is the time of year where everybody's bodies are changing. I wonder how much this guy's body's going to have to change. Remember former first-round pick, another failed wide receiver drafted by the Patriots, N'Keal Harry?
Yes.
N'Keal Harry, Arizona State.
He's going the Funchess route.
He's now with the Vikings, and they're switching him from wide receiver to tight end.
Oh.
So I don't know if there's
That's one step from being out of the NFL.
A bulking that's coming up. Yeah.
Hey, I found Cartman's quote.
Yeah, okay.
Hit it.
Rich people get Ozempic. Poor people get body positivity.
Body positivity.
Just love yourself.
Hey, Lizzo.
Yeah, I saw Lizzo was
Oh,
a
yeah.
part of that particular
Very much so.
episode.
Yeah, the drug is called Lizzo.
Yeah.
The body positivity drug.
It's so good.
That is truly
God, that's so
phenomenal.
good.
Man, okay, here we do have a stat of the day for you because the Carolina Panthers are trying to get their community to throw a bunch of millions of dollars at their facilities because Adam Thielen is saying they probably have the worst facilities in all of football right now. They're trying to revamp their stadium and
They
everything.
tried to build one and they shut it down. They were
Well, they're
building
going to renovate.
They built.
The
They were
old shut it
building,
down, let's go home?
No, they were building and then they just stopped building it in the middle of the construction.
They're just going to stay where they are now, but they're going to try and renovate the stadium a little bit.
Yeah.
Bank of America.
The Panthers have never had back-to-back winning seasons in their entire franchise's history.
Never.
Not once. Not once.
Wow.
There's a
Been to the
lot
Super
of
Bowl twice.
There's a lot of back-to-back under 500 seasons.
We played them in an NFC Championship game in '95. They didn't do anything after that.
95. Well, that would have been 96, the year they went 12-4.
Well, that was
It was the 95 season.
And then
95 season.
But
Yeah, okay.
95 they went 7-9. 96 they went 12-4, and then 97 they went 7-9 again.
Gosh.
And they were under 500 until 2003, and then they went 11-5, and then the next year they were 7-9 again, and then 11-5, and then just they can't go back to back. Can't go back to back winning seasons.
But they can make the Super Bowl twice in the NFC title game one other time in the same period of time the Cowboys.
Yeah.
It's a hell of an
Maybe even
observation.
another. I think they might have lost to Seattle once too.
You mean with Jake Delhomme, they never had back-to-back winning, or even Cam Newton?
Jake, you got it, Delhomme.
No,
I fact-checked it,
Yeah,
Brian.
it's like 8-8
Yeah.
is their best.
Jeez.
You'll go
Crazy.
11-7, 11, 8, 12 through this 12-7, 15, 6, 11.
This has been a really bad run there.
Those must have been the Cam Newton injury seasons.
Yeah, basically that's what that was there because it was 15-1, and then trash season, and then another winning record or whatever. But they're trying to get Charlotte to pay $650 million to fix that stadium. It's like, dude, until you guys can put together a couple of back-to-back winning seasons here, like you shouldn't be asking for anything.
Well, it's not going to
Give me a
happen
break.
because they might now have the one seed for worst owner in the NFL.
Mike Silver, who knows a thing or two about these Niners, says that Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel could still be traded by the time the NFL trade deadline gets here. So that's going to be a story that's really not going to go away.
Ayuk probably. I would
You think
guess.
Ayuk would be the most likely?
I think he's
the one that wants to get paid.
He's the one because our guy, they drafted our kid from Florida there.
Ricky Pearsall.
That's going to be their new Brandon Ayuk.
The most shocking thing I've seen on Twitter today was former linebacker Will Compton and he might have.
It's on a podcast, right?
There might be a CTE situation here, so I don't want to get too disrespectful, but he tweeted out, he just said simply, Burger King fries greater than sign McDonald's fries.
I love Will Compton, and I think he does a great job on Busting with the Boys, to your point with Taylor Lewan, but no, that's
Eric, you admit it.
not accurate.
It's Will Concussion.
No, Eric just hates Burger King.
I think even Burger King lovers would scoff at that take right there to say greater than sign McDonald's fries.
That's a crap take.
No one's ever had a single good thing to say about Burger King's fries.
Just in general, you don't like Burger King.
Fair?
You will jump
Totally
on
fair.
anything that has to do with Burger King's demise. You're all about.
I listen, when it happens, I point it out as factual.
Oh no, you just
things
bring it up in the
news.
middle of a sports program.
Sometimes it's a little fast food news for you, man. And if the news is that Burger King is closing up shops rampantly right now, then I have to report it. All right, you know who's not? You know who's not closing up shop? McDonald's. You want to know why? The French fry, man, and the hash brown. Like, they understand the fried potato. That is one of the least healthy things you can put in your body. They have mastered it.
Those hash browns, Burger King, pretty solid.
I do get Burger King quite often. I don't find myself getting the fries, and I've never really thought about why. But
I go on.
Have you ever not gotten fries at McDonald's? Maybe only if it's breakfast because you're getting the hash brown.
I'll go for just fries. To your point, yeah.
Okay.
Well, let him answer the question. Do you get fries when you order at McDonald's?
That would be one of the only things I get.
I
don't eat anything at McDonald's.
It's their best menu
except for
item.
breakfast, McFlurries, and their fries.
There was some hesitation there.
McDonald's
BK,
fries are way better.
I'll go with the chicken fries at BK.
Okay.
You know?
That's
a good fry.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's chicken fry.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
wow.
kinda nice. Might be the one respectable item potentially on that
Burger
entire
King.
menu.
Oh, you need a Whopper, and you'd like it.
Certainly not that. I actually saw some type of still shot of a graphic that came up in college football sometime recently, and I'm going to pull this up now because it's perfect timing on this. But this guy, I believe he's kind of his name's Whop Fillier. He's a senior. WHOP. W-H-O-P.
Are you sure that's his name?
Pizza?
It's not Fillier Whop. It's Whop Fillier, okay? His full name is Mr. Elias D'Angelo Fillier. His parents began calling him Whop because of his love for Burger King's Whoppers.
Okay.
And this guy played for, I don't know, a W school, red and white, but he's a big Whopper fan. So I didn't get that
Western
genetic trait.
Kentucky?
I had the exact opposite in my genetic makeup. They would be no WOP for me.
I
There's
can't.
nothing wrong with
Anything
a
you say
Whopper.
about Burger King, I can't take with any.
If you
No,
think
well,
what I
this
say
is
about Burger King is
this
more
was
offensive
good.
than what Will Compton just said, Burger King fries greater than sign McDonald's fries. Again, that's a CTE situation
it's
that
a bad
the
take.
doctors are gonna have to address.
Fries are it's your own take. It's your own take.
There's not one person advocating for Burger King fries on this text right now.
There's too much potato going on. There's not enough frying. There's not enough oil going on there.
Not enough salt.
I feel like McDonald's unanimously, they're the best fast food fry.
They hit the ratio perfect, the size perfect.
Man, Arby's, those curly fries, don't go there.
McDonald's are the best fast food.
How about
fry.
the waffle fries at your old place?
Well, give me McDonald's.
We got
I'll fight for Chick-fil-A.
Hey, no one's saying give me
Thanks,
Burger
Will
King,
Compton.
no.
Appreciate you over there.
We'll step aside. Expressway's coming up next. Jane Slater's going to join us. What Micah Parsons made headlines with his comments at Cowboys minicamp and more next year in the Nation.